ad. We love that for us. But anyways, we're gonna be nosy. We're gonna be real nosy today. I think I always get her name wrong. I don't know if it's Reesa Teesa. I'm pretty sure it's Reesa Teesa though. Wait, Reesa Teesa. I'm pretty sure it's Reesa Teesa. Anyway, it don't matter what her name is. What matters is her ex-husband is a pathological liar, and I keep getting spoiled. And I was gonna go slow. I was like, oh, we're gonna take the story slow and watch it like 10 by 10. Well, I can't do that. I can't do. I gotta watch the whole thing. I gotta watch the whole thing. We gotta buckle in and start watching this. I just can't. I can't not watch the whole thing. I just can't. But first things first, we're gonna do Duolingo really quick so we can get right into the stories. I'm real nosy, and I've been itching to keep watching the story. I should have just watched it all last stream. I had to start early, cause I know it's gonna take a minute to go through it. So I'm gonna stay the drama time. I'm ready. Wait, where's my Subway servers? We're ready. We're here. And it's drama time. We were at part 10. So let's go for part 11. I keep getting spoiled. I think I told you this on WhatsApp already, but I keep getting spoiled, so we're gonna watch the whole thing. I might not do gaming today because we have to watch this whole thing. I have to know everything. I already found out that, like, what was it? He had a twin. Hello. I also found out that... Hi! Thank you for the follow. I also found out a lot of other things. Apparently, like, she asked for proof of funds, and he, like, faked it. So, like, if a man buys, like, a printer, you have to be careful because, like, that doesn't mean anything. But I think, like, a lot of things did. I think I already said this last time I was watching, like, for part 1 to 10. But a lot of things, she already said this too, but a lot of things he was able to, like, bamboozle her on because of COVID. Because I feel like a lot of these things would have an answer if it wasn't COVID, you know? But since we were, like, in the middle of COVID, there was probably a lot of things she kind of was like, ooh. Also, the self-gaslighting. Don't ever self-gaslight. Like, I know it's, like, very, like, easy to self-gaslight. I've done it before. But if you have a hunch, you have a feeling about something's wrong, just take your own feelings. Take all your own hunches as, like, true and real. Because she was, like, self-gaslighting. Self-gaslighting is gonna be, like, the death of you. I promise. Like, I've done it. We've all done it. Doesn't matter if you're a woman or a man. Because you've like, self-gaslit. You self-gaslit 100%. There's no way you haven't. You can't self-gaslight. You cannot just... Because you're like, oh, they'll change. Maybe I'm just wrong. Maybe I'm broken. Maybe I'm overthinking. You're not overthinking. Something's telling you something's wrong. Take it as is. Please. Anyway... Part 11, there's literally 50 parts. 52, actually. So we gotta buckle down. We have our B here. Hold on, I'm not ready to hold her yet, but we have our B here. I might have to put the heat up. We're gonna get real close. We have our drinks. I'm pretty sure I already showed the Stanley, but we have our drinks. We're ready. I have my fidget toy. Well, toys. I have all our fidget things. We're ready. We have everything. We're collectively ready. We're ready. We're ready. Just buckle in. Because Hassan was watching it, and he said it was 5 hours, and he's still watching today. So I was like, damn, I gotta hurry up then, because I don't want to keep getting spoiled. Anyway, Part 11. Let's go.
All right. Part 9 of Who the Fuck Did I Make?
Wait.
So, we're pausing on the house.
I'm an idiot. I clicked the wrong button. 1 second. Part 9, part 10, part 11. Here we go. I just don't know how to read, guys. We know this. We know I don't know how to read. We know this. Okay, here we go.
All right, part 11. So, for this...
Also, one more thing before I start. She's always driving. Where are we going? Where are we? I'm too nosy. Reesa, where are we going? Like, she's always in the car or she's driving. Reesa, where are we going? Where's the destination? What's going on? Anyway, let's get into it.
For this part, I'm just going to give you some backstory on the family. Pause all the stuff about the house. Pause the stuff about the car. This is backstory.
Let's take dubs.
His family, my ex-husband's family. All right.
Oh wait, the thing that I found out was that he took her to he said his grandma was dead. Took her to not a funeral home. Oh my god, what's it called? Took her to oh my god, what's it called? Oh my god, where the dead people go? I can't think of the name right now. A cemetery. Took it to a cemetery. His grandma isn't dead. It was a person's because he was a guard for a cemetery, and he just knew this plot was there. By the way, hello. Anyway, let's get into it.
Follow me. My ex-husband's parents, mom and dad, are both deceased. Mom passed away from cancer.
Unless she's alive.
Dad passed away shortly after her. I'm not sure what he passed away from. So he has a number of siblings. He has two. With his parents, he has two siblings. Two brothers, excuse me. Two brothers. One is older, lives in Philly. One is younger by 2 years, lives in Nashville. He has two sisters. One, Shantae, is older, lives in Douglasville with her husband and two kids, a boy and a girl. Younger sister, Kim, is the baby, lives in Augusta with her husband, worked at, I think he told me, Procter & Gamble. That was the story. He had two half-brothers that were through his dad. One brother lived in Baltimore. The other brother lived in Augusta. The brother that lived in Augusta, I have physically met in person, shook hands, hugged, all that.
So he's real.
The brother that lived in Baltimore, I have FaceTimed with, talked to him. The brother that lived in Philly, the older brother that he looked up to, I have never talked to him.
He ain't real. Phone. No, he's not real.
Always.
If she's not seen him, he's not real. No, ain't no way.
Through my ex-husband. So the conversation would be like, "Hey, babe, brother so and so said, hey." He didn't call him brother so and so. We'll call him John. John said, hey, John. I would be in the bathroom doing my hair, brushing my teeth. Hey, John, and he would be like, "Did you hear?"
Fake ass conversations.
And I was like,
nobody was on the phone.
How's he doing? Because that's just me. And so he would relay back and forth. He talked to John every day from starting around July after the grandmother passed away.
She's alive.
To John every morning. We both would be getting ready for work, and he would be on the phone with John. They would be talking for 30, 40 minutes, talking about football, talking about other siblings. They would be talking about cars. It was really like
talking to yourself about all these things is crazy.
Brother in Baltimore,
like I talk about myself, but no phone. Like you hold your phone and you're talking to yourself is crazy.
Conversations I could hear. Let me explain. When I say I can hear a conversation, what that means is I am physically standing near him or next to him where I could hear him with the phone up to his ear talking to someone, because it wasn't me. Okay? I may not hear the other person because the phone call may not be on speakerphone. But what I hear is, for example, I hear, "Hey man, what y'all doing? Oh, for real? Y'all barbecuing this weekend? What y'all making?"
Talking to yourself is crazy.
No, I think me and her gonna stay in this weekend because, these numbers is looking crazy with COVID. Yeah, she over here. She's sitting right here. She watching TV.
He's insane.
John said, hey. Hey, John. You heard her? All right, bruh. I just wanted to check in on you. That's the type of conversation I'm explaining. Okay, so I hope that gives a little more clarity about the type of conversations I'm hearing. So, I don't know what this lady was saying. Okay. So that's how he would talk to his siblings. The grandmother passed away. He called me around April or May and told me that his grandmother passed away. His grandmother, on his dad's side, had died suddenly from COVID. She had symptoms. She went to bed.
Didn't wake up.
He was distraught. He was crying. He wasn't eating. He was just sitting there.
This man's an actor. He needs.
Listening to music, not watching TV, just sad because he was like, my grandmother was.
I don't know if he needs as a psych ward or he needs to go be an actor. I don't know what he needs, but.
From what I saw, one of those people. If you tell me somebody in your
I mean,
passed away, I'm
same.
gonna believe you.
Same. What would you make? What would you make that up?
And I guess I expect other people don't either.
Like, what would you make that up? That's
However,
crazy. What?
however, that is not the same for
Some people, yeah.
get there. So, family. He had his sister Shantae, who lived in Douglasville. Like I said, she was married with 2 kids. Apparently, she was a nurse. So when I had my miscarriage, that was the sister that he was like,
This poor lady.
"We'll take you to the hospital." Like, that's what family does. Okay. I had never met Shantae. I've been on the phone, or excuse me, I've been around him when he was on the phone.
But never talked to her before. Mm-hmm.
Never heard her part of the conversation. But he would be talking to his sister. That's what he said. That's what it sounded like too. Now, what is interesting is that we lived maybe 35, 40 minutes away from Douglasville. So there were plenty of times that he had invited me to go with him to his sister's house. Okay, let me tell you how this would always work out. Total times he invited me was probably 3 times for different barbecues or whatnot. The first time he invited me, I was like, nah, I ain't going because, again, COVID. And she's a nurse. Hell no. The second time, he was like,
Makes sense.
She invited us, but I don't think we should go because
COVID. Yeah.
No.
So exactly. A lot of things could be excuse for COVID.
I agreed to go. I was like, absolutely, I'll go meet your sister. Like,
Something came up. They canceled it. Yep. Probably.
On our way to her house, to Douglasville, to go see the sister. Apparently he got a phone call.
She got COVID or something.
The phone was always like on vibrate, but he got a phone call, and he told me that something came up, and so she had to cancel the barbecue to get together, whatever. And so I was just like, oh man, okay, well hopefully we can go another time. It didn't happen close enough for me to have red flags, if that makes sense. But at this point, as y'all probably like, girl, you so blind. But again, I didn't think anything of it, because it's like, okay, it fell through. We'll see. We'll reschedule. And so we just went out to eat, and then he talked to another brother, the brother from Augusta that he would have on speakerphone. So it was like, I didn't think anything of it.
Why would you question somebody talking on the phone? Like that's
man. And the more I talk about it, the more I realize, like,
you should have questioned. Yeah.
I'm not a dumb person,
girl.
but it just never dawned on me.
It was a manipulator and a liar. There was no way to know.
You have to now investigate. It didn't dawn on me, but nevertheless, that is the backstory for his family, right? Grandmother passed away. 3 weeks later, he called me and told me his uncle had passed away from COVID. The uncle had tested positive, had to go into the hospital, and he died. It was a bit of a red flag. But like I said, I don't play about death.
No, like,
so,
why would you question that? That's the thing,
wow.
too. Like,
because of these 2 deaths, he became a stickler about COVID. And when I mean a stickler, wear your mask.
I mean, that makes sense. If it was true.
Wash your hands. Like, he was annoying about making sure neither one of us caught COVID. So now I'm going to give you the backstory in regards to what I was told with the ex-wife.
Well.
Okay. I know I look rough, but
girl, don't worry about it.
It's okay. Anyway, so this is part 12 of Who the Fuck Did I Marry? So this is the backstory on what I was told for the ex-wife. This is important. Pay attention. All right. This is 2020. So this is what I was told in 2020. I was told that he and his ex-wife used to be friends.
Mm-hmm.
Then they started dating and subsequently got married. They got married in California. He had bought a house with the money that he made from arena football. They had apparently gotten married on the downward of the arena football career. Had a nice house. He showed me a picture of the house. Showed me pictures inside the house. Remember that? Showed me pictures inside the house. It was a really nice home in San Diego.
Wait.
And
my husband played arena football in the early 2000s. He made more at the full stop. Hold on, how much did they make? Wait a damn minute. 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 Arena football salary. Oh my god. It's the first thing that came up. That means everybody looking it up. Let me see. 7,200. When? How? Median salary of 32,000. Most areas. But like, what is this? Like annually? Like, hold on. What are we saying? 18 an hour. Okay. 18.76 an hour. That's not living wage. That's not living wage. I know like minimum wage is like $7, but let's not talk about the fact that people are just, but $18 an hour, which is they're probably making more in the post office. That's correct. So let's just hear it. He want a house like that? With that, sure. I mean, he could have. I don't know what he's doing on the side.
And his wife was sleeping with another man.
That's the story.
He and the man get into it. Her son, who is about 17 years old in 2020, she had 2 kids, a daughter and a son. The son apparently was on his way home from school when my ex-husband
caught her.
Found his previous wife.
Caught her. We'll see what happens. We'll see what's real.
So the story goes that he and the guy fought. He kicked the guy out. He kicked his ex-wife out, but told her the kids could stay. The kids are not biologically his. Those are his stepkids. She was like,
absolutely not. Right, you're tripping.
Leave my kids here. The kids are old enough to where they were like, we don't want to go,
right?
Because you fucked up. We don't want to leave.
Right. I mean, that makes sense, to be honest.
Apparently, she leaves. The kids stay with him for a few weeks.
And
then she gets her own place. The kids move in with their mom. He files for divorce in California.
I mean, she did fuck up, so I mean, makes sense.
Files for divorce in California. And it was an ugly divorce. She was asking for spousal support, all kinds of stuff. And then it turned into... I'll help you with the kids, not child support, but just I will give you some money for the kids, because apparently he was very close to the kids and he wanted to keep a relationship with the kids. Their biological fathers, apparently there were 2 fathers, their biological fathers were not in the picture.
Okay.
So the divorce starts out contested and ugly, eventually becomes amicable. Eventually they become cordial with each other. So my ex-husband,
probably for the kids, they have a close relationship.
All before he ever met me. So I'm telling you the story of what I was told in 2020. So eventually, about 2 years later, is when his job approached him about an opportunity to transfer to Georgia. And so he took it. Because he has family in Georgia. He took it. He told me this story pretty much the second or third conversation we had.
I think she's the first. Yeah,
so
pretty sure she said. They talked about the ex-wife in the beginning.
She had cheated. He caught her, and
I feel like he cheated. But let's wait.
He had filed for divorce, but
I feel like it was backwards. I feel like we're backwards.
We still had a great relationship. I've heard him on the phone with the kids. Just encouraging them, helping the 17-year-old like with homework. The kids really apparently wanted to meet me, and I was fine with that. He would send them money. If they needed something, because
he probably set the story backwards because he wants to be the hero of the story. Which, babe, this isn't fantasy. Just say how it went down. We don't need you to embezzle the story and make yourself the shining winning armor. Like we don't need all that. We don't. You could have just said, because I feel like he. I feel like that's what's coming. I feel like that's what's coming. I feel like what's coming is that he's the one that cheated, and she's the one that filed for divorce, and the kids don't have no relationship with him, and that's what I think is coming. Cause the stepson already came out and talked. I haven't seen what he said, but he came out and said something. So I'm just speculating because I heard he said that his mom went through a lot. So if he says his mom went through a lot, I know divorces are a lot. But if she fucked up, I don't feel like he would have been like, "Oh, my mom went through a lot." I feel like he would have been like, "Oh, my mom fucked up too," but whatever. But he said like, "My mom went through a lot with this man." So I feel like it's just making sense that Legion was the one that, like, I don't know if she's said Legion yet, but I'm pretty sure she gives him a name somewhere. I'm pretty sure Legion is. I'm pretty sure he's saying all this backwards, but we'll see. We'll see. We'll listen.
Love the kids as if they were his own. Tell me the story as I was told it.
Of course, of course, of course.
So, let's see. Around April or May of 2020, he informs me that his ex-wife has moved to Georgia.
Oh.
Apparently, she's staying with her sister in Gwinnett County. So she has moved to Georgia. The two kids are now in Georgia.
Mm-hmm.
And so when he tells me all this, I'm like, so what's that supposed to mean? Now, I will say this. He never made it seem as if she wants him back.
Mm-hmm.
He never presented that. It was always, no, we're cool for the kids. We're
Mm-hmm.
cool for the kids. But he's never presented that she was trying to get him back. I feel like it's fair to her for me to say that. And again, stay with me. It all comes out. But that was the backstory in regards to the ex-wife.
Stacking up lies is like stacking up books or stacking up cups. It all falls down at some point.
She eventually moved to Georgia, to Gwinnett County, after he had transferred to Georgia for his job. He did tell me that, every now and then he'll get a text message from her.
It wasn't like...
He told me that he, told her when I was pregnant, he felt like she needed to hear that from him instead of hearing it from the kids.
Oh, okay.
And we got into a bit of an argument about that, but, honey, in the big scheme of things, that... Anyway, so we got into an argument about that. I felt like, that's none of her business. But that's the overall backstory of her.
Mm-hmm.
So remember, because there will be a quiz, but just remember, he met her in California,
mm-hmm.
married her in California,
mm-hmm.
divorced her in California.
I feel like she said California a few times. I don't think California happened. I'm going to go ahead and say I don't think California happened either. I'm going to go ahead and say this is true or false, and that's false.
Part 13.
Ooh. Hold on, a little low.
So I've kind of given you guys all the backstory. Let's just kind of recap real quick. So I told you how we met.
Mm-hmm.
Met in March of 2020. Basically, Georgia got shut down. I'm saying shut down, got locked down. We decided to quarantine together. I know it was crazy. It was crazy.
It was a crazy time, so I don't judge it. I mean,
I told you guys how we met.
men do gaslight, so.
Things moved at a rapid pace. Met in March. Moved in together pretty much end of March, beginning of April.
Holy, wait, that was quick.
Lost the baby in June.
Whoa.
Had to have surgery in July. Started looking for houses.
Whew.
Started looking at cars. All this stuff happened literally between March and in August is when I got my car.
Damn, we speed running over here.
Got a car in August. He paid the down payment for that car, which I was shocked by. And no, it was not a BMW or an Audi. It was a Nissan Altima. But
Oh, that's cute.
So he paid the down payment for that car. He told me he would help me with the car payment.
Damn, after all that running around for a BMW.
That I made, and I'll explain why when I say this. The biggest mistake I made was that I signed myself up for a car note. I knew I needed his help to pay the car.
Yeah, you should do that ever. Or anybody.
and all of that went out the window. And the reason why I say that was the biggest mistake is because when I pulled back the layers of this whole monstrosity of life that I lived for 2020 and 2021, it really does boil down to the fact that I truly ended up marrying him more out of fear than anything else.
Sadly.
And I'll expound upon that later. But I got the car in August, and by this point, I was exhausted of looking at cars. I
Yeah.
was mad that I didn't get a BMW X5.
She was like, fuck it.
Yeah, Interior.
Oh, that car.
And I was tired of looking at houses, getting my hopes up, looking at a house and picturing myself.
Thinking you're gonna get it, yeah.
Kitchen, the island, you know, all that stuff. I'm a visual person.
Same. I've even been shitting myself in places.
Getting my
Like,
hopes up.
girl.
So now we're going to segue into fall, going into the holidays.
I'm worried. Just a deep, deep sigh.
Here's what happened.
Oh, God.
In October, we
Let me get a cardigan, y'all. I'm cold. It's gonna keep playing, though, because I have...
it was and so subsequently my ex-husband put in an all-cash offer on that house. I watched him put an all-cash offer in on the house. The real estate agent Scott called us about 24 hours later and said the sellers the offer was an all-cash full asking price offer.
Whoa.
Seller
Holy sh... That's a lot of money.
said the sellers loved the offer.
I mean, of course I love it.
Asked me to
Ooh.
so that they can accept the offer.
I'm nervous.
Ex-husband said, I will show you the funds when they accept the offer. The seller said,
Nah.
we'll accept
Oh,
the
okay.
offer when you show proof.
Yeah. That's how that works.
We got into a standoff. And if you're a real estate agent or you work in real estate, I would love to know your thoughts on this. I had asked people in my personal life, like, have you ever heard of this before? And I've had
Realtor here. When a buyer is telling me that they are paying cash, you will show me proof before we start looking at homes, period. Yeah. I would, yeah. I mean, that just makes sense. Like, you're not going to play with my time. I'm not going to play with your time. We're not playing games. Like, I need to know you have this money right now. Like, it's not that when you look at a car and you test drive 20 and then you figure it out, it's way different. There's like a whole different ballpark. I mean, proof of funds is... I'm pretty sure, like, maybe if you go get a car as well, it might actually proof of funds, like, before anything, too, if it's cash. I feel like cash is very worrisome. I feel like anybody would ask you proof of funds for cash. Like, proof of funds... Even for renting, to be honest. Yeah, I think for this house, we had to shoot proof of funds. Because we were going to do the down payment in cash. So I'm pretty sure we had to, like, do proof of funds here, too. I just realized, yeah, like... That just makes sense. Yeah. Like, why would they just take you, like, at face value? A random man, we're just going to take him up to random anybody. We're going to take you at face value. And we're talking about big money here. Like, nah.
plenty of people who said I signed with the ex-husband. I would not show my bank statements until they accepted the offer. And then I had other people who were like, I wouldn't accept an all-cash offer unless I verified that
Yep.
the person can pay. So I'm just curious what your thoughts are. Okay. So our real estate agent called us and was like, guys, you know, the sellers are giving you 2 days to show proof of funds. I had the letter that he showed me from Chase.
Mhm.
Sent that to Scott. But that was for a mortgage. The offer was for all cash. So
Yep. He didn't. I'm gonna go ahead and.
He refused to budge on showing them proof of funds until they accepted the offer because he was afraid that they were going to create a bidding war. So what ended up happening was Scott called us and said, I apologize because I didn't do my due diligence as a realtor. He said, before I ever started showing you guys a house, I should have collected your pre-approval letter.
Yep. Yep.
He said, so at this point,
Scott's tired, bro.
has informed me that I cannot show you guys another house until you show
Yo.
at least
Mance is tired.
meaning the real estate firm.
Mm-hmm.
Until you show us proof of funds. And so I'm just like, well, I'm telling my ex-husband, just show them the fucking
Right? Like,
funds. Like, what's the problem? And so it was a lot of, I find that this is really unprofessional.
sure.
Because it's not
Because I'm broke.
do your job correctly. It got a little ugly and it got uncomfortable because I'm like, I don't understand.
What, you can't show him the money? Just show him money.
Clearly just signed a document stating that you're putting an offer in at full asking price. This was the same thing that the realtor was saying. He was like, but you just signed an offer.
Exactly. So, where's the money?
What's the problem?
Show me the money. Right? Like,
My ex-husband, without missing a beat, said yes. So Scott did his best to work with the seller.
it wasn't gonna happen.
Look, accept the offer. He'll show you. He'll open the books. He'll show you the funds. Seller,
It's not gonna happen.
and it wasn't so much the seller. It was the seller's agent.
That makes sense.
Big respect to the seller's agent.
Yep.
But the seller's agent was like, no.
No.
Business. He needs to show those proof of funds before I advise my clients to accept his offer.
Yep.
Period. If he's not willing to do it,
It's not gonna happen. Yep.
because they did have another offer on the table. It was less than asking price.
But they have proof of funds. They have proof of funds.
To accept that offer over the all cash offer because those people had basically shown.
Exactly. Drop them. Yep. Yep.
Because what he, I believe, felt like was, I don't know what's going on.
Yep. They're playing with in his face. They're playing in his face.
And this is not how I do business. So until you guys are ready to show proof of funds,
We can't do that shit no more. Yep.
buy a house,
We can't keep playing.
it's just okay.
Yep.
Because we were already about 20 to 25 houses deep.
Holy.
We had already
Woo.
done 2 other offers,
Yeah, he was like,
and now here we are.
man needs to make money. He can't be playing. We're here for free. That's not how this works. Either buy something or buy something. Ooh.
Okay, so
Okay, we're back. We're back to loud.
Good news and bad news. Number one, this is part 14 of Who the Fuck Did I Marry? Bad news, this is going to be the last post for the night. And the reason why, good news, tomorrow's my birthday. So
It was her birthday. What is
I
it?
just
Hold
wanted
on.
this video
2:14.
posted,
Oh, it's after
and
Valentine's
I'll
Day.
pick back up probably Friday because honestly, I truly want to enjoy my birthday tomorrow. I just want to enjoy my birthday.
Oh my god, also, BMW heard her story and they're gonna send her the car that she wanted. Yay! I'm happy for her. They're gonna send her the car. Apparently BMW does this all the time. I want a car too, and I'm just joking. It's probably really expensive for insurance. But that is like my dream brand of car. I have like the whole car in my head just like she does. Oh, I'm so happy for her. After getting gaslit that hard, she deserves a car. I hope she gets a house too. Like honestly, I hope she gets everything. Like we're only at part 14 and I'm already tired of Legion. I'm already tired of Mans. I'm already tired of Legion of Lies. Already tired of Legion of Lies. So I can't even like we're at part 14 and I'm like give this woman anything she asked for. She went through too much. And we're only in part 14. It's only gonna get worse.
All right, so y'all don't be upset.
Girl, it's your birthday. What do you mean?
Anything, watch parts 1 through 14, then we'll be ready for part 15. So the house fell through.
Of course, no funds.
And what I told him was, I said, I don't want to look at another house.
Hell no.
I don't want to talk about cars.
It's over.
I want to get through the holidays.
In peace. Yep.
It was going to be a holiday season where I could not celebrate my family because of COVID.
Oh, cool.
So I said, I just want to get through the holidays. I want to get through the end of the year. And we'll revisit stuff in January.
Mm-hmm.
I was very calm when I said it. No argument, nothing like that. And he said he understood. A lot of what fueled me staying in this situation really was the fact that, number one, I didn't want to be alone. Number two, I didn't want to look stupid by having the relationship end so quickly for everyone to be like, we told you something was up. And number three, I was ready to get married. And that, ready to get married fueled a lot of stuff. And again, I was still making my audio diaries. So listening back to it, I knew something was wrong.
That's self-gaslighting, thinking you're too old to not be married is just a whole, like, it's just a gift waiting to explode in your face. Like, honestly, I put everything in the hands of the world. If it's not for me, it's not for me. I'm not gonna be over here like, I need this. Like, you don't need anything that bad. You've never needed anything that bad. You'll be alright. How many women have been alone their whole life and haven't died? Also, I'm an only child, so maybe I'm biased. Because I'm just used to being alone for 27 years. I know how to, like, be by myself, so maybe I'm biased. But I just feel like I've seen a lot of people get into bad relationships just because, well, I'm gonna hit 30 soon, or, well, almost 25, or, well, he's not like my dream man, or, but, well, you know, well, or there's like a few like red flags, but, well, like, if a girl, if there's a few, and like there's men also that are like, oh, I don't like, and they like list like a book full of things they don't like of this person, and they still get in there because I'm this age, or I need someone. Like, don't play in each other's faces. Just don't play in each other. Don't waste people's times. Just do not waste people's times. Anyway, let's get back into it. Also, don't self-gaslight. Just don't self-gaslight. Your body, your brain tells you when something's up. Don't ignore it. Like, when you're sick and your body tells you, bitch, something's wrong, you listen. Unless you don't have any insurance and you have to ignore it. But you still listen. Right? So it's like, it's the same thing. If your brain, your heart is like, something's wrong, you gotta listen. She is 14 parts into a 50-part story. And she started writing audio diaries. She knew something was up. She knew something was wrong. And still self-gaslit. Oh, God. I feel so bad for her. I'm not judging. Obviously, I'm just saying, do not self-gaslight. Oh, God. Self-gaslighting. I've done it. So, I've done it.
But what I thought it was, truthfully, was like, why does it seem like there's always something?
Because there is.
Like, why can't we just go ahead and get the house? Why is it always something? Why can't I just get the BMW? It still didn't dawn on me how deep this something went. And for the people who keep asking, I'm going in order of events. So yes, there will be a video where I explain
everything,
how everything came out, and what came out, what was true.
Yep, what was a lie. Yep,
it's coming. I'm just getting all of this out in order.
Because just like I feel people can't take a story nowadays. Just like he stacked up the lies, we gotta hear how they got stacked up. We can't just get to the nitty and gritty of it and everything. We gotta go slow. Just like he stacked it up, is just how she has to stack it up. Slowly. Once again, lies and objects are the same. The more you stack, the more likely it is to crumble. Don't stack too many lies together because they'll crumble. Either you'll crumble and you'll tell your truth, or else just all crumble. One of the two are gonna happen. But you can't just keep stacking things up. You can't stack 1,000 books together. They're gonna fall at some point. Same thing happens in her life. Anyway, let's get back into it.
I told him I didn't want to look at a house no more. I want to talk about houses. Do not mention the word Zillow. Do not mention the word
move, house,
realtor, nothing. Let me just get through the holidays.
Yep.
And for myself,
in peace.
The question was, what do you want to do? You want to stay with him?
You want to leave?
Or do you want to cut your losses? And the part that kept me constantly second guessing myself was, what if he's not lying? What if he's not lying? Literally the conversation I had with myself was, there's no way he is lying about
this bad
having money. You saw
the rule
paper
funds
from Chase. They don't just approve $750,000 for a mortgage for anybody. I've seen his checking account. You see how much money's in his available checking. Like you
there's no way. Yeah,
I don't think he's lying. I don't think he's lying about that. But what is it? Is it that he doesn't trust me? Like, I second guess myself so much. Is it that he doesn't trust me? Is it that maybe he doesn't really want to get married? Like, what is it? Because I know what I saw. I know what I heard. I know that he's having conversations about move the money from this account to that account. I know he's paying my car note and all these bills. Like, clearly this man is making money. I know that I saw the letter from HR that states his new salary is 200 and something thousand. And I remember thinking, like, God, what am I missing? I'm missing something. But what is it? Because I know what I've seen. I know what I have touched. I have physically touched these papers. Like, I know how to read. So what is it that I'm missing? He's close to his family. He talks to them all the time. You know, he's just a regular guy that just likes to watch NFL football. He leaves me alone when I want to watch Georgia football. You know, he's paying the bills, groceries. I haven't had to worry financially since I've met him. And as a woman who had lived on her own, paying her own bills, my God, that is the most intoxicating feeling when you meet a guy who just takes your stress and your worry away financially.
Mm-hmm.
But the downside is he took away the stress and the worry financially away, and instead brought a mental fuck job I've never in my life had experienced. And I could not put my finger on it. I couldn't really talk to anybody about it because I'm a big believer in what happens at home stays at home. So I didn't talk to my girlfriends about it.
She should have.
I didn't talk to my family about it. But I just remember being like...
She should have. And keeping shit at home is very important. Like, don't let your dirty laundry out. Very important. But when she was feeling something was up, she should have opened up to someone. Like, maybe even get, like, a therapist. Because if you don't want to talk about to your family, at least get a therapist or someone that you can be like, here's the facts. I'm going to lay these down for you. I think something's wrong. And then they can help you out. Because I feel like if she would have talked it out with somebody else, they would have been like, ooh, can we reverse search these checks, see if they're real? Because I feel like if she would have reverse check, I have a feeling he got these from Google. I have a feeling he got all these checks and proof of funds from Google. I have a feeling if she would have reverse checked these things, it would have came up. But we'll see, like, how this House of Cards crumbles.
What am I missing? What am I missing? So we did not talk about houses. We did not look at cars. We didn't do any of that for November, December. And he came to me like around Thanksgiving, and what I thought was a very open, loving conversation.
Mm-hmm.
And in that conversation, he was like, okay, I know I have fucked up. I know that things are not feeling too strong right now. He was like, I want us to get married. I want a home.
With the way he proposed, I don't think you want to get married.
You need to see to put you
at ease.
At ease. He was very like contrite. He was very just like, what do I need to do to put your mind at ease so that you know I'm in this.
Funds.
That I want this.
Funds.
And that I love you.
Let's go to the bank.
I want you to be my wife.
And let's really see what's going on.
So I was like, show me your accounts. He showed me his checking. He showed me one of his savings. He showed me a Chase savings. He did not show me the offshore. And he did not show me the U.S. bank. So he showed me those two accounts, checking and Chase savings. So I knew that there was money. What I saw in those accounts, there was money. I told him, I was like, if we're going to buy a house, I want it to be through the mortgage on Chase. I don't want to deal with this proof of funds shit no more. I said, I do not want to look at another house until the beginning of the new year. He said, okay. That is when we then had a conversation. So I guess I lied, because we are going to have a part 15 or 16 tonight. But that is when we then had the discussion about marriage. And that is where religion came into play. Yeah, I'll give y'all the other part tonight.
We're about to get into religion. Oh, hold on.
So in December of 2020, around the beginning of December, we had a conversation, kind of a come to Jesus heart-to-heart conversation. And both of us had grown up in the church, and the fact that we were not married but living together.
That was probably eating her up, by the way. I had a lot of things that used to eat me up too when I was like in the church when I was younger. A lot of things that would not eat me up today ate me up back then. And the sense of being together with someone and not being married is something that's insane. Like, you don't do that. My cousin lives with his girlfriend, and his brother, my other cousin, has been livid throughout this whole process. To me, I was like, that's fine, I don't give a fuck. But also, like I said, I haven't been like going to church seriously like that in a minute. So my brain is like, what's the problem? But I was like, they like each other. They were ready for the next step. Moving in, I guess. And he's a travel nurse. That's what it's called? I think that's what it's called. And it just makes sense. She didn't want to be long distance. Makes sense for them to get together. But anyway, that was probably eating her up. Like, this whole, like, moving in together as quickly. The whole pregnancy thing without a ring or being married ate her up. The whole them living together for almost a year at this point with no ring, with no marriage at this point, ate her up. Looking for a house without being married ate her up. Everything was eating her up. I already know it. I haven't even heard it. We're 22 seconds in. I already know it's eating her up. I knew it. Yep. Bothered, probably. Y'all gotta get into this. Do something, yep. Something was wrong. Yep.
not sitting right with me. And every time I questioned it in my head,
She would take it back.
the
Yep.
other side of me was like, okay, you know he ain't lying about the money because you saw it. So you know he ain't lying. Girl, are you that? Like, I remember saying to myself, are you that jaded that you don't even know what it's like to have a decent man? Yes, I really had the audacity to have that thought.
Same
So,
gaslit. Self gaslighting is
December
the
left.
devil.
We wanted to be together. I believe I loved him. I believed he loved me. So the decision was made that we were going to get married. It's still COVID, so we had to follow certain protocol. So
Girl, I'm in the
we
middle of
got
drama, please.
our marriage license in Fayette County, Georgia, because I could not get an appointment in Clayton County to save my life. So we filed the marriage license in Fayette County. On our marriage license,
Also, by the way, something else that I found out that she's probably about to say it or she's gonna say it later. Another thing that got spoiled for me recently is that he used a fake social security number. So on the marriage thing, so I don't know how it works, but I don't even know if they were legally married since he was using a fake social security number because apparently where they live, it's tied to your name and not to your social or something. I don't know, but I don't even know if that's void or whatever because he's using a fake social, a fake social.
it asked the number of previous marriages. He said one. I have zero. It asked for our social security numbers.
Ooh, here we go.
He put his social security number down. He put my social security number down. I mentally wrote down his social security number, and I did a background check. I did a background check after I had filed a marriage
Right?
license.
Like, girl.
No, I didn't. The background check, nothing came back.
I mean, it's a fake number,
It was,
so
it was like no results found. I did a criminal background check,
nothing.
nothing came back. So I thought one of two things: either I had the wrong social, meaning I wrote down the wrong social,
Or it's fake.
my paranoia was unfounded.
Ooh,
There's something wrong with him.
I'm incorrect.
Because he has been always throughout the relationship a big stickler about law enforcement, following the law because his dad was a retired police officer.
Or so he
So
says.
when he's been, this is a guy who would check to make sure my tail lights were working, make sure my signals were working, make sure my oil was good, make sure I had enough gas in the car. So when the criminal history came back,
He was over here. He was over here working overtime so she would believe his lies. Overtime.
I was like, well, of course he isn't, because the man probably hasn't had somebody speak to him.
Mm.
So we filed the marriage license, and then we made an appointment to get married in waiting for the judge to come out of chambers so that she could marry us. The reason why I'm pausing is because my God, if I could go back and see that young woman sitting in that lobby. Wow. I know we can't go back in time. But damn, if I could go back in time.
I mean, everything's a life lesson, so.
I didn't tell anyone I was getting married because I was afraid that we had tried before in September and something came up.
Of course.
I didn't want to tell anyone. I didn't want to get anyone to upset.
Listen, this comment right here is the truest thing ever. COVID was a paid actor.
I know that's bad, but again, said I would be honest even if it's ugly. I told my mom, my family that I got married, told my friends, they could not believe it. Like my mother was relieved, but she had no idea about what was going on. My aunt was more like, really?
Oh.
You married him?
Oh.
My friend, the one who took me to the hospital, She would have told me, like, you deserve to have people there, take pictures.
That's, yeah.
And she was like, you know, she's the type of
Even if it's not a big party or anything, like,
with him, I rock with him. The moment you don't,
nah, fuck them. Yep.
she was supportive. My other girlfriends were happy for me. They just hated that I had to get married during COVID. Because they were like, we would have loved to have, you know,
A little party or something, yeah.
bachelorette party and all this.
Celebrating her, yeah.
So we got married on a Tuesday. On the way home, stopped and got some things.
Oh,
Went home and I had to get ready to go to work the next day. And life,
just keep going.
I got married January 5th. By January,
Just kept going worse. That's what it was.
I knew I was in trouble.
Girl.
Still didn't know how deep.
But that was trouble.
So, to give you all a very, very, very candid got married January 5th. The things that, the normal things that married newlyweds do. When we got married, completely stopped. And that was not by me. You always hear men talk about, man, now that we're married, she don't. In my case, it was the exact opposite. It was the exact opposite. So, anyway, this is not a forum to
Be talking about that, yeah. Mm.
So, we got married January 5th. January 6th, I went to work. It was, a lot of people congratulated me because the kind of word got out that I had gotten married. January 7th, I filed the paperwork to change my last name.
Oh,
If you've been
it's
following me, you can go back like 15, 16 videos, and I talk about how I had to change my name back to my maiden name. But I changed my name within about 3 days of getting married.
pretty quick.
Was, this is the bed that I made.
I'm laying it. Yep.
I took marriage seriously, and when I married,
It's serious.
married him thinking for the next 40, 50 years. So we're gonna have to finish.
Oh.
That was my mindset. I did not get married to turn around and be divorced in 6 months.
Which, because it's, that's, I mean, who thinks of that? That was crazy.
2020. And by January 31st, I knew I was in serious trouble.
Does that count?
So,
Because I know there's a statute of limitations where it doesn't count.
of videos, the next set of all this,
Does that count? I don't know. I'm not sure.
talking about how things went downhill before it crashed, and I found it. In the meantime, tomorrow is my birthday.
Yay! Bling!
The fuck did I marry? This is the intro.
Oh, I'm ready.
I'm not recapping on this video. I'm just kind of answering some stuff that has been written to me. Someone was like, why are you airing your business out on social media?
Because a warning. We all need to hear this. Don't self-gaslight. If something's wrong, it's wrong. You don't gotta get married because you got having a baby with that man. What else? If it's going too fast, something's wrong. If you think things are going too fast, something's wrong. If you think, oh, let me journal this because something's up. Something's up. People lie really well and you won't even know. It's easy to gaslight you. You need to ask for proof of funds, ask for a social security number. People need to hear all these like signs also of a liar, so that if they're going through this as well, they know, oh, I'm going through this and I didn't even know. Because sometimes you can be going through something And you don't really realize it until somebody else is like, oh, I went through this and it ended like this, and this is how it started, and this is how everything went. Like, you could be going through something and not be sure. Also, another thing that, as a message, getting divorced is okay. You'll be alright. It'll be alright. Um, Also, I was that girly when I was younger. I was like, oh, I want to like meet someone for 2 months and they get married. You gotta get to know who you're dealing with. Like, if they would have still been dating on the second year, she would have known that he was an insane person. But everything happened to fall in a certain way. Also, like, COVID was a paid actor in this. Just a paid actor. Because things falling through were so normal during COVID. So many things fell through. Even people that had, because I was working at a doctor's office at the moment. Just people just randomly not showing up for appointments were so normal to me. Because I was like, either they have COVID or someone in their family has COVID. It was very easy to just to justify different things. Like, I was like, it was so easy to justify things because it was a time when we didn't know anything and things were just falling through. I remember people had like weddings that they had to reschedule for like 2085. I think honestly, I think people were scheduling the weddings for 2024, which my friends engaged, and I told her, I was like, remember, people were rescheduled for 2024 for their wedding. So if anything, think for next year, think for 2026, because I know that sounds insane, but anyone that was getting married in 2020 and had to reschedule, I remember them being like 2024, and I was like, holy shit, that's long away. Anyways, why is she airing it out? Because we need to hear it as a caution tale.
It's a valid question.
Also, so Legion of Lies can't have any more victims. That's another thing.
For me personally, I feel like,
Because she a victim. I feel bad.
was traumatic
It was traumatic.
to experience, to live through. And I'll expound on that on another video. The aftermath of the toll that this took. Honestly, I know some people are gonna be like, "That sounds crazy." It is kind of cathartic to get this out.
To let it out, yeah.
I cannot tell you how much of this has been internalized since 2020. Also, I don't want to seem like a cautionary tale to other women or to men, for that matter. But to my sisters, to my ladies, white, black, Hispanic, Asian,
Oh, that's not what I meant to do.
did I marry? This, someone was like, why are you? This was traumatic to experience, to live through. And I'll expound on that on another video. The aftermath of the toll that this took. Honestly, I know some people are gonna be like, that sounds crazy. It is kind of cathartic to get this out because I cannot tell you how much of this has been internalized since 2020. Also, I don't want to seem like a cautionary tale to other women or to men, for that matter. But to my sisters, to my ladies, white, black, Hispanic, Asian, doesn't matter. If something does not sit right with you,
Something's not right. Period.
investigate it.
Yep.
I cannot stress that enough. If just one woman watches these videos and she's like, you know what, something don't sit right with me, let me look into this, then it was worth it. Yes, it is a Lifetime movie. Yes, it is Netflix. Yes, it is crazy. Yes, it is hilarious also. And I understand all of those reactions. As someone who lived it, it was traumatic.
Of course.
But I feel like, God, it feels good to finally admit what the fuck I went through. And again, by the time
Letting it out is good.
Uploaded, I'm only 2 So when I think back on it, there's things that I'm very, very grateful for. There are things that I'm just like, why did you not pay attention? Why did you not question? And the sad part is, I can't even begin to tell you. I don't remember the woman I was before I met that man.
Probably way more trusting as well. It's probably like way more trusting. Her trust is fucking
Because
gone now. Congrats.
Like that, it changes you. And I've seen some women in the comments who were like, I was married to a habitual liar. I was married to a pathological liar. My baby daddy's a pathological liar. And my heart goes out to them because
same.
Until you have dealt with someone
you don't get it.
Depraved, you
just don't get it.
You really don't quite know how bad it can get. So I'm fully aware that this was a risk, putting this out on social media, telling my story, my truth, and really kind of being like, look, this is what I went through. I made dumb decisions. I overlooked things I should not have overlooked. I argued away things I should not have argued away. I can pinpoint exactly the moment I should have left. I still feel like God is sitting on the throne and he's like, I never planned for your monkey ass to marry him. I never even planned for you to go out and date with him. That's why I blew your tire.
Yep.
But you hard-headed and you went anyway.
But the thing is too, like, looking, the thing is that looking back, you can see where it went wrong, but when you're in it, you can't tell. But, like, when you go back and you're like, oh, my God, my tire blew. Oh, my God, this. Oh, my God, that. You can see all the signs telling you, walk away, walk away, walk away, walk away. Wake up and walk away. But at the moment, you're just like, you know what? I probably drove on a nail and my tire blew. Or I'm just being crazy and I'm just not used to someone treating me this way. Or da-da-da-da-da-da-da. And you put all these things up and you're like hype yourself up in your head and you make yourself think that you're the crazy one. And that's what happens. But anyway, that's why like now she's like, oh, like these all were signs. But you like looking now, she probably beats herself up looking back now. But she was in it. Like you can't see when you're in it. Like the amount of ladies on TikTok and men that will post like the most fucked up thing. Oh, my husband like went home to watch a football game and came back or when our baby was born and I was sad that he wasn't with me. And people are like, leave, that's a red flag. They're like, no, he's just silly like that. They're gonna look back and be like, that wasn't silly, that wasn't funny, it hurt me and I just gaslit myself to think he was just being silly, he just didn't want to miss the game. Or, you know, I've seen even worse things that have happened with poor women that after, like, even so, and a woman was like, oh, like, I don't even know why I'm saying this, but like, it's insane because TikTok helped me realize that I had to get a divorce, which is, it's not even TikTok, it's just sometimes you don't tell other people, and when you're in it, you don't notice, you tell somebody else, and they're like, baby girl, what did you say to me? Repeat that again? You gotta pack up your bags. You know what? Call 911. Like, sometimes I hear stories and I'm like, call the police. Why are you sitting there giggling about him being no one's being silly. Nothing's funny. Ain't shit sweet. It's like, nothing's funny. But yeah, like, looking back is easy. Like, I've even helped friends before because if they don't see certain things and I'm like, oh, I've already seen this. Looking from the outside in is so much more simple. But anyway, back into it.
You ignored them. Like, I feel like God did everything to help me.
He did, but
be like, this is not who I
you're in it, so
to be your helpmate. And I was like, God, you taking too long. I want to get married.
Yep.
You taking too long. I want to have a family. You taking too long. And these are the consequences that I am paying for basically telling God, you took too long.
Yeah, she was like, I want it on my time, and it's not about your time.
But at the same
It'll
time,
come
not
when it'll
perfect.
come.
I mean,
Yeah, exactly. You're just human.
not
You're
perfect
human.
at all. None of us are. But I do feel like when I sit back and I replay
See, when I sit back and
things
replay, you can't think
that
about it when you're in there.
I truly cannot believe
That you did that.
that
Let
was
that
this
happen.
way.
Yep.
Because all
Me.
I wanted was to meet a guy, for him to be my best friend, for us to get married, have a family. I wanted someone I could make fun of his big old forehead, and he make fun of my nappy head and all my wigs, and yet he was my ride or die. Um, I wanted someone that I could be like, man, help me with these kids, and he helped me with the kids. We had a nice home. We were comfortable. That is what I wanted. And I've said this before, and I say it again. I truly thought, I truly hoped it was my turn. You see the women who are, so happy, and, they're in these loving marriages, and life just looks good. I really,
Ooh.
really.
The word looks is very important. Sometimes the grass looks greener as well. Don't ever be like, oh, they have a perfect family. I want that. Don't ever want what somebody else has. I don't care how perfect it looks from the outside. Don't ever want what somebody else wants. Just build your own stuff. Be happy in your own reality. Nothing. You could literally, in real life, it is just like the internet. No one is perfect. I myself, my family, we look very together sometimes. We don't even see each other sometimes. When people come from out of the country, we'll be together. We'll have lunch. We'll have dinner. We don't do that. So grass looks greener sometimes from when you're standing, and it isn't. So that's something too. She said looks. People look happier. This thing is true. Sometimes it is. Sometimes it's true. Sometimes people are happy. Sometimes people are having a great time and they're happy and everything's joyous. That's not reality sometimes. The grass is not green on the other side always. Please, just make your own happiness. But also, manipulation is insane. I saw this person say this. Manipulation changes you. You forget who you are. You question your intuition. But you'll come back. We always do. True. So that's what we gotta. That's people that are manipulative is just in gaslighters. He was a manipulating gaslighter, impulsive liar. He was like just one bad thing after the other.
Wanted it to be my turn. And so I excused away a lot of stuff that I hope the next woman who sees this
Just doesn't. Yep.
does not excuse. Because I don't wish this on anybody.
Of course.
I don't wish this on anyone to feel the way I felt the moment I discovered the whole truth. So I just wanted to say that because I think it's important to try to answer the why is she posting this? Honestly,
To help somebody else.
I was tired of holding it in.
Help somebody else. Tired of holding it in. The whole thing.
And I hope it helps them. Okay. Let's all take a deep breath. Let's all get some sleep.
Well,
If you don't have anything to do and you just want to wish me a happy birthday, wish me a happy birthday tomorrow, February 15th. Shout out to Team Aquarius. Good night. Part 17. Who the fuck did I marry? So, for context and just to clarify some stuff, going forward, I'm going to now call my ex-husband. I'm going to use the name that I call him in real life. So that way it clears up the whole fiance, boyfriend, husband, ex-husband thing.
mm-hmm.
So, his name is Legion. Anyone that knows me will tell you that is what I call him. So, Legion and I, when I left off at part 16.
I just found out today his real name is Jerome, I think. Just today. Just I think his name's Jerome. I think it is. I could be wrong because I'm not good with names. But today, someone was making fun of him because they were like, he was like, "Oh, you're pretty to some random girl," and she made a TikTok. And I'm pretty sure his name is Jerome. And everybody was like, not the Legion himself. So that's the only reason why I knew. I was like, why is this on my TL? And then I was like, and I went to the comments and I was like, not Legion trying to scam somebody else. Anyway, let's get back to it. I'm sorry.
Or she's been part 15. Legion and I got married January 5th of 2021. For the first 2 weeks, things were fine. We got into like a routine, basically. I would go to work, he would go to work. He was still leaving the house at around 6:15 every morning. He was still on the phone with his brother, the one that lived in Philly.
On the phone.
Every morning.
Let me get on the phone too.
Time to talk. From what I was told, the brother got off work. I guess he must have worked the third shift, and so he was getting off work.
These lies are just immaculate.
That was the perfect time.
Like I would have believed it. I would have ate this up.
His brother in Baltimore and the brother in Augusta. Pretty much, just a quick phone call here and there, if not every day, every other day. So everything was pretty much the same. I would talk to my mom almost every day. I would talk to my aunt almost every day. So it was nothing to kind of, that's weird. That's what the morning routine was. He would talk. So I worked at Georgia State Patrol. And I said this in a previous video, but again, there were things I said in previous videos that I remember saying, hey, remember that because it's going to come back later. So I worked at Georgia State Patrol. I had been working there for almost 8 years, 7 or 8 years by the time Legion got into the picture. He was fine with the fact that I worked.
Legion. I saw someone say Mark chapter 5, and I was like, wait a minute. Let's read it. He finds the man is possessed by a multitude of demons who give the collective name of Legion. Fearing that Jesus will drive them out of the world and into the abyss, they beg him instead to cast them into a herd of pigs on a nearby hill, which he does. The pigs then rush into the sea and are drowned. I adjure thee by God that thou torment me not. For he said unto him, come out of the man, thou unclean spirit. And he asked again, what is thy name? And he answered, saying, my name is Legion, for we are many. When Jesus got out of the boat, this is Mark chapter 5. When Jesus got out of the boat, a man with evil spirit came from the tombs to meet him. This man lived in the tombs, and no one could bind him anymore, not even with a chain, for he had often been chained hand and foot, but he tore the chain apart and broke the irons on his feet. Anyway, Legion is like, okay, this is a good name for him. Got it.
Within law enforcement, I'm not a trooper, I'm not a sworn officer, I'm a civilian. However, he, again, his dad was a retired police officer.
So he said, yep.
He was perfectly fine in the beginning with the fact that I worked for Georgia State Patrol.
The beginning is crazy.
Before he had met some of my co-workers, obviously even with COVID, because I still had to go into the office.
Me too. Yep.
He had been up there, so.
And I had to shut down, lock down, whatever everybody else had.
Has met him. He and I have been to her home with her and her significant other before. So, again, even in the world of COVID, when there were little times where you could get together with people, he has met people in my life. He has met my friend, or
because she wasn't lying, baby girl. You didn't have any corpses in the closet, so.
The first 2 weeks, like I said, was fine, and then it's as if something
clicked.
Snapped.
Clicked, snapped.
Changed. What was totally acceptable before
Just wasn't anymore.
suddenly little comments were made. Why are you wearing that to work?
Oh.
You get off at 3:30, so you'll be home by 5, right?
Mm.
Things that had never happened before. He had never questioned what time I'm going to be home. Really, he didn't need to question it because when I'm off work, I leave. So
Me too.
it was never a situation of, oh, I'm going to just sit around at work and just run my mouth because I have nothing to do. And then it turned into...
Like, when I'm off from home, like...
You know, he would call me every day from work, and I'm going to demonstrate how those phone calls went.
Mm-hmm. I'm ready.
Every day from work. And if he even so much as heard a male voice in the background...
Man is cheating. He's cheating. He's cheating. This is reflection.
Are they in your office? You know...
Girl.
Man, you know, I never know who's around you. Because it seemed like every time I call you...
He's cheating. He's cheating.
It seems like every time I call you...
He's cheating. I don't give a fuck.
There's some man around.
I'm gonna say it. And what about it? I'm at the office.
And I'm just like...
Are you on crack? Is it crack that you smoke? So what? I'm just supposed to, like, only work with women? What is this, a woman's world? I wish it was. What am I gonna, like... Hello? If anyone ever randomly does that and it's like, who's around you? Why is there a man around you? You're cheating. Just say that. Why do you gotta be all cryptic and weird? All of a sudden, I'm a problem. I'm the problem. I'm over here chilling, working. Nobody wants to work. I promise you, she want to be at that office. We all want to have a sugar daddy, a sugar mama, and have money handed to us. We all do. And he's over here being annoying to her? Girl. What? Sir, just say you're cheating. I hate when men embezzle. Just say you're weird because you're cheating. If you're weird about me being around men, and I know I'm being loyal, there's a disconnect. Anyway, also he knows he's lying. So now, that's also something that's heavy on him. Because they can't be healthy to lie and manipulate this much. Can't be healthy for the heart or for the head, or for the brain. So I don't know I don't know what he's trying to... I'm not here later that he cheated. I know damn right that he's cheating again. Because I already said I thought he was cheating on his ex-wife. I don't think she cheated. I think he cheated. I don't even know this lady. Don't even know this lady. And I already have a feeling. So, if he's questioning her, and she's never cheated on him before. So what's going on? Unless she didn't bring it up, but she didn't bring it up. And she's also a God-fearing woman, so I don't think she's over here fucking everybody. So, I have a little feeling. Legion's feeling other people outside. Anyway.
It really, truly was absurd to me. But then it became a bit more frequent. And so I really just didn't feed into it because I'm like, I don't know if this is some insecurity. I don't know if this is
got to be.
Because nothing has ever been done to make you
act this way. Yep.
Insecure type of way. I've never entertained another guy.
Yep.
Flirted with another guy. Like, I don't know where this is coming from. So it is also important to note, we got married January 5th. Things started changing
pretty quickly.
2 weeks later. And the reason why I know it's 2 weeks is because I had recorded an audio diary on January 21st is the date of the audio diary. And I talk about how maybe I had unrealistic expectations because it seemed as if things were changing with he and I. So, 2 weeks pass, he starts making little comments. End of January comes, he informs me that he wants to start looking for a house again.
Oh God, not this again.
I had no real desire to go through that process.
Then don't, so girl, just should have said no.
That he's going to look for a house.
Okay, that's his problem then.
Us using his friend, the realtor, the one I did not meet.
Oh, I was gonna say it can't be Scott because Scott said
he and his friend have been talking, and he's going to start looking at houses. And what he's going to do is basically, if he feels like it's a house I would like, then
he'll bring it up.
Show it to me, because he feels like, you know, I know that your attitude really isn't. You're in the mood to look for a house, so I'm gonna start looking. And then if I think it's a great house, then, you know, you can come see it. And I remember thinking, that's not gonna work. you're not gonna choose a house without me. I
Right?
was like, no, I'm not gonna choose the house, but I just think that
If it's a
you and me and
contender,
old boy have been talking,
I'm gonna talk
and
to you.
so
No.
he has some
I need
houses.
to envision myself in the bathroom. I need to envision myself in the kitchen. I need to envision myself parking the car in the garage. You can't just do this for me. I'm a visual person too. Like I gotta see myself sitting here. Like even for this computer, like even for the whole gaming setup, I had to like see what was going on first. Honestly, I saw myself sitting here and moving this, but it didn't work. Like moving this and then sitting like so you guys can see the back. But then I was like, no. And then I was thinking this way so that you guys could see, so I could redecorate this wall so it could be like have something pretty in the back. But then I was like, nah, this little corner's cute. But I had to like envision myself here. Like I can't. I know what she's saying. I can't. And I know a lot of us are like that, men and women. We can't just like, oh, this one. No, I need to see myself. If I can't see myself there, let's not do it. Like even my car. I one thing, I have a family friend that's a mechanic, and two thing, I need to like the vehicle. Like I can't just be like, oh, this car has like low miles. Let's just get it. No, I need to think about it. Also financial decisions. Also, I didn't want a car note. A few of the cars needed to be a car note. I don't like car notes. I like just cash. But yeah. Anyway, I know what she's saying. Ain't no way I'm gonna just have somebody else pick a house for me. Ain't no way.
He's representing, he wants to show me. So why don't you let me look at it? And if it's worth the time, then I'll bring you to look at it.
Nah.
So he already had some sort of plan in place after talking to his friend about how he's going to start looking at houses. This is the end of January 2021. So I kind of threw my hands in the air and was just like, whatever.
Sure, whatever. Do what you want.
Emotionally
Invested again.
involved
Yep.
in looking at houses. And for me, that's kind of what it was. I felt like I would see a house, I could picture us living there, and then it gets snatched away somehow.
Some way. Yeah.
I didn't want to go through that. So the reaction that he wanted, which was for me to throw a fit,
He
I did
didn't.
not do.
No.
I was just like, okay, all right, like I trust you. And remember that I said the reaction he wanted, because that's going to come back later. So he started looking at houses. Funny enough, the houses that he looked at, none of them I actually saw. But he would call me and say, I'm at this house in Sandy Springs.
It's really cool.
The realtor friend. Apparently his realtor friend's name was Scott. Not to be confused
We love the
with the
Scott.
other Scott, the one that was actually helping us, that dropped us as clients. I want to make that clear. There were two Scotts. One is the realtor who was representing us, who said, hey, I need proof of funds. If you don't have those proof of funds, I cannot show you any
No.
houses. The other Scott is his friend, who he had talked to on the phone at least
A few times.
50 to 100
Oh.
times in front of me.
Damn.
That's the Scott that he said is going to show me this house in Sandy Springs. Apparently the house was like $800,000. So he was like, I think that if I like the house, then I'm gonna bring you out here so you can see it. All right. Now let's go into part 18.
18.
Okay, part 18. Who the fuck did I marry? So he starts looking at houses in Sandy Springs, Alpharetta area with his friend Scott. I did not see any of these houses. I did not go. I didn't want to go. So what was starting to change is, remember I said before, he would leave the house every day at around 6:15. He would be home every day between 3:30 and 4 o'clock without fail. It was so, I shouldn't say it was annoying, but I could set my clock by the fact that I would hear that garage door open.
It's too perfect.
4 o'clock.
That's too perfect. Honestly, with a job, that's too perfect. There's no way they're letting him out at the same exact time every day. There's no way. There's just absolutely no way. I've worked long enough in my life to know. Like, even with streaming, like, something like I say sometimes, oh, I'm gonna start streaming at 4, and then I don't. Yeah, there's no way. Like, in, like, working by just, like, working, I worked in food service, and medical stuff, there's no way to let him out. Exactly. I was never, not even my first job, never home. Even with school, I was never home at the same time. And I used to go to school close to my house, and I used to go to school far away from my house. I was never, the teacher never let us out at the same time. I would stop somewhere, or I would be hungry and have a snack, or the teacher would cancel class. I was never home at a time. Or the teacher would be like, do you guys have classes next? Can I talk a little longer? I've never been let out at the same exact time every time after class. Never ever, absolutely ever. School, work, anything. Just not, even an appointment. I've not, if, to me, if you're home at the same time every single day, it's a red flag. Would I bring that up? No, that's crazy. That's insane. That sounds crazy to me. Honestly, but it's just kind of a red flag because there's no way you're coming home at the same exact time. Ain't no damn way. Because obviously, you sat somewhere and you waited. Because I like being punctual to things, so I get places early. And then when the time is coming up to my appointment or wherever I need to be, or my class or whatever, like 5 minutes before, depending how long it takes me to walk from my car to the place I'm going, 5 minutes before or something, I'll get out of my car and I'll start walking. But that tells me, if you're home at the same exact time every day, that tells me you're sitting somewhere waiting. You're telling, like, that's giving what I just said. You're sitting in your car, waiting to, you're close enough, but not too close. So you're setting a timer, just like she said, you can set a timer and he'll be here. You're setting a timer, you're sitting close by, you're setting a timer, driving down, getting in the house at 4 o'clock, 4:30. There's no way. There's just no way. I've even worked with a doctor and he never got home at the same time because we never got home at the same time. There's just no way. There's absolutely no way.
Every day they had to work. Even during lockdown, he still had to go to work. His job was only locked down for maybe a week. For me, I was allowed to work from home, but unfortunately, I did not handle it well. And so
yes,
I would
people
fall
can't.
asleep and not
Yeah.
check email. So my boss was like, "Yeah, you're gonna have to come back to the office because you're not trustworthy." And I wasn't. I mean,
Yeah.
totally,
So people can't.
I would watch.
I was dying to make my school everything online, so I was so happy for the lockdown, like for school to be like. Obviously, I know what happened during lockdown, and I know what happened with everything. Obviously, I'm not happy with that. I'm just happy that everything was able to be online because I took a few online classes and then I got used to it, and I'm really good at it. I'm really good at setting my own schedule, getting the assignments in on time. So for me, I love online stuff, but I know a lot of people are not good with that. So I understand what you're saying.
Netflix and not even be on my computer. So
Yeah.
I had to start.
Like I'm very much like if even with stream stuff, if I have to be sitting here doing something, I won't open like Netflix or stuff like that. Sometimes if it's something that's gonna take me a long time, then I'll open Netflix or I'll open YouTube and put something on in the background, or I'll open Twitch, have something on in the background. But if I have to pay attention, if I have to be like focused, I 9 times out of 10 won't have anything in the background. But that's just me because I know how to like focus on things. But I know a lot of people that's not like a possibility for them, and that's normal. Different people, different things.
Every day, 5 days a week. And I was, me and another lady were the only two in here because we were the only two.
They couldn't, yeah.
Did not handle work from home properly. Anyway, that's another story. So Legion he started to not come home by 4 o'clock. He started to come home 5, 5:30, 6, 6:30, sometimes 7 o'clock. Because he was saying that he was looking at houses
At night.
after work with his friend Scott. So it definitely was noticed that things are changing. And
I was gonna say nothing because I was gonna say something because I keep
emotionally and mentally,
I keep pausing, but house showing at night are crazy. I think the latest house showing I ever went to when we were trying to find this house, we got denied at first, so I had to keep looking. But because they had like a better offer, so we got denied. But as I kept looking, the latest with not a realtor, but just looking ourselves. Latest someone will be down to show a house was like 5:30. 6 was pushing it. Like 6 was like the last person took too long talking, and I know you're waiting. Your voice was your appointment was 5:30, but you were already there. Like you can't just walk in at 6. Like the latest was 6 o'clock, and that is like if the first person like ran late somehow, or your realtor had to like run out. The latest, I mean, no realtor, just me and my mom walking around, like he said with his friend. Latest me and my mom ever did was 6, but the one was for 5:30. Because those offices, those realtor offices and stuff like that, I think close at 5:30. So latest in house showings, like open houses, I'm pretty sure it's the same thing. I'm pretty sure it's like 5:36 last house showing. I'm pretty sure. I think weekends are different hours, but weekdays, I'm pretty sure like 6 is like last person that was here was like late, or like we talked a little too much and now it's 6. Like so I'm getting home at 7 o'clock. Something's up.
It's like, I don't know what to do. This is the end of January. Remember, I told you.
Yeah, I just got married. Yep.
I got married January 5th. By January 31st, I kind of knew I was in trouble. And by the end of
Which is
January,
crazy.
sure enough,
That quickly, like,
I knew things were changing in a way that I was like,
something's up.
I hate to sound redundant, but what the fuck is going on? So he's still maintaining the story of looking for a house.
Sure.
I had already let him know my lease is up in August.
Ooh.
When my lease is up in August, I am moving to Cobb County. And then my attitude was kind of like, you can go with me.
Or,
Stay
yep.
here. I don't care, but I'm moving.
She said, I'm going. She said,
The reason why I was so adamant to move was not because of Clayton County. It was not because of the house that I was in. It was because Legion had started to create this narrative that he was beefing with my female neighbor.
oh,
He was trying to get me to believe that my female neighbor to the left of me somehow was interested in him. And so she would make these little comments, and he would come in the house complaining about...
I hate when a man thinks he's hot shit. I just hate when a man thinks he... Did we all hear that honking? These are noise canceling damn headphones. What in the noise? But no, I hate when men think they're hot shit. Like, some women do be out here like that, but I'm pretty sure I've seen Legion once, and they know. Wait, I did see him yesterday. This is why I'm watching everything today, because I keep getting spoiled. I already seen this man a face reveal. I don't even. But he's not all that. He's not all that. He is not all that. Ain't no way. He's just... Sure, the neighbor wants you. Sure. Go with her then.
She had, different men over to the house. It was driving me crazy, and all of this was kind of starting in January. So when I say that, it really seems like we got married January.
It was like
and then
a jump.
We had 2 weeks of peace, and then something just snapped. I literally mean something just snapped. So he's looking at houses. Now we're moving into February. February obviously is my birthday month. He did good. He did good to make Valentine. He went all out for Valentine's Day.
Cute.
He went all out for my birthday. My birthday and Valentine's Day are
close together.
February 14th and February 15th. So he went all out on both days. Y'all ain't even gonna believe this story.
Girl, I'm worried. What's going on?
To share, even when it makes me look bad. So, the weekend after my birthday, and what I mean by that is, if my birthday was on a Tuesday, we're talking about Saturday. The weekend after my birthday, he gave me money to go to the nail salon.
Okay, cool.
Manicure and pedicure.
Well, I need one.
So I leave the house. I take his car. His car was in the driveway. We had a key to each other's car because, again, we're married at the time. We're talking February 2021. So I take his car and I drive to the nail salon in Morrow. I'm in the chair getting a pedicure, and I get a text message from my husband saying someone was just at the house looking for you.
Oh.
And I'm like, who was looking for me? Well, who was it? And he said, I don't know. I think it was some dude. This is through text.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know. I think it was some dude you used to mess with. Okay.
What he
I
want?
was like, what are you talking about?
Right? Like,
and he was like, I'm telling you, some guy just came to the house looking for you. I told him you were not here. So at this point, y'all, I'm in the chair at the salon. I'm freaking out because I'm like, who the fuck has the audacity
to show up to your house? Yeah.
to my home, unannounced, uninvited, talking about they're looking for me. Especially because before I met my husband, I was working the last shift at Amazon as a part-time job. So I had not dealt with, dated anything.
A man in a minute, yeah.
For about a year.
Oh.
Before I met him in March of 2020. So I really was like,
who is this? Yeah. This happened to me too. So I'll be like, what?
I finished the pedicure. I head home.
I'm like her too. Somebody tells me right now a man came to see me. I'll be like, who? I don't be thinking of men. What's going on? I do be thinking of men actually. You know what? I'm lying, but but I don't be, no one knows where I live. So it's like if a man shows up here, I'll be like, girl, why you open that door? That's a killer. That's a murderer. Someone's out here to murder us because I don't know nobody. So,
Once I get home, I'm like, what are you talking about? What happened? And so I'm frazzled.
Freaking out, yeah.
And
confused.
He was like, yeah, it was a black Dodge Charger. They pulled into the driveway. They backed in.
Oh?
They backed in as if they had been here before. So clearly this was someone who
been there before, yeah.
To your house. He got out the car. He said, I opened the door and I went out there and I said, is there something I can help you with? And he said, the guy said I'm looking for, and gave him my name. And he said, I'm sorry, she's not here. And he was like, oh, okay. All right then. And just got in the car and drove off.
That's odd.
And I was like, my brain stopped working because I'm thinking, who the heck could this be?
Right? Like, what?
I was like, are you sure that it wasn't law enforcement? Like,
right? Yeah, maybe it's her job, yeah.
Served me with a lawsuit for a credit card I didn't pay. He was like, no, he was in regular clothes. He was like, and it was not a police car. It was on a marked unit, basically. And so I'm just like,
what's going on?
Who the heck could this be? And he was like, I know who it was. And I said, who?
What?
He was like, I think it was your ex. I said, what ex? He was like, the one that you had dated for 2 years. Remember back in like part 3, part 4, I told y'all, he told me about his ex.
Mm-hmm.
I told him about mine.
Yeah.
I thought we were being honest with each other. So now, fast forward to February 2021, and he's telling me, yeah, I think it was the ex that you had been dealing with for those 2 years before you met me.
Sir, it's been years. What the fuck?
Uninvited after 2 years.
Right?
And he was like, well, whoever it was clearly was comfortable backing into our driveway, getting out the car, and was like, I'm here to see, and gave him my name. And so he was like, she's not here. Is there something I can help you with? And the guy was like, nah, it's cool.
That's so weird. Is he making shit up? So, I don't even know how to think. It's so random.
Again, brain is like,
what's going on?
So then Legion says to me, you know what? The way that you reacting to this is real suspect.
Oh?
And I'm like, what are you talking about? He was like, you over here freaking out. I told you I took care of it. I told you it was fine. And you over here freaking out. Which makes me wonder, what have you been up to?
Right? Like...
Now, let's go to part 19.
Like, sure, that's, like...
Okay, part 18.
Bro, I don't even, like, anybody shows up to my house on a time... Like, I literally hear the door ring when I'm not waiting for nobody. And I'm freaking out too because I'm like, I don't know nobody. No one knows where I live since I moved. People don't even know I moved. So people in my real life don't even know I moved because I lived somewhere for like 13 years. And like randomly on a random Thursday. That's literally what happened. We found this house and moved immediately. I'm pretty sure it was a random Thursday. Like I'm not even joking. It was a random Thursday. We just fucked off. Like I literally talked to someone I hadn't talked to in years. They were like, "You still live in the same house?" And I was like, "No." Like, no. Absolutely not. But someone randomly shows up here. Even my other house, someone randomly showed up, and I would have been freaking out too. I would have been like, "Who was it? What's going on?" And the crazy thing is, the pulling into the driveway, like we know each other. The pulling up to the driveway like that is even creepier. In a random man I haven't seen in 2 years, I'm gonna be extra cautious because clearly he's lost his goddamn mind. But let's get back. But maybe he's just making people up. Maybe he just wanted to start something, see how she would react, and he didn't like the fact that she freaked out, which anyone in their right mind would have freaked out. Like, even if a man was like, "Oh, your ex-girlfriend was here," like, someone was like, "Oh, your ex-girlfriend was here randomly that you haven't seen in 2 years," they would have acted the same way. How is she supposed to react? You're supposed to be chill while telling her, you're telling me someone I haven't seen in 2 years just showed up to my house out of nowhere. And I'm gonna be chill? I don't want to wake up dead tomorrow. Like,
who the fuck did I marry? So he says to me, the way you're acting is
sus.
Because I told you it was fine, I took care of it. He was like, I ain't even worried about it. He was like,
then why did you call me?
That nigga didn't know that you now married, that you've moved on, and so now he knows it. But for me, it was the fact that I don't do pop-ups. Don't come to my house unannounced.
Same.
So if someone has done that, for me, it automatically feels like
red flag. Yep.
And it feels like it needs to be addressed.
Yep.
So it was not as simple as,
oh, it's fine. Oh, it's fine. It's not fine.
Nah, we ain't letting nothing go.
No.
Because you don't have my permission to show up to my
nope.
house. And before this turns into something where I'm going to be on Fox 5 News, I need to address that with you because that is not okay. So he didn't like the
because you bother with my peas, and that's not. We're not doing that.
He told me where someone basically disrespected my home, and he felt like my reaction.
Oh wait, I'm not here yet, but let's see who it is.
Was really suspect. So
watch there be nobody there. Man is seeing things. I can already feel it coming.
What I'm gonna get into the little details that he did not know about. So he tells me again, it was a black Charger, a black Dodge Charger. They backed into the driveway. A gentleman got out of the car and he asked for me by name. And Legion said she's not here. So I asked him, what does the guy look like? And he said, he was like, why does it matter? I said, what the fuck does he look like?
Right, like.
So Legion proceeds to give me the most generic description you can give. He was shorter than me.
Oh.
His husband is about 6'3", 6'4". He was shorter than me. He was brown skinned. I said, did he have a hat on his head? Mind you, I understand that before marriage, I was a damn fool. I understand that. But every woman has that moment where
of course.
I'm only going to fool her but for so long. And eventually puzzles start coming together.
Yeah.
For me, I felt like moving into marriage, certain things started coming together. So I said to him, did he have a hat on his head? He was like, nah, he ain't wear a hat. So in my mind, I am mentally going down a list of every possible man it could be.
Yep.
And it was only like 4 men. I had been in that house about 3 or 4 years at this point. So I knew all of the people.
They knew where you lived. Yep.
Maintenance down to ex-boyfriend.
The same thing with me. Only like I said, only like 3 people know where I live. So if you tell me somebody came by, I'm like, there's only this many people. So tell me what do they look like, and then I'm gonna start. Exactly, exactly. You can't play with me. You can't play. I've been here for like 4 or 5 years. It's still not any people know where I live. So if you tell me, I have that we used to have this family friend, and if you tell me, oh, Hispanic man, kind of short, not too short, lighter complexion, I'll be like, oh, I already know, right? Because if you say darker, let's see, that's family. If you say kind of short guy, darker skin, short hair, I'll be like one of my cousins. Okay, but if you tell me lighter, you know what I mean? So, because not all my family knows where I live either. So it's like, I'll be seeing them, but they don't see me because I be going over there. But same thing. I would have taken notes of, oh, these people have come here. I know who these people are. If you tell me they look like that, they came here, blah, blah, blah. Because it's weird. Why would you show up here? Like, I need to know. And I'm nosy, too. I'm nosy as hell, too. So I need to know why you were here. Why did you need me? It's the age of the phone. It's the age of technology. Why didn't you text me? Why didn't you call me? Don't just show up here. Like, okay. Anyway, let me keep listening.
Boyfriends. It was a total of like 4 men. So when he said that it was a black Charger, I immediately was like, okay.
Who do I know with a black Charger? Yeah.
He said he was shorter than him. All of them were shorter than him. I said,
God damn.
He said, no, that crossed out one because one in particular was a maintenance guy who always wore a hat on his head because he had like a bruise or something. He was just self-conscious.
Yeah.
So he always wore a hat. That leaves 2.
Yeah.
So I said, was he muscular or was he skinny? So Legion's getting all frustrated. I said, just answer the question. He was like, well, he was kind of in between. And I said, okay. He was in between. I said, so was he light skinned or was he dark skinned? He was like, I told you he was brown skinned. I said, was he my
But like, what brown?
I said, no, he was brown skinned. That eliminates one. So now there's one left. And yes, the one left would have been the ex that I had dated for 2 years. And so he was like, I know it was your ex. I know it was your ex. And I was like, that don't make no sense.
But for why? It's been 2 years.
The ex that in my mind, I'm saying this, the ex that I had dated, he and I had no contact with each other. And he was not the type
to show up.
Just pop up at your house. That ain't his style. Not to mention, and I ain't tell Legion this, that man would not be caught dead driving a Dodge Charger.
Ooh.
He hated Chargers because he drove it as a patrol car.
Oh.
So I didn't say anything. I just was like,
that's what she asked if it was.
So what Legion didn't know is that at the time I had a security system. So I had a security system where anytime the front door, the garage door, or the back door was open, basically any entry point, anytime it was open or closed, it would send me a text message notification. So when he's telling me all this,
she's about to say, ain't nobody come to this house, bitch. So what's going on? This is probably how the cat came out of the bag. This is probably how the cat came out of the bag. I just realized this is how the cat started coming out of the bag. I feel like the cat's paw is out of the bag. I feel like this is where like the whole bunch of lies is gonna start coming. I just realized that because I was like, wait a minute. He's giving a big ass answer to who this man is. You saw him, you know what he looks like. And you're saying it's the ex. Man wouldn't drive a Charger. Man just wouldn't show up, like she's saying. So who the fuck is this random ass man? Also called me when I was having relaxation time. You're obviously trying to ruin my amazing time I'm having right now. And he doesn't know there's cameras. So he thought he could just lie on her. So I'm thinking this man never came over. I'm thinking this is how everything started coming out. I just realized out of nowhere that in 5 minutes in, I'm like, this is how the cat came out the bag. Because she's about to check and no one came to the house. He's gaslighting her. He's lying. There we go. That's what I'm thinking. We'll see if my intuition... Once again, how do people carry this in school? How do people carry this in schools? How? Because ain't no damn way. Maybe the other ones, the ones that are like the ones that went viral. I don't even know what happened with that. Like, I haven't seen another Stanley for the rest of my life. But Like, maybe this one's just bigger and heavier, but this, like, if I hit somebody over the head with this, and someone said that a while back, like a lady that was, like, trying to teach women about, like, self-defense, she was saying, like, since these have handles, if someone's bothering you and it has shit in it, you can just, boom! Anyway, if someone's bothering you, break their fucking skull, bitch.
I'm looking at my phone and I see a notification where the front door was opened and it was shut all within the same minute. So, for example, if it says front door open at 1 p.m.
But no one came in. No one came to the garage.
So whatever he did was within those 60 seconds. He's telling me the story of...
There wasn't enough time for back up, get out the car. Oh, is here? No, she ain't here. Alright. And leaves. That's not enough time. Even if it was that short, which I don't think if someone comes up looking for someone, it's gonna be that short of a conversation. Ain't no way in 60 seconds he did all that.
The guy got out the car. He opened the door. He went out there. Can I help you? And the guy said, I'm looking for... And Legion said, no, she's not here. And so said the guy kind of was like, okay. And he was like, all right, thank you. And got in the car and drove off. Legion has also told me that he watched him drive out.
So ain't no way in 60 seconds.
Which means because of the way the house was set up, the townhouse, he would have still been outside watching this. I could be wrong. But something in me was like, that would take more than 60 seconds.
There you go.
So for the door to have been open and shut within the same 60 seconds, I was like,
I have a feeling maybe a Dodge Charger did pull up, but they were turning around or something. I hate doing this, but I've had to use, and I think someone got shot for this, and now it scares me more than ever. I used to feel embarrassed by it, and it used to scare me, but then I could think a girl got shot for doing this. I've used driveways to turn around, because sometimes Google tells you to turn somewhere, and it's a tiny little fucking street and you didn't notice, and you have to turn around somehow, because 9 times out of 10 it's gonna be a fucking dead end. And with my Corolla, it was easier. Like, with my little sedan, it was easier for me to maneuver. But now I have a CRV, it's not easy to maneuver that big bitch. So I have to use, now, ever since I got my, which I think I got it during COVID 2020. I'm pretty sure it's been 4 years. But now with the big bitch, with Bertha, I gotta get into a driveway sometimes. Because, like, it was a 97, I think Corollas are bigger now. It was a 1997 Toyota Corolla. She's a little compact girl. I could just boop boop and just turn around. But with this big bitch, I can't do that. So it's probably somebody, if a car did pull up, which I'm thinking it didn't, he just wanted drama, he just wanted to ruin her time. If a car did pull up, they were just using the driver to turn around. But I don't think they fully did the whole park in there. I think it was just one of those, either I'm using my back to turn around, which I've done before too, and then go back because there's not enough space now, which how big the car is. Or that's the only thing though. I was about to think something else, but either they were turning around or they went to the wrong house, which happens. It happens. I've seen people park in front of our house and then just walk down the street or something because this was at the wrong house. I've seen it happen. They don't know I'm looking, but it's happened a few times where I'm going upstairs and I notice that they're like looking at the number and be like, oh, that's not the right number, but they just leave the car here and they just walk up. But yeah, that could be another thing too. It could be a mistaken address thing, but let's see.
Okay, so also what he didn't know, we didn't have a Ring door camera, but my neighbor did.
Ooh.
And her Ring door camera caught my driveway. The view of the camera could see my driveway as well as her driveway. And so whoever was coming in the door, our driveways were right next to each other. And then on the other side of it was the grass. So it was a perfect view of my driveway. So she, I had texted her and I said, hey, were you home? I think I texted her the next day because I said, were you home on Saturday? Mm-hmm. And she said, no, I wasn't. What's up? Everything good? And I said, Can you look at your security system and see if there was a car that came to my house at such and such time? And I know I did not tell her the reason I was asking, but I was like, is there any way that your security camera caught if someone came to my house at this time on Saturday? She was like, yeah, sure, I'll look. And so maybe about a couple of hours later, she texted me back and said, hey, I looked at the camera, but I didn't see anything. And I said, okay.
He making shit up. He wanted to ruin her time. He wanted to see that reaction, see what she would say. Your ex came to see you, and I had to be a big man and save the moment and just fuck you. We're not the princess's time, bitch. You don't need to ruin my moment. You don't need to ruin my minute. I had a second of peace away from you, and you just had to ruin it? I knew he was making some shit up. Ain't no way this man, because I remember she said in the beginning about an ex, ain't no way this motherfucker hasn't seen me for 2 years. And yes, someone did hit me up 10 years after they, like, hit me up before. But that's different. That's like an old friend. They're probably thinking about you for 2 seconds. They hit you up, you're like, you don't answer. Because it's been 2 years, that's weird. Or you do, whatever. It depends how you ended the friendship. But a motherfucker that hasn't seen you in 2 years, all of a sudden, he's gonna show up to your house. Not even a call or a text. He's gonna show up here? Yeah, absolutely not. I knew he was making some shit up.
Okay. By any chance, did it catch if someone...
But this is what I mean by this is how the cat came out the bag. Because why are you lying? Why are you making shit up? And now, all the gaslighting she's been doing since they met, all the gaslighting's gonna be like, well, I was right then. He is insane. So now she's looking more outside in instead of being in the moment and not realizing, yeah, I was right. I should have never gaslit myself. I should have just trusted my gut. Now she's like, oh my God, I should just listen to myself. So I think part 20 to 50 is everything, the 6 months of everything is falling apart. Because you can't stack up this many issues and not wait for it to fall. Like, and the thing is that it starts with one little lie. It starts with a small little lie, and then you have to make the lie bigger and bigger and bigger and bigger and stack, and then it just falls. And this is the falling movement. And he should have known she was nosy. Anybody that knows me knows that I'm nosy. I would have done the same thing she's doing. Figure out who came to the house. Asking whoever I can ask. Figure it out who came here. Why did they come here? What do they need? I would have done the same damn thing. I don't like mysteries. I would have been figuring this shit out too. And he who should have known she was going to do this. You knew her long enough to, like, you liked her enough to marry her. But you didn't know she was going to be a detective and look into who the fuck into the house. Because if anyone shows up, they would have texted her. Because I remember someone showed up to the house one time only, randomly when we were moving. She was helping us move, and she wanted to drop off something. I don't know what it was. But my mom was working out, like, she was working outside, and I wasn't home because I was also working at the time. I always call this not work. I'm sitting here for 2 hours. What am I doing? But, like, we were both just not home, and she showed up randomly. No, remember, she texted. She goes, oh, she texted me and my mom. And she goes, oh, are you guys, like, coming home anytime soon? Because, 2 people have ever showed up, like, I don't know, unannounced here. And they ended up texting. Which you should do before you show up to someone's house, by the way. Because then you're going to get here and no one's going to be here. And I'm always here, too. So, well, now. Back then I wasn't always here. But no, like, he should have known that she would have figured this out. Like, even with my grandma has dementia, and someone left some pants at her house a few weeks ago. Someone left some random pants. My mom was even thinking of buying her some because they're the ones that are, like, stretchy at the top where you could just, like, very easy for, like, older people. And it was, like, 2 good colors, gray and black. I was like, okay, that's great. We're thinking about getting some new ones because I think she needed some. But where the fuck did these come from? You know what I mean? And then we both started, like, naming down people who could have came by. Who would have gone to, what store is it from? Listen how deep it gets. Whose store was that from? Who in her family would buy at that store? Who is in town? Who would know her size enough to bring this here? Who would, Also to the point where I was like, was it folded or not folded? Because if it's folded, it was a woman. Usually we make things really pretty, very, very pretty, fold them, put them away. If it was just like put down, it was probably my uncle or like someone in the family that was a man. Like, hello? If you're in a relationship, you know how deep this goes. There's no way a man's gonna marry me or date me and not know I'm this insane. Immediately, I was like, was it folded? Or were the pants just like there in the room? She was like, they were folded. And I was like, but did my grandma fold them? She was like, no, she didn't fold them. So, why didn't he know she was gonna look into it? Also, the fact that I knew that quick that he was lying about this.
One, maybe walked up the driveway. Like maybe it wasn't a car in the driveway, but someone walked up. She said, I didn't see anything with your driveway yesterday. So I said, okay.
The cat's out the bag.
And I knew that something in me again.
The cat's out the bag.
Was like,
the cat's starting to come out the bag. The cat's starting to get out of the bag.
So now here we are, a month and a half married.
He's a fucking liar.
When I'm like, why the fuck did he make that up?
Right?
Because no one came to the house. No black Charger came to the house, pulled back into the driveway. Nobody got out the car and asked for me. Nobody was looking for me. So now
he's out here hallucinating.
The bedroom, thinking through all this, and I'm like, why the fuck did he make that up?
Right? Like, don't make no damn sense.
That's what happened. I'm looking at the text messages on my phone where he's telling me someone just came to the house looking for you. But no one came. So what was the purpose of that? And then something said to me, something in me said, he wanted to see your reaction.
The cat's out the bag. The cat is out of the bag.
You had been too calm.
Yep.
And so he wanted to see a reaction.
Yep.
So this man gaslit me.
Yep.
Like I was Georgia Natural Gas just to get a reaction.
Yep.
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen.
I knew it.
To part 20.
I knew it.
Fuck did I make?
I knew it.
All right, part.
I knew 2050 was the bag out, the cat's out the bag. The cat's out the bag. He's only saying shit to see a reaction. The cat's out the bag. He just wants to see a reaction. We're back in the car. I don't know where we're going all the time, but we're going somewhere. We're on the road to find out about Legion's lives. And I just can't believe. I can't believe that what brought the cat out the bag was such a simple lie, but it was easy. It was so easy to debunk, just like those pants at my grandma's house. Just like those pants at my grandma's house that I was like, immediately, is this person or that person? Ain't no way it's anybody else. Same thing. I literally went through all the people from church in my mind. I was like, okay, but there's no way that they would have shut up. And she has like a lot of my grandma has really bad dementia, so we can't ask her. She said no one came to the house, but there's mystery pants in your room that are not yours, lady. Miss Ma'am. Either I buy things for my grandma or my mom buys things for my grandma. Only us. So that means I've never seen these pants in my life before, and they have a tag. That means these are new. And my mom had been there in the morning because my mom works with my grandma, and she was there in the morning, and the pants weren't there. So that means between the time, I think she went to Walgreens to get pills, or she went to the Colmado, which is like a corner store, to get something. So in the time, I think she dropped something off here, picked something off here. So in the time that she ran those errands, because you go out to do one errand and it turns into 20. So by the time she ran those errands and got back to her house from here, because she stopped here and then went over there, by the time, like at 20-30 minutes, 40 tops, 20-30 minutes, 40 tops, by the time she did all that and got back here and then went over there quickly, someone dropped off some pants. What happened? The whole cat's at the bag, though, just because he decided to be an idiot. It was a simple lie that had a simple solution. The cat's at the bag, ladies and gentlemen. I'm ready. What part 20? How many are we? Hold on. There's 52 parts. I'm not doing math. I'm literally going to do it. There's 52 parts. Wait, is my phone on vibrate? It is, okay. And we're at part 20. There's 32 parts left. The cat's out the bag. She's asking herself, why the fuck is he lying to me? Why such a simple lie? Why do you want me to think my ex came to see me? It's a simple lie that just broke everything. Her mind is now unraveling. She's now looking at everything he said. I'm betting when I play this video, she's going through every single thing this man has ever said to her. It's unraveled. It's unraveled. The what's it called? The yarn is starting to unravel. The yarn was a circle, and now that shit's unraveling. You drop the yarn and it's just going. It's unraveling, and you can't pick it up, and you can't catch it. She's probably gonna, because he's fucking insane, she's probably gonna carefully start, like, leaving and whatever, and he's probably gonna be gaslighting, oh, I don't know what's going on, you're a fucking liar, and a piece of shit. Anyway, let's stop watching. I can't believe the cat's out the bag because he said some motherfucker came because he wanted to see a reaction because, oh, I'm ready.
20 of who the fuck did I marry? So after the black Dodge Charger incident, things were quiet. Legion was fine. Legion slept just fine. Me, that shit played over in my head for days and days and days.
Nope.
On one hand, I was like, I know nobody came. My head knew nobody came to the house. My heart was like, but maybe he didn't make it up. So the head and the heart were absolutely playing the tug of war.
Yep.
Because, again, I really couldn't fathom that he was making it up. But nevertheless, I filed it in the back of my mind in my little filing cabinet, my mental
She said.
cabinet. So a few weeks later, we go out to eat at this restaurant in Atlanta. It's a burger place, and I'm going to do my best by the time I post this to put the name of the burger place on the screen. So we go to the burger place, eat dinner, everything was fine. As we are leaving, he says to me, did I ever show you where my grandmother's buried? This is the grandmother that passed away from COVID in 2020. And I said, no. I was like, we haven't been over here. And so he was like, let me show you. So he drives us to the cemetery, which is not far from the restaurant.
Reminder, this lady is alive.
He drives us to the cemetery, goes around and around, and then it comes to like a little hill in the cemetery, and he was like, you see the headstone. The headstone had like the family name on it, and it did not have, for example, John David Doe. It just had Doe. Okay, so there were no dates on it. So it reminded me of just a headstone where it was probably multiple family members.
Yeah, those types of headstones, I was going to say, they're multiple family members. Sometimes, in the back, they'll have the bunch of names. And if it's just empty, that's just a plot that someone got and they have not passed away yet. I did see that when I was visiting my grandpa a while back at the cemetery. I saw a plot that had two people's names, and it was 19, whatever they were born, to 19 whatever, but both of them said like the date of birth, a dash, and nothing was after it. So that just means they haven't passed. They bought the stone, they bought the plot, but there's no one in there. So that could be also another possibility with what's going on here. But family plots also front name, front last name, back a bunch of names. So that could also be what she's saying. But that's something I've seen that's something I've never realized before with cemeteries. But it's something that I noticed because I've never had like a loss that big, so I was there a lot in the beginning. So that's something I've noticed. I feel like those are all also older things. I feel like we don't really see family plots anymore, unless there's just not that many where he is. But where my grandpa is, there's a few of them, but they're like old, and I mean like big families, I mean like huge families where like there's the like McCormick or like McDonald, and then there's like 20 names in the back, and I'm like, what? But yeah, maybe it's like a family plot.
buried underneath it. That's what it reminded me of. And so he was like, my grandfather and my grandmother are buried there. I do recall him telling me when the grandmother died in 2020 that she wanted to be buried next to his grandfather. And so
Makes sense.
We're sitting in the car because we can see the headstone like on top of the hill from the car. And he tells me that that is where his grandmother and grandfather are buried. That the family was able to get her, her wishes were to be buried next to the grandfather. Okay. So as we are leaving, we take a different route home. So we get on the highway. If you're from Atlanta, you'll know what I'm talking about. We get on I-75 North. And we're kind of we're just driving around, to be honest with you. But we're taking the scenic route. We get on I-75 North because the reason why I remember is because when you're on I-75 North going towards Atlantic Station, on the right-hand side, you will see the Varsity. You'll see all these tall skyscraper buildings. One of the buildings has the letters NCR on the building. As we're coming up,
I saw a lady. She was in Atlanta or wherever, I think Atlanta, and she was like she was on vacation there, and she was like, oh my god, it's the building, and it's the end, whatever she just said. And this is why I needed to watch the whole thing today, because I was like, I don't get this reference, I'm not that deep yet. But she was like, oh my god, it's the building. And people were like laughing in the comments. They were like, oh my god, this is like historic. Like people are literally sightseeing what she's on about. And she's right. Like the whole, like, you see the name as you pull up and everything. It's like a huge building. So yeah, I've seen the building. So it's real.
Towards the building. He says to me, do you see the NCR building? I said, yeah.
NCR, yeah, I've seen the building.
Behind it.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. The lady pointed this out too, and I was like, damn, I'm spoiling myself. Now I know that he's going to say that behind the building he worked there. Like,
bought that building.
Because the lady was like, we're about to drive behind it so we can see if there's even a building back there or something. I didn't see a part 2, but I was dying laughing. Even though, like, I wasn't this deep yet. I was like, I was dying laughing because I was like, girl, you better check if there's a building back there. There's probably no building back there.
Where we're going to have, we're setting up operations. And I was like, why the hell would y'all buy a condiment company in downtown Atlanta? He was like, no, we're not doing production there. It's just going to be offices, and that's where we're going to handle like the business portion. The production is still being done in Gwinnett County out in Duluth. And so I was like, oh, okay. He was like, that's where I keep the company car.
Oh, because she hasn't seen it.
So I was like, the company car? I said, aren't you supposed to be bringing the company car home? And he was like, I don't want to bring the company car home because it's Clayton County and it's a $90,000 car. And I don't want no problems. So he's telling me that he keeps the company car at the building downtown Atlanta that's behind the NCR building.
To me, leaving the car at a random parking lot is more dangerous than having it with me. No matter how dangerous the area is. Because at the house, at least I have my eye on it. I got my eyes on you. You everything that I see. I got your eye, love, and emotion killing me. Anyway.
You can see what building he's talking about. But he was like, it's the building right behind it. And so he's telling me that that's where his office is. So I said to him,
let's go see it.
Take me to your office.
Oh.
I know it's a Saturday, but shit. You wanted the VPs, right? So take me to your office.
Let me say this, it's also being spoiled to me. He said no one was there, and he couldn't get in with his badge because it was the weekend. Oh, I can't remember. The weekend something, which is not true. I worked at a place with a door that opens with a badge. And even if I wasn't scheduled on the weekend, I could still open the motherfucking door. So, also, there was a time when I was doing internship somewhere, and I forgot something at the office, and I had a badge, which they weren't gonna give me, but I literally, like, everything had a badge, because it's a medical place. So everything needed a badge to open the doors. And I called my school and I was like, y'all, like, they're not gonna give me a badge because I'm doing internship. But the thing is, I can't go to the break room because the door's locked. I can't, if I go outside and come back in, I can't come back in because the door's locked. I can't do like 80 different things because the doors are locked because I don't have the key. Anyway, I couldn't even get back to the lab because I was doing phlebotomy internship. I couldn't even get back to the lab because the door was locked. Like if I went to the bathroom, because sometimes like the bathroom was busy with like a patient or something. So if I wanted to go to another bathroom that wasn't that one because it was busy or something, I would literally be stuck because now I don't have the key. Anyway, let's go back.
Office? No, I had not been to his office simply because again,
COVID. Mm-hmm.
So I was like, take me to your office, and he was like, I can. He was like, that's no problem. So do I have the other phone? I do. So y'all are in luck. So I can maybe reenact how this goes. So he gets off the exit and starts driving towards the NCR building. While he's driving towards the NCR building, he always has kept his phone in his left pocket. This is my left hand. So he pulls his phone out and he starts calling. He tells me he's calling Willie. Willie is supposed to be the head of security. So he's saying, let me call Willie real quick to make sure that the building's open. So he proceeds
to fake call.
He proceeds to go ahead and call Willie. We're still driving, by the way. We're still driving. I'm on the phone, scrolling through Facebook trying to figure out some random shit. But he's driving with the phone up to it. So, driving with the phone, next thing I hear, hey, Willie, it's Legion. Hey, how's it going? I'm good. Hey, is the building open? No, I just want to take my wife up there so she can see it and see my office. Are you up there right now? You're not? Okay, is Mr. Justin working? Okay. So is there anybody up there that can physically open the building? Because I don't think my badge is going to get me at least in the front door because it's on the weekend lock.
I'm sure. I'll be right back. 1 sec.
Okay.
It's going to keep playing because...
Okay. All right. Let me know. All right. Thank you, Willie. Bye. Y'all see how I did that? He's having this whole conversation while I'm sitting in the passenger seat. So then he gets off the phone and he says to me, Willie is not working and Justin apparently called out sick. So the building is locked and my badge won't get us in the front door. He was like, Willie's going to see if there's someone else that can open the front door so we can actually get in. He's like, my badge will get us on the floor, but it will not get us in the front door. No one ever called. So when he's getting off the highway, he basically turns onto Spring Street. Again, there's all kinds of shit I distinctly remember. He turns onto Spring Street so that he can then get on 75 South so we can go home. Never saw the office that day. But again, this is where he's saying that he keeps the company car. So when we get to part 21, I'll kind of go into detail about the whole company car a little bit more. Part 21, who the fuck did I marry? So, the company car apparently was a charcoal gray BMW, I believe it was a 5 Series. It was a 5 Series. I don't know much about the sedans. Y'all know I wanted the X5, dark blue with the cognac interior. He got the BMW 5 Series, charcoal gray. He sent me a picture of the car.
Snacks.
So I did see a picture of the car. After this whole NCR building took you to your office, that is what he's claiming, is that he leaves the company car at that location. He's saying that he drives from Riverdale to Midtown, switches out cars, and then drives from Midtown to Duluth. Those that don't know how Metro Atlanta is, basically Midtown would be in between where we live and Duluth. I only know that he left the house every day at 6:15. I know that I never physically saw the company car come to our home. Saw pictures, plural. So when he told me that he got a BMW 5 Series, keep in mind this is after I had been promised a dark blue X5. So I was a bit salty. I don't care if it is a company car. I was a bit salty. I will admit that. Because I felt like you get to drive the car that you know I really want, which is a BMW.
Yep.
And so he would call me from the car. He would tell me, yeah, I may just drive home in this car and not switch back to his personal car. He's
sure.
Like, I don't know. He did that a lot. And I realize now in 2024 he did that because he knew how excited I was to actually see the car.
Yep.
Shit, I wanted to test drive it myself, to be honest with you. And he knew that. So reactions. So he would say stuff like that, like, man, I'm so tired. I might just drive the company car, go ahead and go home. And then, just let me park it in a garage type thing. So eventually he stopped doing that because I didn't want to hear nothing about that car.
Yep.
I'm driving a Nissan and you driving a BMW after you promised me a BMW. So I don't really want to hear nothing about it. So in terms of the company car, I did see that it was according to the pictures, a charcoal gray BMW 5 Series. If you're asking me the exact model, I don't know. But I know it was a 5 Series because I know the 7 Series is slightly longer. So it's a 5 Series sedan. So after the whole situation with the cemetery to see his grandmother and grandfather's headstone, then there was the NCR. The office is open. Oh, it's not open. Justin ain't working. Willie ain't working. Willie's supposed to be head of security, but he ain't working. Okay. So at this point, I'm already numb. It is important for me to point out how numb I became dealing with him. Mind numbing, because I just got to a point where it was like, there's always something.
Yeah.
There's always something. So, of course, we're not going to go to the office because there's going to be something. So this is the end of February. My birthday had already passed. There clearly was tension on my end, not so much tension on his end. So I get home a couple of weeks later. We are now in the beginning of March. This is something personal about me. The only way you would know this is if you know me. I have been dying to go to London and Paris. I had a layover in London when I did a study abroad, but it's not this.
This man's not about to promise her a trip to London. He's not about to do that. And they say because of COVID it fell through. He's not about to do that. He just won't. He will. He won't. I'll be real annoyed by it, but ain't no damn way.
The same. I want to go to London and be a whole tourist. I don't care. I want to see Buckingham Palace. I want to see the Tower of London. I want to see Paris. I want to see the Palace of Versailles. This is something, if you know me, you know she wants to see Paris. She wants to see London. So I get home from work. This is the beginning of March. I get home from work, and on the counter is a folder with like a little bow on it. And I'm like, oh, what is this? Is this like mail? Like, was this something that you got at work? He's like, nah, it's a surprise for you.
Ain't no damn way. There's just no way that he wants to see her reaction so bad and gaslight her this bad. He's about to promise a trip to London. Isn't it enough already? The house, the car, the job. Is it really not enough? Oh, God. The whatever else I'm missing. The random lie about the whatever. The money. Is it not enough already? Has she not been lied to enough? This poor woman. It's only part 21. Has she not been lied to enough? I think it's enough. But clearly he doesn't.
I open up the folder. Inside the folder is like a trip itinerary. It is not an actual booked trip. It's like an itinerary. A trip for two to go from Atlanta to London.
Fake ass trip.
The trip should have happened, and it was the month on there was like July, so it was a summer trip. So he tells me, I'm gonna take you to London.
Ain't no way he's just
Like,
going to London.
I wanted to take you for your birthday, but certain things fell through. He was like, so this summer in July, we're going to go to London. He was like, I've already made a reservation for us to stay at the Savoy. Again, there are certain things that my brain just was like, remember that. He said, I've already made a reservation for us to stay at the Savoy. I know, as much as I want to go to London, y'all, I didn't know anything about the Savoy. And so I remember going to look it up because I was like, what is the Savoy? Well, apparently the Savoy is bougie. Very bougie. So I was so excited. I cannot tell y'all how fucking excited I was when I saw that he had printed out British Airways. Like, he was speaking my language. I am one of those people, I'm a player. So when
Same.
he's saying, I'm going to take you to London, and he took the time to research flights and print it out, and research the Savoy and print it out. And there were different, not excursions, but there were different things that you could do. You could go see the Tower of London. You could go see...
If you're a man and you're lying this bad to a woman right now, set her free. Let her go. Please, for the love of God. Just, oh God.
Buckingham Palace, changing of the guard. We could go have high tea at certain places. He was like, I don't really want to go, but I know you're dying to go. So he was like, you know I love you, and I would do anything for you. Blah, blah, black sheep, have you any wool? And so he was like, I'm going to take you to London in July. The trip did not include Paris. That's fine.
I mean, sadly, but
I was so excited. So excited. And so this is the beginning of March. I was like, this is great. Hopefully this happens. I knew I needed to renew my passport, and he was saying that he had to renew his passport as well.
He has her out here clowning, renewing a passport. She has on full clown makeup. She's about to put on the clown outfit. Oh, this poor lady.
Well, because his passport,
like, literally the music is starting. Oh.
had expired. So both of us were like, okay, we need to get on this if we're going to try to make it to London in July, and it's now March. Me being the planner I am, I think I went to work the next day and printed out the passport applications so that we could fill it out and go ahead and get that process going. So, needless to say, something must have happened, and I don't remember what it was. We just simply didn't fill out the application for the passport.
Of course you didn't.
Fast forward, we're now at mid-March. Mid-March, the decision was made that my mom, who lived in Arkansas, was coming to visit us. Mm-hmm. She would be coming, I believe, the second week of April, and she was going to stay a week, and then a few days. So,
hell yeah. Hell yeah. That's what we're trying to find out. So, hi, Marvel. But that's what we're trying to find out. Sorry, I'm eating. I got hungry. We started in part 10. We're in part 21, so I got peckish. So.
So, like, maybe a total of 9 days. Not quite 2 weeks, but a little over a week. So, she was coming in April, and I was excited. Legion was excited because he was excited to physically meet my mom.
Wait, do you know this story? Because this story is crazy. This story is insane. It's 52 parts. And I was gonna watch it slowly, but I keep getting like spoiled on TikTok, so I gotta watch the whole thing today. There's no way to start slow. Just gotta go straight in, because ain't no way. Like, I already know like too many details on accident, so I gotta buckle in. These are my stories. These is like my version of my stories. Like, I always saw older people watching stories when I was younger, and I was like, I don't see the appeal, but I'll sit here and watch, I guess, a few episodes with you. But now, these are my stories. This is the one. This is my novela. This is my story.
He had talked to her on Zoom. He had talked to her on the phone, but he was excited to physically meet my mom, and my mom was excited to physically meet her son-in-law. So this is mid-March. I'm going to go into part 22 where I explain what happened with Facebook Messenger.
Ooh.
Part 22, who the fuck did I marry? So now we are in March. This is right after he had surprised me with the announcement of we're going to go to London for a trip in July.
Honestly, when people were first talking about it, I was like, this has to be like a reality TV show. Someone wrote this. Ain't no fucking way. But the ex-wife came out and said something. The stepson came out and said something. A third person came out and said something. Like, confirming her story. Legion came out to say something. Ain't nobody listening to him. I'm only on part 22, and I'm not listening to shit Legion has to say. Like, I'm only on part 22, and I don't want to hear a single thing he has to say. I don't think it's fake, because I've seen enough women get played to where I'm like, this might be a thing. But honestly, she needs to give Tyler Perry this. She needs to give somebody this story, because I need a movie. I know I already watched it. I need a movie. I need a show. I need something. I'm already in my mind imagining, like, whatever happened. But I need it for my sanity. Like, I need it. And we're only in part 22. I already knew, though, that when he lied about the ex showing up to the house, who she hadn't even talked to for 2 years, I knew the cat was out the bag. Like, low-key, I knew the cat was out the bag. Also, like, I hope men stop lying. Because this is honestly, like, he needs therapy. Like, you can't lie this much. And, like, what do you think was gonna happen? Like, as an adult, we all know you can't stack that many lies up. We all know you can't stack that many cards up, that many cups up, that many books up. Something's gonna fall. Something's gonna slip and it's gonna fall. So it's like, why are we stacking up lies? Like, it's just gonna stick. Like, anyway, I thought so too. I was like, ain't no way. I was like, last time I was here, a guy was lying to you, right? Exactly. All men do is gaslight. Not all of them. You know, I'm not saying, like, every single one. But 9 times out of 10, like, a man loves gaslighting. Same man that was lying to me said that I was white. I'm going to sit here and have you sit here and think about the implications of this. Also, the fact that you can see me. My camera's on. And I let him win it. I let him have it. I was like... And this is the thing. This is why I wouldn't fall for, like, all this. And I feel bad for her. But I let men have things sometimes. I'm like, you know what? I wish I could say they're in black mystery, but I'm not black. Well, visually, people be thinking that I'm black. But I'm not. I'm Hispanic. But still, like... Well, I am... Listen, there's something in there. You know what? Exactly. But I wasn't going to have that fight. I was like, you know what? I'm going to let it be. I'm going to let it be. It's giving. You know what it's giving? It's giving I don't see color. It's giving I don't see color. There's no way this... And I know I'm a little pale. I'm not gonna deny it. It is winter. But to come in here and say that I'm white is wild. That's wild. But yeah, like, men do be lying. That man came in here and called me white. Like, I don't see myself every day. Anyway, I need her to have a Netflix special. Did you know that BMW sent her the car she wanted? Oh my god, I love that for her. But no, I love that we both know this story. I love how everybody and their mom knows the story. I can't keep waiting because I was gonna like go like little by little, but it's just I can't. I gotta just watch it. But you know, I'm glad that today we can understand that I'm not white. I'm glad that today we get to a consensus to the fact that I know I'm not white. I'm not white. I know I'm not. Listen, when you walk into a store and you get followed, you're not white. Immediately, you're not white. Like, immediately, no. I've literally been to the 7-Eleven where I've never been back, by the way. Because I've been to the 7-Eleven how many times? You're gonna follow me around? It's over. But like immediately if like the employees start acting weird when you walk into a store, congrats. Anyway, because he said this never happened to him. So that's how you know, visibly, that motherfucker's white. Because he was like, oh, I've never had somebody follow me in the store. Congrats. Congrats. Because bitches be looking at me the second I walk into a store, I can't be left alone. So what does that mean? What does that mean? That means curly hair and not white. That's what that means. That's what that means. Motherfuckers can't leave you alone when you're not white. Somebody's always in your business. There's a TikTok sound that says that. Somebody white is always in your business. Somebody white is always in my business. And I don't like that shit. Anyway, let's get back to lying men. Let's get back to lying men. Also, like, I just don't get why you lie this much. Like, I just don't, for fun? Like, there's a point where, like, it's not even fun no more. There's no way that it was fun for him anymore. He just wanted to see how she would react. And it's like, I don't know what he thought the end goal was gonna be. Like, there's a point where, like, how many more houses were we gonna lie about? How many more cars were we gonna lie about? Like, what was the end goal? You thought she wasn't gonna know? How long did you think she was gonna be believing you for? Anyway, let me keep watching because I have a lot of questions that are never gonna be answered because the liars have no answers to the questions. So
we definitely didn't do a honeymoon. We definitely didn't do any sort of trips together. So the idea was we're going to do a trip and go together. One thing about Egan was that he was the guy who was like, I have nothing to hide. I don't.
Oh, you don't?
I don't like.
You don't lie. You don't like liars?
If we're in a relationship, then everything should be out in the open. So I've always had his cell phone passcode. Never felt the need to look through his cell phone. And funny enough, I can tell y'all right now, disclaimer, I will never go through his cell phone again.
Oh,
you cheating piece. So anyway, so one day, this is mid-March, going like around March 20th. So we're heading in towards the end of the month. He was in the shower. Keep in mind, my mom is coming for a visit in April. So he was in the shower, and he received a text message on his phone from a woman. The text message, because it was a preview, so the text message was something where if you didn't know the context of the text thread, you could either go left or you could go right with it. So, me being just curious, I opened up the phone, put the passcode in, read the text, then read the thread. Come to find out, it was a text from his aunt. His aunt and his ex share the same name. That's why I say it could go left or it could go right. The text was from the aunt. So, I looked at the text, went through the thread, nothing in there. So I went ahead, X'd out of the messages. I see that he has Facebook Messenger downloaded, and obviously it shows you the number of.
When she was going to work, and he got weird, and almost like he's cheating 100%. I feel like this was coming up, because the second a man or anybody goes from everything chill to there's a man in the background who's that, and you're at work or wherever in the world. Men just exist, bro. Men just exist. Men just be being places, right? So I can't really dictate if there's a man near me. Can't really do that. But the second you start being weird about normal ass things that you were okay with before, you're cheating. There's a secret. You're doing something wrong. I'm innocent, but you're being sus. And this isn't, what's that game called? This is Among Us, but you're sus, and we gotta vote you out. Anyway, back to the story.
Unread messages in the icon. So it showed that he had like 5 unread messages. So I clicked on it, just being nosy.
Mm-hmm.
And what do my wondering astigmatism eyes see? So in his Facebook Messenger,
he's cheating.
About 7 women.
Ooh.
I can see their profile picture and I see their names. Some of them had a preview. The ones that
I know it.
He had not read, I could see the preview of the message. One in particular said, "When are you gonna come get this?" Y'all know what I'm talking about. So I clicked on that one first. And I'm reading through the thread. And so he said, "When are you gonna come get this?" But earlier in the thread, or further back in the thread, he had asked her, "When are you gonna give me?" And she said, "When lockdown is over." So from what I could piece together, he had not yet physically gotten with her. But had there been no COVID, he would have smashed all day, every day. The other messages were innuendos, meaning the other messages from the other women were
cryptic.
Innuendos. They were not as graphic as the one between him and her. So I'm reading these messages, and what is interesting is that the person I am married to is not
I knew he was on some shit
in these messages. Like, this man was on some nasty shit. And I say nasty not in a judgmental way, but in a, with me, he seemed to act as if I was damn near virginal white. And I clearly see evidence that you into some shit that with me, you acting like, nah, I ain't really into that. So, I confronted him. I absolutely confronted him and was like, what the fuck is this? If 2 + 2 is 4 and 5 + 5 is 10.
Then what the fuck is this?
And so he did not, that ain't what happened, blah, blah, blah. Instead, what he hit me with is, man, I was just playing around. Like, ain't nothing.
We were playing around. Oh, were you? That's so sad. You know what else is sad? The fact that he's fucking single now. Or whatever the fuck he's doing. Whatever the fuck he's playing now. You know what? Good luck to him. And his lying ass.
Nothing happened. I shouldn't have said all that, but
Nothing happened because of COVID. Because you best believe, if COVID wasn't around, he would have been slinging dick.
I was just flirting.
He did community dick. That's what he is.
Ain't mean nothing. I don't even know that girl. I was just flirting.
She's saying when you're gonna get this, and you don't know her? Oh. We don't know her. Conveniently enough. She's over here offering up her kitty, and you don't know her. She's over here like, oh, the second this lockdown's over, it's a buffet, but you don't know her? Okay. Because ain't no way this conversation just started here. It started somewhere else, and it led to this. But okay, let him gaslight you. Let me hear what else he has to say. Let me hear what other dumb shit he has to say. Ain't no way we went from hi, how are you, to let me get this, and you're not interested? You don't know her? A complete stranger that you've never talked to before was like, let me come get it. If you want to come and get it, na 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 na, and I'm supposed to believe it? Okay, sure.
So He was like, no, it's not what I'm into. It was just stupid. It was stupid because I shouldn't have done it. So I'm gonna be honest with y'all, because I've been
so because you got caught
this time. What pissed me off the most was that here I am as a woman behaving, trying to do the right thing by him and this marriage.
Yep.
And you mean to tell me you out here offering your dingaling to random chicks that you don't even know? I was more angry at the fact that I'm like, dude, do you know how much I have turned down in order to be faithful to your dumb ass? And I'm seeing that you basically are out here acting like you got Skittles teeth the rainbow. I was hurt. I was angry. I thought about getting my lick back. I'm just being honest. I did.
I mean, of course.
And he played it off like it ain't nothing serious. It ain't nothing serious. Don't overreact. Don't get emotional. And I told him, I was like, that's really not good enough, because that's not gonna fix the root of the issue. So this is where I introduced that we need to do marriage counseling. He didn't have any issue doing marriage counseling. We did not do premarital counseling.
Bro, he'll lie to leave. Of course he doesn't give a fuck about no marriage counseling. He's gonna lie to her too.
But he was like, that's fine. He was like, I don't have no problem doing marriage counseling because if anything, it can help us. So I thought that, okay, he may not have physically cheated from what I could see on the messenger. He may not have physically cheated, but he damn sure got caught.
Yep.
You know,
with his pants down.
Because they had exchanged pictures.
Oh!
Y'all know what pictures he sent.
But he don't know her? Yeah, that's crazy. He don't know her.
Disappointed. Because I don't like men that send. I don't like men that send those type of pictures. But anyway, that's another issue. So, we agreed that we would start marriage counseling. We also agreed that we would put on a united front when my mom got there. In other words, we were not going to argue. You know,
act like everything's fine. Yeah.
Let's just act like everything's fine. But at that point, when my mother arrived in April, I could not stand him. I did not want to be. But we couldn't. He moved back into our bedroom because he had moved into the guest bedroom when I saw the messages. Like 3 days before she came, he moved back into the bedroom. Cause
he would have moved to an apartment if I find a pussy pic. And I'm married, he would have moved not to the guest bedroom, to an apartment. His car, wherever he needs to be. I'd be getting angry in other ways. So he would have had to get the fuck out of my face. That's what he would have had to do. And he doesn't know her? He had to tell me he doesn't know her. The cat's out the bag. Just some of y'all fucking. Don't look at me. Start lying to me when I already know what's up. Just the cat's out the bag. Some of y'all fuck. Just some of you are into some freaky shit. Just some of you are into getting fucking your nuts squished or whatever the fuck weird shit you're into. Just say it. Because the cat's out the bag. But he's a legit liar. He doesn't get out the cat's out the bag. He thinks everything's funny. He thinks everything's games. He thinks he's a child. He can just lie and it's funny. Ain't shit funny. Anyway, let's get back to our little story.
Because obviously she needs to sleep somewhere.
Yep.
So, I really could not stand him. And it was because I was busy second guessing myself. Like, damn, what's wrong with me? Like, if that's what you into and I'm supposed to be your wife, like, let's have conversations. Like, shit, I went to FAMU. I understand some stuff, buddy. So it just was one of those things where it made me second guess, like, what's wrong with me? What did I do wrong? What is it that she got that I don't? Because you all out here willy-nilly, you know, messaging her all hours of the night. Because the thread went back quite a few weeks. I saw it in March. There were messages from December, November. So, again, I'm just second-guessing all kinds of stuff. Self-esteem taking a hit.
Yep.
So, no, I did not want to be around him.
Absolutely
I didn't like him. Period. I did not like him. I left and I would just go for a drive because driving clears my mind. I
Same.
called my aunt, told her what happened. I don't recommend that. I don't recommend calling family to tell them what's going on in your marriage. But I called my aunt, and my aunt lovingly was like, "What do you want me to say? You married him.
True.
You know, he ain't your boyfriend. Y'all can't just break up."
Yep.
That's the hard part about marriage. Is like, I mean, yeah, I guess you could leave him, but at the same time, you married him. So, honey, you gonna have to go back home, and y'all are gonna have to figure this out. She was like, I can't give you advice on what you should do. I'm sorry that this happened, but you married him. So, even though it was just one drive, I went back home, and that's when the discussion was, we need to do marriage counseling. Part 23. Who the fuck did I marry? So,
that's the question.
We agreed to do marriage counseling. I had found a pastor and his wife who agreed to do our counseling, basically.
Yeah. Go to someone certified. Go to someone certified. I don't think this works. I've heard a few horror stories about things like this. I even heard someone in real life that I used to be friends with, who had to go to like a real licensed person because the conversations were not fruitful. You need someone licensed. I know when you're like in a church and stuff, and you're religious, it's very normal to do this. Go to someone certified. Just cut out the middleman. Go somewhere certified. You can even find people that are Christian and stuff, or whatever religion you are. Or if you don't care what religion they are, period, you just need help with this. Unless you need help with spirituality and religion, I would go somewhere certified. Just because I've heard horror stories. I'm not saying they're all going to be horror stories, but just go somewhere certified.
Our counseling was going to be on Zoom, and it was going to be every other week.
Ain't shit was going to help this, though, but, you know.
Every other Tuesday. Initially, Legion was participating in it. His body language seemed to be that he was open and receptive to the marriage counseling. Now, the pastor and his wife were deeply concerned at the fact that we had only been married 3 months.
Ooh, yeah, that's concerning. I forgot. We were like this close in
marriage counseling, and as the pastor would put it, there seems to not be any sort of intimacy. They were concerned.
Mm-hmm.
Rightfully so. Any person would be if they knew what was going on within those 3 months. So, the pastor and his wife, it is fair to note, we started counseling with them in the spring. We continued counseling with them up until a week before I found out what I found out and he got kicked out. So, one of the first things that the pastor kind of talked to us about was, what was the deal with the Facebook Messenger stuff? And Legion was like, it was stupid. I shouldn't have done it. It really was just attention, and I got carried away. He felt like he was not going to, he kept saying, I'm not going to keep apologizing. I'm not going to keep getting persecuted. After I told you, I'm sorry, I told you I wouldn't do it again, and I want us to move forward. You're either going to forgive me or you're not.
7 women, he just wants to let it go.
His wife were like, wow, the audacity is real on this one.
Yep.
So, needless to say, we started moving slowly forward. It was always in the back of my mind,
like a snail.
just like it was in the back of my mind with that black Dodge Charger. It was one of those things where, okay, I see how you kind of are moving and operating. He came to me a few days after we started our first counseling session, and he was like, we should get a joint bank account.
Oh?
What we wanted to do.
No. No. We had money issues from the beginning. Don't trust. No. No. Also, this might be like because personally, my mom did this shit with my dad, and then like he like took a bunch of money out, basically stole her shit. There's no way to claim theft because first of all they were married, and second of all it's a joint account, so there was no way to know whose money that was. Don't do that. In more if there's already financial issues and weird shit. The whole he wouldn't show the realtor proof of funds. Huge red flag. I hope she didn't do this. For the love of God, please. But don't. Like if he's already a walking red flag, if he's walking around looking this color of red, just don't get a joint. You know what? Just file for divorce at that point. I don't even think we're on about the joint account. I think we're on about some divorce shit. Like I don't honestly 7 women. I already knew from part 11 when he was weird about her going to work and having men near her. First of all, she was working at the police thing, I think. Male dominated what's it called? Career. So what am I gonna what I already knew something was up. We're talking about joint accounts. So you can lie to her into using her money too?
Was to each one of us have our own account and to get a joint account for our money to go in there for
So he can extort you
up until this point,
and rob
he
you
had been paying
blind.
the rent, the utilities, and I really was just paying for my stuff. So now he's suggesting, look, we're married now, let's go ahead and get a joint account. I wasn't necessarily against it because I knew that I would still have my own account. I would still have my own savings.
True.
So what I countered with was, okay, let's take a look and see what we're working with.
Mm-hmm.
Show me your checking. Let's look at each other's accounts.
Proof of funds again. Proof of funds again, bro.
He was cool with that. So he shows me his checking account. His checking account available balance was it was just over $9,600. Mine was just over $1,500. So there was a huge disparity in the amounts. And so he logged in on the phone and turned it towards me, and I could see available checking, available balance, just over $9,600. I logged into my savings. I showed him how much I had in savings. He picked up his phone, logged into his Chase savings, turned the phone towards me. In the Chase savings, it was roughly about $15,000.
Mm-hmm.
I also knew that he told me he had a U.S. bank savings and he had an offshore savings. So at this point in time, I asked him, show me the U.S. bank savings, show me the other two accounts.
Of course. Proof of funds. Proof of funds. Oh.
This became
once again with the proof of funds.
Huge bone of contention. He would not show me
proof of funds.
The 2 accounts that he claims has the most money in there, the accounts that he claims has money for a house in there, because he still was mentioning, hey, we need to get on this house.
I forgot about that.
When the lease is up. So I'm just adamant on, why don't you want to show me your savings account? You showed me the Chase one, like what is the big deal? And so he kept saying, he was like, there's a lot of money in there. And he was like,
and what?
Uncle always taught me, this is not the uncle that died, another uncle. My uncle always told me, just keep your money tight. Because women can be, I said women.
What?
Like.
Who's women?
We're married. So.
Who the fuck is women?
Go ahead and show it to me. He would not show it to me. So then
we're back playing Among Us.
Session, and I bring it up. I said he will not show me these 2 accounts that he claims has the money in there to buy a house. I told our pastor and his wife, I said, I saw the pre-approval letter, so I don't understand why he's not going to show me, to just put me at ease that he has the money in there.
Yep.
I had never questioned it before because, again, you tell me who in their right mind signs their name to a legally binding offer, an all-cash offer on a house.
If they don't have the money.
And they just do it willy-nilly. I don't know anyone that does that.
Nope.
So I actually never questioned what was in the savings because I clearly saw him sign his name to a $699,000 all cash offer on a house. If you don't know what I'm talking about, please go back to the part in this playlist where I talk about what he did when we were looking for a house. So the pastor and his wife were like,
"That's sus. That's weird."
That's not his name, y'all. That's a nickname. Legion, why would you not show your wife your savings account? Like, what's going on here? And so he made up some bullshit. And I remember the pastor's wife was like, something's
wrong. Yep.
And so at this point, Legion kind of shuts down. He's just like, look, y'all are not going to tell me when and where I open up my accounts to show anybody the money I earned. I earned that money. I earned that money by blood, sweat, and tears. You went to this whole Denzel.
We're back to the football. Boy, you were making $18 an hour. That football money was crazy. He's over here acting it was NFL. Is it NFL the one for football? That doesn't matter. He's over here acting like he was like all-star NFL, got a ring, went to the Super Bowl. Like, sir. Why are you acting like this football money is so deep? And like now 3 people are telling you you're being weird. So I just don't. He's trying to lie to 3 people, bro. He really thought that we were gonna go to couples therapy and everything wasn't gonna come up. Like, obviously therapy brings everything up. I don't know where he thought he was going. Do you think he was going to like a supermarket or like where did he think we were going? Like, clearly everything has to come out. We're at therapy to let everything out so the truth can come out and shine like a bright light. I don't think he knows what a light looks like. Look, I'm not gaslighting you, Legion. This is what a light looks like. I know you've never been told the truth or spoken the truth by yourself ever. But, this man really had a offshore account. I don't believe it. And the other account, I don't believe it. I also don't believe any other thing he was showing her. That could have been a screenshot. I don't believe a single thing this man... He could tell me the sky is blue. And now I'm about to not believe him. He could tell me grass is green, and I'll be like, I don't think so, sir. I just don't think anything that comes out of your mouth is true, so I'm not going to believe you. So, good luck.
Del Washington monologue about how he earned that money.
Mm-hmm.
No one is going to come in and tell him that he needs to open up the account. So then he starts talking about the ex-wife and how she tried to get money from him in the divorce back when they were in California.
Oh, no, he's traumatized.
Pastor and his wife, their red flags are just like,
yep.
Whoa. So much so that the pastor's wife said, and I will never forget this, she said, I don't think you all are going to make it to January.
I don't think so either.
What she was talking about is, I don't think y'all are going to make it a year.
Yep.
And I really, truly was like,
damn.
I'm going to make it. Like,
right? She was like...
She was just like...
in denial.
I don't have a good feeling about it. And so Legion's all defensive. He at this point, he's folding his arms and because remember, we're on Zoom.
Throwing a fit.
It's like, I'm done with this. Like,
of course you're done. Of course he's done because the lies are gonna come out in therapy. I don't even know why he agreed to do therapy. My guy, you think you were gonna lie to 2 people that have talked to thousands of people already? You're not gonna lie to them. And you know what? They're based. Because sometimes it worries me because like talking to people that are not like licensed worries me about these types of things. But she was so in denial, it's insane. You don't even understand how in denial you can be. Like, this is literally like, you can be in so Delulu, you fly too close to the sun. Like, she is too close to the sun right now. Like, not here, her now, she's normal. But she was so Delulu, she was about to burn herself into the sun. And then, like, these other people are hearing little things. I'm gonna guess the sessions were probably like 30 minutes, 40 minutes, or an hour. They're hearing things here and there, little things, and they're like, "Y'all ain't making it. Y'all ain't we're for 2-3 things. It's not happening." And she's just, "We're gonna make it. We have to." It's giving we're staying for the kids. It's giving we're staying together for the kids. That's what it's giving.
Attacked because I'm not comfortable showing you the amount of money that I have. Money changes people. And I'm not comfortable. So he's playing that victim card. And so the pastor and his wife were like, you know, we're still going to help y'all as much as we can.
But if there's...
So he was like, I'm not comfortable. And basically the pastor and his wife were like, look, we'll help y'all as much as we can.
But this ain't... y'all ain't making it.
There's some deep issues here. And, you know, this is what they advised us. Had the two of you came to us for premarital counseling,
yeah, they would have said no.
We would have told you, do not get married. Y'all should not even be together.
Yep.
That is what our... That is
she's probably so delulu at this point, and she's next to the son. She's probably thinking, these people are crazy. These people are insane. Why are they saying this to us? Why would they say this? Because you're not compatible. You're not compatible. You don't understand each other. This man's a liar, and you're not lying. Something's up. Even they were like, something's wrong. I just don't know what he thought was going to happen in therapy. My God, what did you think was going to happen at couples therapy? You thought you were going to lie to a therapist? No, it's 3 against 1. It's worse now because she thinks something's going on. And they already, day one, they're like, the fuck is going on here? So now it's 3 against 1 because everybody thinks you're sus. We're playing Among Us, and everyone knows you're the imposter. There's no covering it up. You're clearly the imposter. You're clearly sus. We saw you kill someone at fucking cameras, and we saw from the cameras you kill somebody in the cafeteria, and you're over here like, no, that was a morphling. Or no, someone morphed into someone else. Or no, I wasn't there. Sir, this isn't a game. This is real life. You can't just walk into therapy and gaslight them too.
For premarital counseling, we would have told you, y'all should not even be together.
This could be a book, bro. She should have published this. I swear to God, because it's giving.
But the pastor's wife was like, I don't have a good feeling that y'all are gonna make it a year.
The same. And I already know what happened. I don't have a good feeling.
Who the fuck did I marry? So, remember, we're in April. We're now moving towards the end of April. And he still did not show me his...
proof of funds.
Savings account. Saw the checking. Saw the...
That is just so true. I just looked up and I saw this proof of funds. DJ is so cold. It dead ass up. I was going to say that. I was like, proof of funds is beating his ass. Proof of funds has been killing his ass for a year. Proof of funds has just been beating him up for a whole ass year.
Chase savings. So he decides that we should start looking for a house again. Because my lease was up.
Legion is me. Looking up a house for $3 million, and then they're like, "Oh, it's sold," and I'm like, "Oh, my house!" It's literally me.
In August, and I made it very clear that when the lease is up, I am moving. I wanted to move to Cobb County, so it was like, you know, we need to get the ball rolling. I didn't want any parts of it. Didn't want any parts of it. He found a realtor. This time it was a woman.
Oh God, Amber.
And I believe her name was Amber. I think her name was Amber. So he found a realtor, and he told her what the budget was. Amber started finding houses. So
Amber's getting played in her face. This poor lady.
You have to understand, but I believed he was a sane, rational human being. Sane enough that you would not
play in someone's face.
An offer on a home if you didn't have the money. That's what I believed. So when we started working with Amber,
we all believe in something. I used to believe in Santa Claus and the Tooth Fairy, so we all believe in something at some point. We all believe in something at some point. I believed in Santa Claus, the Tooth Fairy. I literally 2 weeks ago let a man believe that I was white. We all believe in something. You know, we all believe in something. I'm sitting right here, and we all believe in something. You know, fuck it. People believe that there's a Loch Ness monster out there, and shit, I've never seen him either. So maybe he does exist. So we all believe in something. She just believed that a man that wouldn't show proof of funds. Like, that would have been the biggest red flag. Like, this is red as fuck, and it's picking it up. It's picking it up how hot red, because this is picking up as light red. So these are, like, clearly two different types of red. But this man is this red. This red is, like, some... Wait, it looks really, really red, but it's not that red. It's, like, wine red. Anyway, this red doesn't even compare. We're talking about this bitch right here. This man is this color red of a red flag. We can't trust him with as far as we can throw him. And this poor lady, we've already seen 20 plus houses. Why would you believe you're getting a house? Anyway, let's see it. It sounds like me thinking. Just let me just, you know what? Let me just play it.
Amber, I believe, showed us 3 or 4 houses. It was not nearly as many as the other realtors got. So, one of the houses, absolutely loved. I love the house. I really wanted to put in an offer on that house, and I'm going to post it on the screen. The house. Love that house. It was just absolutely beautiful. And once again, he wanted to put in an all-cash offer on the house.
Oh God, we're back to proof of funds.
Before he could put in an all.
True.
Oh.
This man was already told, you need proof of funds. You can't just walk in there, say you have 100K, and they're gonna believe you. You need to have proof of funds. Also, he didn't have 100K, because he would have just showed proof of funds. So was he gonna like sling dick or something to get this money? What was the end goal here? Because honestly, he could have just told her, I can't afford to buy a house, and she would have probably been chill. 9 times out of 10, I probably won't be able to afford a house once I feel like getting a man and pay attention to men in my life. Which, who knows when that's going to be. But we could sit down and be like, oh, we can't afford to buy a house. And I'll be cool. You don't gotta lie to me. You don't gotta lie to me. I'm not going to throw a fit. I'll be aight. I know how expensive houses are. And I know like, no one's making enough to buy a house right now. In reality, right? People are, but you know what I mean. Like, I'm not in the right tab bracket right now, so in my mind, I'm like, this one's crazy. But this man, she's about to say they're gonna ask for funds. He already knows. They told him, he's aware that you can't just say I'm bringing cash and they're going to trust you. You need to bring proof of funds. You need to make sure they understand and believe that you have this money. Same thing with renting, because me and my mom needed to show proof of funds because I was going to give the down payment in cash. So they want to see that you have this money, or / it's an available amount. Right? Like, it makes sense for you to have this money. You know what I mean? It just makes sense. It makes sense. It just, you know what? I just don't. He literally already knows they're gonna ask for funds. I don't know why this grown ass man is acting like he has memory issues. He doesn't have memory issues. If he did, I will feel bad for saying, why is he acting, playing around like he doesn't know they're gonna ask the same question they already asked him about for funds. They already asked you, buddy, last time you did this. Remember? Because I remember, and she remembers. Clearly he doesn't.
What Amber, the woman, was smart enough to say is, okay, let's just go ahead and take it one step at a time. Let's go ahead and get your
proof of funds
stuff together. She said, I work with a great lender who, if you're not already pre-approved, he can get you pre-approved, no issues. And then if you wanted to do an all-cash offer, then we'll go ahead and get the proof of funds together.
Immediately, proof of funds. You can't play in these people's faces. We're talking about hundreds of thousands of dollars. We're not talking about 10 cents. We're not talking about $20. We're not talking about 30, 40, 50, 40, or $1,000. We're talking about hundreds. K, like thousands. We're not. This isn't. This. You're not over here buying one of these. You're not buying an iPhone. They just let you walk out of the store with these. I did. I'm pretty sure I had to pay something though. Still, proof of funds. I just had to pause it because he knew she was gonna ask.
So that way we can submit it all with your offer.
I'll be back. I'm gonna put the heat down because I put it out because I was cold, but it's good now.
Y'all already know what happened. The last house was Scott. Basically, Legion was like, well, I can get you whatever you need. That's fine. But I really don't want to submit proof of funds unless they accept the offer. Amber, and I don't know where she is. I don't know if she'll ever see this video. Anyway, let me keep going and I'll explain why that has a special place in my heart. So Amber was like, I totally understand, but this is how we're going to do it. I'm going to need that paperwork, okay? And we'll submit it with your offer. She just simply was like, yeah, this is how we're going to do it. And so he did not submit the paperwork when she had asked him to. And I remember I was driving to work and I stopped at the Quick Trip on Upper Riverdale Road in Riverdale, Georgia. And Amber had called me. It was in the morning. She had called me. And I believe with all my heart that Amber knew something was up. But
she's been gaslit before. And she probably didn't want to be like, bitch, you're being gaslit. So she probably wanted to like warn her. Like, this man's gaslighting you, baby girl. I need you to wake up. Stand up. Stand up. I know you're sitting on the floor right now. Get up. That's what she wants to do. Because she called her. She was like, it's so simple. It's just proof of funds. If you have the money, you have the money. If you don't, you don't. It's not rocket science. And he already knew. They already told you they need proof of funds. So why are you playing in this lady's face? Amber has places to be. People to see. Houses to actually sell to real buyers.
Also knew I did not know what was up. So she called me and she was like, I just don't understand. Like, if he has the paperwork, like, you can submit the paperwork. But the issue was the Chase paperwork that I had was from a year prior. So
too old.
My understanding was that it pretty much was no good at this point. So she said all he has to do is just email it to me or take a picture of. She was like, I just need to know that
he has it.
He's able to back up his offer. And I said, I totally get it. And she was explaining some stuff to me. She was like, he needs to do X, Y, and Z. And so I said to her, I remember I said, I don't know what's going on. I said, I'm going to get down to the bottom of it, but I don't know what's going on. And so let's put a pause on this whole thing. Let's put a pause on looking at
put a pin in it.
Let's put a pause on getting his pre-approval letter because I'm not sure what's going on.
Cat to the back, out the back part too.
And she said, okay. I said, and I know this sounds weird. And she said, no. She said, that is actually very smart. She said, do your research. And if I can be of assistance.
She's been through this before.
She said, whether you buy a house with him or you buy a house on your own, I will be more than happy to represent you.
She's seen some shit.
I don't know where Amber is today.
Girl.
But that one sentence, I felt like...
She's been through it.
I felt like...
She's like, this lady's is getting gaslit. Poor lady.
She was basically telling me,
Open your eyes, get up, stand up.
something ain't right.
Yep.
Baby, something ain't right. And now you need to open your eyes.
Yep.
I'll be more than happy to work with you.
So the what's it called? The whole man came over, but he didn't. The cat was like, the paw was coming out. Now with this call, reassuring her that she knows something was up, and it is. And then coupled with the couples therapy thing, and them telling them like this isn't gonna last, something's up. The cat's like up to here, like the cat's whole ass arm is out. Like she's the Lulu, but the cat's arm is out. Like the cat's coming out the bag slowly, because once again, can't stack anything high up enough that it won't fall. Not lies, not objects, not anything. You can't stack anything up high enough and it won't fall. Something will reach the limit. Even in Minecraft, as something that is code, you can only stack up blocks high enough into a limit. There's a limit to everything. Anyway, let's get back to that.
You, if y'all get your shit together, I'll work with both of you. But whether you buy a house or not, do your research.
Yep.
And then
She said,
let me know what I can do. That was our conversation at the quick trip on Upper Riverdale Road. So I got off the phone. That was the last time that we worked with any sort of realtor. That was the last time that we looked at any sort of house. And I don't remember exactly what happened after that meeting that day. I do know that when I went home, I simply told him, I don't want to look at a house right now. I said, I think it's okay if we rent. We'll just find a house in Cobb County and just rent for a year. And let's build, save some more money.
mm-hmm.
Let's not worry about buying a house right now. And basically what I was trying to do was save face.
Yep.
Because that was the first time with Amber that I actually was embarrassed at the fact that he and I, because I felt like I was complicit in the fact that I'm going to look at houses with him.
Wasted both times.
Like we are wasting these people's time.
Yep.
I did not mean to waste your time. I clearly see my time as being wasted, but that doesn't mean I need to waste your time.
Yep.
And I felt embarrassed at the fact that we wasted her time coming across as serious buyers when
y'all weren't serious. Yep.
Shut up. Nothing was put up, and I knew nothing. I had nothing to add to add to this, because we're talking about a $650,000 house, and I don't make that. I don't make anywhere near that. So it just became one of those situations where I was trying to save face. I was trying to save face with my husband, and I was trying to save face with
Amber.
And so I did say to him, let's just rent for another year, and then let's see at that time where we are, if we should go ahead and buy. So now is when shit is about to get real.
Cut to the bag. Cat out of the bag.
Who the fuck did I marry? So we weren't looking at houses anymore. We were not working with a realtor anymore. The end of April, I had decided that I wanted to look for another job. I did. The reason I wanted to look for
yeah, because this was mistake with me picking a woman with a photogenic memory, 100%, because I remember shit, but like not fully. I do also think, because it's a trauma, she remembers fully, because any traumatic ass shit I remember fully. Like I remember some shit that I'm like how the fuck do I remember these things? But I don't remember them to the point where she does, because she remembers everything. Like I remember that my dad had me and my mom so fucking fooled. I think it's called like emotional abuse or some shit. Anyway, He had us so fucking fooled. We drove all the way to a fucking sketchy ass street. I'm pretty sure it was called like Milk Street. Mind you, I don't have a good memory with streets. And I just looked at the street name. It was called like Milk Street. And I remember I was so scared to even stop my car there that I pre-drove by there to see where I was going to pick up this black car he wanted us to pick up because he fucking abandoned it. Mind you, now that we're out of it, like I said, now that I'm out of it, it's been years. There's I know that I won't have an issue if I don't do whatever the fuck he tells me. How was a random car you abandoned in another city our problem? It wasn't. Woohoo! Woo! You're being controlled by an idiot and you didn't fucking notice because you were in it. But yeah, if it's traumatic, I remember the lady's name that came out when I came to get the car because I needed the keys. I remember the man. I don't remember the man's name though that came out that pre-drove the car. But he did offer to like help us drive the car home because I was like, I'm not gonna drive this fucking hoopty. Is it gonna make it to the house? Like, it was like one of those cars. Like, and you know, I said I had a '97 Corolla, like old ass car. I wouldn't. I'm not the type. So you already know how beat up this shit was. And I was like, is this gonna make it? Those miles? Like, is it gonna make it? I don't think it's gonna make it. I don't think this is gonna make it. So when it's something big, I remember everything. Like, I remember where I was when my mom called me and was like, we have to pick up this car. It's racking up what's it called? Tickets in the side of the road. And when you're in it, like I said earlier, when you're in it, it just makes sense. I was like, oh, it makes sense that we go pick up this car. That has nothing to do with us. For a man that we haven't seen in like a year. Like that's out of the country. That's his problem, clearly. But no, you know, when your brain isn't all there. Once you snap out of it, though, you're like, bitch, why the fuck did you go get a car in a sketchy fucking street with a random fucking grown-ass man that you don't know, with your mom, just the two of you alone? Also, we don't do shit like that anymore. If we go anywhere sketchy, I'm calling my uncle. I'm calling various men to come with me. Me and my mom will never be doing that shit again. Us by ourselves, down a sketchy street, picking up a random car that we have no business of picking up under a name that's neither of ours. No idea what the fuck has been done with this car. God knows if there was crack being done in the back of this vehicle. Yeah, absolutely not. Anyway, let me get back into it.
For another job is petty.
But yeah, when it's traumatic, you remember.
Let's look for another job because I was pissed off at the fact that I had basically was dependent on him to help with the car note. So I wanted to look for another job where I could afford life all by myself, including that car note. Basically where I would make more money.
Yeah, just in case something happens.
I told him that I was going to start looking for another job. He laughed.
Oh?
And his exact words were, you're not going to leave Georgia State Patrol. He was like, I swear you love them niggas more than you love me.
Okay.
He laughed.
Sure.
So that fueled me even more.
To get a new job, exactly. I'm the same way.
I was hitting
if you tell me I can't do something, I'm gonna do it. If you tell me I can't do something, I'm gonna do it. Just like people were like, oh, you can't be a content creator, blah, blah, blah. I'm gonna do this. I'm gonna do this. How am I gonna succeed and do everything? I don't know yet. I don't know. I have no idea. But I'm gonna do it. Because you told me I can't. So now I'm gonna do it. You're gonna watch me do it. We're gonna do it. Anyway, don't tell me I can't do shit, because I'll do it. Don't tell me I can't do something. Goddamn, I'll do... If someone tells me I can't pass a bar exam, I'm gonna go do it. Don't tell me I can't do some shit. And more if it's doable. She seems like an amazing person. And obviously a hard worker, as everything I'm hearing. I'm not hearing everything about her job, but things here and there, I'm hearing she's a good worker. So why in the fuck even recognize that she couldn't be at home? Like, that's important. Like, you need to recognize your limits. So why can't she get a new job? Because you said so? Okay, sir.
Got a phone call from my current job. So this is how I ended up in my current job.
Mm-hmm.
Got a phone call. They had sent me an email with a background packet. The background packet was long and extensive, but in the background packet, it asked for
the
my
fake
spouse's
sauce.
full name,
Oh.
my spouse's date of birth,
Oh.
my spouse's social security number.
Oh.
So I showed it to Legion, and I was like, I need your social because, you know, I'm
They
applying
asking for
for
your
this
info.
job. It's
Yeah.
a great job. It's way more money. And, you know, we're talking about moving anyway to Cobb County. So this, you know,
Makes
this is
sense.
a God thing.
He said
Did not
no.
want to give me his
I knew it.
I showed him the paperwork where I was like, look, because we are married,
They need your information.
I can't lie on here. So help me. So he writes down his social security number on the background packet. And I eventually turned it in. I had scanned it, saved it in my email, and sent it in. And I looked at it one day, just going through it, just making sure I didn't really miss anything. All T's were crossed, all I's were dotted.
I'm gonna guess he put in his real security number and not the one he used for the wedding. Because I remember she looked into that one and nothing came up. But I'm feeling, since this was something serious, he might have either used another number, the same number he used for the wedding, of the marriage license thing, or he used his actual social and she could actually dig shit up on this one. We'll see though.
And I looked at his social, and something about the social
Was
seemed different
off.
than the social security number that I remember seeing when we did our marriage license. And so, for those who you remember in the previous part, I said I had ran his social security number from
Nothing
the
came up.
marriage
Yep.
license. Nothing came back. So I thought that I had written it down wrong. Basically, what it is that the first three numbers were different on the background packet than what was on the marriage license. If you don't know this, here's a little trivia. Your social security number, the first three numbers, pretty much are dictated by the state you were born in and the state that issued your birth certificate. So he was born in Pennsylvania. So the first three numbers of his social security number should be attributed to Pennsylvania. Pennsylvania, shit, they probably got like 5, 6 different numbers, 3-digit numbers that your social security number can start with. So the social that was on
It wasn't from Pennsylvania.
the marriage license, for example, was probably 1, 2, 3. What was on the background
213.
was 4, 5, 6.
Oh.
Both of those social security 3-digit prefixes are issued through the state of Pennsylvania. Again, this is an example so I can make it clear. So when I saw his social on my background, I immediately knew that was a different social than what I saw on the marriage license. And when I compared, because I had found a copy of the marriage license that we turned in because I had filled it out on the computer. So sure enough, the first three numbers were different. The rest of the numbers were the same. So one of two things: either when I ran his background, I did in fact put in the wrong number, or the number on the marriage certificate or the background packet is wrong.
Yep.
So I decided that I was going to
Another background
roll
check.
the dice and take the social from the background packet. Again, this is the background packet that I had to fill out to
Look that man up.
my current
Look
job.
that man up.
I was trying
Look
to
that
get
man
a
up.
job. Okay, so I took that social and I ran a background check on it.
Not everything comes up.
What came back on this particular background was all the addresses that the social security number, I guess, had been.
So since it was serious, he gave her the actual number. I'm guessing. Because the addresses are coming up, everything's gonna come up. Because last time, nothing came up. So...
And attached to. So, all of the addresses, the states were Georgia, Rhode Island, Pennsylvania.
I don't think he ever went to Cali. Remember I said I don't think he ever went to Cali. I don't think California is real. And I think it's coming out. I don't think California's real. I don't think he ever went to California. I don't think because she said it a bunch of times. He got married in California, I got divorced in California. Got married in California, got divorced in California. I don't think so. She keeps saying it, so I don't think it's real. She kept bringing it up. She got married in California. He got married in California, divorced in California. Married in California, divorced in California. Then he went to where she met him. But everything was Cali. And I don't think he ever went down there. I don't think he ever went to California. I don't think so. Let's hear it. Because I just know I just got this right.
Pennsylvania. What I did not see was California.
Thank you so much. I knew it. She said it so many times that I was like, there's no way California is real. There's no way that man's even stepped foot in California. There's no way. I can't believe this. And then he said that his ex-wife moved to where they were, near where they were living. And I was like, nah, she's always been here. She's always been here. Okay, she didn't just move here. She's been here. I know it.
So, I thought that was weird. I thought, okay, maybe this is not a complete background because clearly he went to San Diego State. It's on his resume. It's on quite a few things. Social media. He didn't have a LinkedIn, but it was on his social media. So clearly, he had been to California. So maybe I just need to do a different background check. Also to note, during this time, I think I told you guys he had hit his leg at work. So what was happening was it was getting more and more difficult for him to walk, like put pressure on that leg, on that knee. He was still able to go to work. He was still leaving at 6:15 in the morning. He was still coming back between 3:30 and 4 o'clock.
Sus behavior.
You could see where he was in pain. He would elevate the knee, ice the knee. It was getting worse, and I was constantly like, go to the doctor. Let me take you to urgent care so that they can look at this knee because.
Well, you don't have no insurance, so he can't because I think he's unemployed at this point.
Having a hard time putting weight on that knee, and every single time he was like, "Oh, it's fine. I have a doctor's appointment on Wednesday. The doctor just told me to ice it and to elevate it. This is an old football injury."
Sure. Oh, the football again.
It used to happen a lot when I was out in California. So I'm mentioning this knee issue for a reason.
Ain't no knee issue. Ain't no knee issue either.
So once again,
I don't believe a thing that comes out of this man's mouth.
I ran the background the second time with his second social. It showed me
Never California.
states of Georgia, Pennsylvania, and Rhode Island. And that's all that I saw in terms of addresses. I didn't see anything for California. So by this point, we're moving into May of 2021. Things are starting to reopen. One of the things that reopened was San Diego State. So I called San Diego State. I called the registrar's office. Someone did answer, and there was instructions on how to request a transcript. I was able to try to request it online. You needed the student's name, and I believe you also need their social.
Never been to Cali.
No results found. I believe that I sent an email asking,
Never went to Cali.
This person is saying that they were a student there. Can you verify it?
The cat is out of the bag. And at this point, the house of cards has fallen. At this point, you can't trust him. I would have honestly gone to sleep at a fucking hotel because he could have murdered me at night. I don't know this man. I don't know who's in my house right now. I just don't know who's in my house right now. Who the fuck are you? We can't be living in the same house. I don't know who the fuck you are. Is your name even the name you told me? I'm now paranoid, and thank you so much for coming to my paranoia show because I'm paranoid. Thank you so much. I knew she mentioned so much Cali. I knew. I was like, it's not real. Cali never happened. No one ever went to California. He probably hasn't even been there for vacation. This motherfucker. Mm.
So I'm like, okay. I asked him about it. And in part 26, I'll tell you exactly what his response was.
I'm so ready for him to lie to me too.
Part 26, who the fuck did I marry? So I asked Legion, what's the deal about San Diego State? He was like, what are you talking about?
Ain't no way he's gonna say this. Ain't no way he's gonna say that he's a private citizen. There's just zero way. Legion don't kill everybody. It's imaginary family. Legion played everyone and everything except football for San Diego State. Oh my god, he is a case study. He is a case study. Nah, like, he is a case study. Oh.
And I said, why is there no records of you there? Just came right out and said it. Without missing a...
I mean, you gotta just ask. Like...
Said, well, I was a private citizen. What the fuck does that mean? And what he said is that when he started at San Diego State, his father...
So what I'm hearing is he just showed up to classes and just never actually was to the school. He just showed up to classes, showed up to the field. They just were like, yeah, you could just come here and not sign up and do whatever the fuck you want. Okay, sure.
Father paid money so that... Okay, it's important I say this with a straight face. His father paid money so that his name and social would not be publicized and he would be considered a private student.
Y'all saw how I just closed my eyes slowly? I would have done the same exact thing if a man told me this shit and then just left the house. Because honestly, you can't be honest for shit. You've been caught with your pants down and you're still fucking lying? This is too much. This is too much. Why the fuck are you... Oh my god. So he's gonna sit here and lie to us?
He had a card where all he had to do was show the card. He does not have to give his name. He does not have to give any information because...
Yeah, that's how that works. Yep, that's how that works. Yep, for sure. 100%.
So San Diego State would not have any record of him.
Sure.
But he was in fact a student.
Sure.
I said, and you claimed that you played football. He's like, I did play football. I said, so you're saying that the school did not publish your name anywhere and they were in violation of NCAA rules? And he was like, why are you asking all these questions?
Because you're a liar.
I said, I'm just curious.
And you know you're lying. What do you mean, why?
I'm just curious. You're saying that you were a private citizen, but yet how were you in compliance with NCAA if you were a private citizen?
Right.
And they did not publish
your
name on any roster.
You've been caught, sir. Just give it up. You've been caught. You've been caught.
So that was
You've been caught.
He was like, all I can tell you is that I was a private citizen. My dad paid for it.
Okay. And I'm gonna believe you because you said so.
San Diego State has no record of him. Now I know that his social
Another lie to the pile.
background packet only shows that he lived in Georgia, Rhode Island, and Pennsylvania.
Miss him to California as slave.
Okay. So at this point, the pain in his knee is getting worse. It's getting to the point where when he would come home from work, he would take a shower and immediately get in bed, elevate his knee. He was not even eating the way that he used to eat. It was getting to the point where at times, if you remember when I told you all about the miscarriage, they gave me pain meds because I had taken that pill. But the pain meds I was allergic to.
I remember, yeah.
But I still had them.
He was taking them, wasn't he?
His knee was getting to the point where he would take one of those pain meds just to get through the night. He was constantly in agony,
He says. I don't believe a single thing.
So much so that in May he moved into the guest bedroom because I couldn't deal with the tossing and turning thing. And he just said he was more comfortable there. So what at first was a oh, I hit my knee at work, turned into, no, it was an old football injury. This has happened before. Turned into, it's painful for me to walk on it. Turned in.
If you're gonna be a chronic liar, don't get married or have a significant other because you can't keep up. You can't keep up. She's listing all the like 10 lies. What the fuck happened to your niece, sir? Were you just fucking some bitch like the community dick you are and blew it out? Just say, well, blew her out and yourself out. Just say it. Why are you being so cryptic? Were you just going in and like life just happened? Your knee gave out? Like just tell us what happened. Because I know you're unemployed. There's a point where he's unemployed, and I don't know. Maybe she gets fed up with his pain and sends to the hospital unwillingly, and then we're gonna find out he's unemployed somehow. I don't know what point we're gonna find out. But at the point where she says he gets here, he leaves every day at this time. Well, leaving at a certain time is normal because I left every single day at a certain time when I worked at different places. But I never came back at the same time every day. No one does. Anyway, like, sir, if you're blowing some bitch's back out and your knee blew out, you just have to say that. You didn't buy your knee hurts from football that we already know, sir, that you never played football. We already know. We already know you never went to California. Just give it up. Hang it out, give it up. So maybe work. I'll take that one. But then you keep building up more lies. If you were single and you were just fucking with different girls, you can tell different girl a different lie every day. But you can't just get married and tell this poor lady 10 different stories. What happened? What happened? What's the real story? What's the real tea?
It's actually hard for me to work on it.
Ooh.
But he was still going to work at 6:15 every morning.
And coming back at 4:30. I mean 3:30 or 4, yeah.
It is, again, I'm just giving you guys the chronological order.
Yeah, of course.
So at this point, we're not looking for.
Oh, thank God, no more houses.
I still have not seen the 2 savings accounts.
You're never gonna see it.
I'm pretty sure there's no money in those savings.
Because they don't exist.
But again, he was going to put in an all-cash offer with Amber the real.
These nuts.
So I really didn't know what to believe, but I believed what I saw.
You nerd.
Which is I saw that background is not showing where he went to California. So at one point in May, it was close to mid-May, he calls me from work. He calls me from work, calls me while I'm at work, and tells me that he got a phone call from his stepson. The phone call from his stepson, the stepson was crying and was just absolutely distraught. And I'm at work in my office like,
what happened?
What's going on? And he says to me that the stepson informed him that his stepdaughter passed away. That she died from COVID.
I don't believe this.
This is the story. The stepson found her in her apartment because they had not heard from her for a couple of days. And she was unresponsive. He called the ambulance. They pronounced her dead when she got to the hospital. So he was calling to tell me that she had died. And he was also calling to ask me if I would object to him giving his ex-wife $2,000 towards the funeral. As I've stated before, and I still am this way to this day. I don't play about that. So when he told me that she died, I immediately went into all right.
I mean, someone died. Let's do it.
Whatever we can do to help, let's help. Because surely nobody
ain't no way.
Make that up.
Ain't no way.
So he was like, "Are you okay with that?" He was like, "We're married, and the agreement was that anything over $500 would be a discussion. So $2,000 definitely." And I said, "Yeah." I said, "That's totally fine. I'm fine with that."
It's expensive to bury somebody, so.
He was upset because, again, he was close with the kids.
Okay.
And my heart went out to his ex-wife. It did.
Of course.
Because I can't even imagine. I cannot even imagine. So, part 27, who the fuck did I marry? So, here's where we are at, and here's what we can establish. Number one, I ran an initial background check on the Social Security number that was on my marriage license. Mm-hmm. Nothing came back. I subsequently applied for another job. In that job, I had to fill out a background packet.
Never went to Cali.
The packet asked for my spouse's name, date of birth, and his Social Security number.
Never in California.
The on the background packet for the new job did not match the Social Security number that he gave me for our marriage license. If you are confused, I believe it's in part 25 or part 26 that I explain that. So we can establish that I then ran a background check on the new Social Security number that was on my background packet. It came back with states that the Social Security number apparently had lived in. Those states were Georgia, Pennsylvania, Rhode Island. Okay. I decided, this is now around May 20th, I decided to do another background check.
Ooh, as you should.
And I paid to do another background check. This time,
okay.
I did it with a different company, and not only did it give me the addresses, not only did it give me the states, it gave me addresses, and it also gave me names of people who were like associated.
She's smart.
Legion.
Amber, this is true. Amber told her to do her research. Girl is doing her research. She said, you better go play with somebody else real quick. Oh, as you should. As you should.
Was his ex-wife. I've always known, he's always told me the name of the ex-wife. Mm-hmm. But now I see it when I ran his background.
Oh shit, no, we're 27, right? Okay. We're gonna find out that her daughter's not dead.
We can establish that I then ran a background check on the new Social Security number.
Okay, let me see. Hold on 1 second.
I decided, this is now around May 20th, I decided to do another background check.
Yes, okay, hold on 1 second. Sorry.
Associated with Legion and that address.
Okay, hold on.
Names of people who
there we go.
were associated with Legion and that address.
Yes.
One of those names,
ex-wife.
I've always known, he's always told me the name of the ex-wife.
Okay, now, so either her daughter's not dead, she only has a son, or the daughter is alive. So either she's not dead, she only has a son. Okay, let's just do two. Either the daughter's not dead, or she only has a son. Let's see. Or she has two sons. If she has two sons, that'll be insane.
I see it when I ran his background. I did a search for her on social media. She was not there. So the address that it
imagine they're his kids, not sub-kids.
She was associated with him, because remember, his story is we got married in San Diego.
Yep.
We lived in San Diego. We divorced.
No one's ever been to California though, so.
Men lie, women lie. The U.S. federal government, which is Social Security number, does not. So, he's saying he was always in California. His Social Security number never showed.
He never went there.
California, according to the background check. It did show that he had lived in Georgia at an address associated with the ex-wife. So, tried to find the ex-wife, could not find her on social media. So I looked in the metro counties to protect her identity. This I am going to not divulge a lot on this part. I looked in the metro counties, in the open record courts.
She researched.
You know, you can look in like Superior Court or Magistrate Court or Probate Court. So I looked in open records for the different counties, metro Atlanta counties, let me be clear, metro Atlanta counties. And I looked under her name, and I found where they had filed for divorce.
Not Cali, that's for
in
sure.
Metro Atlanta County. So when he said that he filed for divorce in San Diego, and that he was married in San Diego, I was able to find, no, according to the state of Georgia, you were married here. You were divorced here. So I looked under her name, found a record for divorce, and it did show his name. So now I clearly see on my computer that there is a Metro Atlanta County Court that has a divorce record in the state of Georgia
with him and this lady. Yep.
So I did what any rational person would do, because this is still kind of COVID time. Well, not really. It had nothing to do with COVID. Let me take that back. Because of the parameters of the court, you can only do the open records request in person.
Ooh.
I did what anybody would do.
She said, fuck, I'm
I
going.
told my boss I had to go. I grabbed my purse, grabbed my keys, and I drove to the court to do the open records request in person. The open records request was for the divorce documents. Go back in the story, in the series, and remember I did a background on the ex-wife. I told you all exactly what was told to me. He met her in California. He married her in California.
Yep.
He divorced her in California because she cheated on him.
Yep.
He filed for divorce.
Yep.
She tried to get spousal support.
I swear to God, I already said this. He cheated. She filed for divorce. California never happened. I said all this in the beginning of the stream. California never happened. He's the one that cheated. She's the one that asked for the divorce. I swear to God, I already know it's coming. This man loves to lie for no reason. He lies for fun. He loves it. I watch Netflix for fun, and I stream for fun. He's out here lying for fun. So at least we all need our fun, and this is what he's decided to do with his time.
It was going to be a little ugly. He was helping her with the kids. That was the story.
That was the story. Yep.
So went to the court, filled out the paperwork, got the open records request for the divorce.
And did. Yep.
For the divorce records. First thing I see.
Give it to me.
He didn't file. She did.
I know it. I said it.
Second thing I see. They didn't make it more than 6 months. I see the date of marriage. I see the date of dissolution. 6 months.
They waited 6 months too.
Third thing I see. He was served in Metro Atlanta, which means that at the time of the divorce, he was living in Metro Atlanta.
Yep.
Had nothing. California was never.
Ain't no California.
Fourth thing I see. He filed what is called a pauper affidavit. If you don't know what that is, I'm going to do my best to explain it real quick. Basically, he filed an affidavit with the court saying that he is so poor. I
knew everything was backwards. I'm saying he's the one. He's saying she's the one doing all this, but it's him. I knew it.
Fees to pay for.
This man's poor.
He couldn't afford a filing fee. He couldn't afford a service fee. That is what a pauper affidavit is for. All of this is in the divorce documents.
Just found out this man's poor.
Filed. She said it was irreconcilable differences. She was not requesting any money.
Nope.
Whatsoever.
She was like.
And both of them had signed a pauper affidavit. He was served in Georgia at his previous
address.
Employment.
Oh.
According to the divorce documents, he was served at like a grocery store. That is what was listed as his employer. And it had a date of when he was served.
When was
I
it?
see all of this in one day. I also see where on the divorce documents, she listed her name, her address, and her phone number.
We got her phone number.
So I did what any rational.
We gotta call her. We gotta call her.
Write down the phone number.
Let's go. We have to call her.
there was a 50-50 chance that the number was already disconnected.
Yeah, it's been a minute. It's been a minute.
She could be like me. I'm one of those people. Honey, you can sneeze at a 27-degree angle. I will change my number so quick, you ain't even know what hit you. You can talk to me at 5 o'clock, and at 5:05, my number has been changed. So she could have been like me, and the number is not even active. Or she could be like some people I know who have kept their numbers since kindergarten.
Yep, middle school, my mom had a huge scare because it was a storm, and I guess she never got the call that school closed early, and she got home and I wasn't there, and then she went to my grandma's and I wasn't there, and then she went to the school, and because I didn't have a phone, I didn't know she was at the school, so basically she thought I was missing this whole time. And anyway, long story short, that same fucking day, same exact day, we went to, I don't know if it was, at T-Mobile, because we had T-Mobile for like 20 years, almost 30 years now. They told me this when I called last time. They were like, oh my god, you've been with us since like 2007 or some shit, ridiculous shit like that. And I was like, yeah, we have. So I have had my number. We have changed from T-Mobile to Metro for like a little bit, but it wasn't long enough to matter. And yeah, so I have had my number since I was, how old is middle school? I want to say 12. I might have been 13, but I want to say 12 because I know I've had a phone. I had a phone like 2 years before high school. So I want to say I was 12. I was fresh to this country, so I didn't even know how to ask to call my mom. I know her number by heart, always have, but I just aged myself too. No phone to call anyone. Anyway, I knew it was reversed.
Either way, I wrote the number down.
We gotta call her.
And I
immediately. We gotta call her. Oh fuck, she went to work.
And the same friend who helped me when I had my miscarriage, I told her, I was like, I got this phone number. This is the ex-wife. She was like, girl, you better call.
You gotta call right now.
You better call and find
immediately.
Out her.
Gotta call.
I think she said to me, can't nobody tell you what is going on
but her.
White like that.
Yep, she's gonna tell you.
So, part 28.
We're about to. She's about a
phone call that I had.
I'm nervous. I am so nervous. Part 28. Oh my god, I'm so nervous. She's about to tell her this man's broke. She's about to, I just love how incredibly respectful you're being to every single person involved. Even Legion. Any woman would have cracked. You're a powerful woman. Oh, true. If Legion says good morning, I'll run outside to check it. No, literally. Like I said, he could tell me the sky is blue, and I'll be like, I don't know. I don't know if it is. You can tell me right now I'm wearing a yellow shirt, and I'll be like, I don't know. I just don't know. I just do not know. He could be like, grass is green, and I'll be like, I just don't think. I'm gonna have to go look at that myself. I just don't. I don't know. I just don't think anything that comes out of that mouth is true. So you can tell me my hair's curly, and I'll be like, is it though? Like. I can't wait for this call, bro.
I had the phone number, went back to work. My really good friend was like, you better call her.
Immediately.
You can use my phone, but call her. So I called her. She answered.
Of course.
Let me use aliases. And the conversation went like this. May I please speak with Barbara? This is Barbara. Barbara, this is Shirley. Shirley who? This is Shirley Jones.
Oh.
I am the wife.
She probably
of Legion.
She's probably like, may God help you. May God. Should we pray together?
She starts laughing.
She's probably like, you want to hold hands and pray right now? What do you need? You need me to move you out of the house? What do you need, baby girl? What's going on, baby girl? Do you need to hold hands while I tell you about where you're in right now? And she's laughing. She knows she's in deep shit. But the thing is, he only has one ex-wife. So this poor woman had to just find out by herself. At least she gets to hear it from somebody else. I can't wait to hear. We're 47 seconds in out of 9 minutes. I'm excited. I want to hear what she has to say. Barbara, speak.
She said to me, and I quote, "If you were calling me, then I know it's bad."
Ooh.
And I said to her, "I'm not trying to bother you. I'm not trying to disrupt your life. I said I'm literally coming to you
As a woman.
on some woman to woman shit."
Shit.
I said, "Because you are probably the only person
That's gonna tell you what's going
who
on.
can help." She listened. She was gracious, and she said, "What is it that you need to know, or what is it that you want to know?"
Mm-hmm.
And I said, "I understand that you and my husband talk and communicate."
Mm-hmm.
And she immediately said, "What?
Talk?
No, we don't." And I said, "Okay."
Oh?
She said, "One thing you need to know about Legion.
He a liar.
Whatever he tells you,
It's a lie.
it is a lie." And she said, again, let's go back to part 1. I told you guys that when he introduced himself, or when we met, we actually had matched on 2 different sites.
But he had 2 different names.
It was under 2 different names. One was like the actual birth name. The other one was
a nickname kind of thing. Yeah.
Of that name. That's the name I know him by. So, for example, if his name was Matthew, he had a profile under Matthew, and then he had a profile under Matt. I would have known him as Matt. So she said to me, she was like, "I don't even know who Matt is." She was like, "That's not even his name." And so I knew what his actual government name is. She was like, "No one calls him Matt." She was like, "That must be his new
alias,
his new personality." Or she was cracking a joke, but she was like, "Anything he tells you
is a lie.
You need to know is a lie." So I just asked her, I said, "What was your experience?" I said, "Because I can tell you the story he told me." And she stopped me right there. She said, "Whatever he told you was a lie." She said, "Let me guess. He told you I cheated on him."
Yep.
"Let me guess. He told you that I wanted money from him."
Yep.
And I said, "Yeah." And she said, "Yeah, that's a complete lie." So we had a conversation where she told me how they met. They didn't meet online or anything. I said, "Well, were you guys ever in California?" She said, "No."
California?
She was like, "That man ain't never been past the East
I know
Coast."
it. I know it. I knew he never been there, not even for vacation. I know it.
"So you guys have always been in Georgia?" And she said, "Yeah." She's like, "We got married in Georgia, and we got divorced in Georgia." And that's when she asked me, "How did you even get my number?" She said, "Because I want nothing to do with him."
Yep.
"So how did you get my number?" I said, "I'm gonna tell you the truth. It ain't gonna make me look good." I told her, I said, this is what happened, and this is what led to me doing research.
Yep.
And this is how I got your number." And she laughed. She was like, "Wow." She said, she was like, "Normally I would be freaked out." She said, "But under the circumstances," she was like, "Wow."
Makes sense. No, she makes sense. I get it.
"Yeah, if you're calling me, then
it's bad.
It must have gotten pretty bad." She said, "So what did he promise you?"
Ooh.
And we talked for about 35 minutes. She asked me in that phone call, she said, "Look, I want nothing to do with him. I have not spoken to him since our divorce."
Wait, ask about the daughter. Ask about the daughter. I need to know.
I would just appreciate if
let me out of it.
Keep me out of whatever's going on with
you.
And I told her, I said, "I give you my word, I will never tell him I spoke to you." I said, "I give you my word." I said, this conversation
between us,
is for me. It is not for me to use in any sort of legal litigation. Nothing. This is for me. And I said, I don't plan to call you again. I don't plan to be a disruption in your life. I just needed to
the truth. Yep.
how bad is it? And she paused and she said, it's bad. She said, I don't know what all y'all got going on. She said, but if it's anything like what it was for me, it's bad. So we talked a little bit more. She was very encouraging. She was like, girl, do not blame yourself.
Exactly.
She said, I went through that and I had blamed myself. She was like, this is not on us.
Nope.
This is on him.
Yep.
She was like, he is a master liar.
I mean, I would have believed them. I would have believed. There's shit here and there that I would have believed.
Red flags. So she was like, do not feel as though this is on you.
It's not.
We talked about there's an ex-girlfriend that shares the same name as his aunt.
Mm-hmm.
She and I talked about her. She said the reason why they broke up because the ex-girlfriend, I didn't know this, the ex-girlfriend had reached out to her about 6 months before he met me.
Mm-hmm.
And so the ex-girlfriend lived in Douglasville. On Legion's driver's license, he had a Georgia driver's license with the Douglasville address. What he told me was that it was the address that his sister, because remember I told y'all his sister Shantae lives in Douglasville. She's a nurse, married with 2 kids.
Mm-hmm. Sure,
so
she
he told
is.
me that the address on his license, it was his driver's license, was to Shantae's house. The ex-wife is telling me no.
That's his girlfriend.
That's the address for the girlfriend, the ex-girlfriend.
Cool.
He had moved in with her, and he created this whole narrative with her. She found out that he was lying, and she kicked him out. And so, I guess after she kicked him out, she then reached out to the ex-wife, kind of the way I did.
This poor lady, Jesus Christ.
And so the ex-wife was just telling me, whatever that man has told you,
it's not true.
It is a lie. She said, I got out before it got too bad. She said, because once I knew he was lying, I was out.
Yep.
She was like, because he's never going to change.
Nope. And if he lies about little things, little simple things, he'll lie about everything. You can't trust a single thing coming out of that man's mouth.
And the conversation went on, and so finally we were getting ready to get off the phone. And before
the daughter, please,
I
daughter.
said to her,
the daughter.
I said, if everything is a lie, I said, I have one question for you. And she said, sure. I said, how is your daughter?
I'm nervous. I'm scared. I'm afraid. She's alive.
I said, how is your daughter?
She's alive, isn't she?
Next part coming up. Part 29.
I'm sorry. I'm just getting excited.
I asked her,
This is good.
how was your daughter?
Mm-hmm.
She said, my daughter's fine.
I knew it.
She said, what did he say about my daughter? And I will be honest with y'all, I didn't have the heart to tell her.
Oh.
So what I said instead was, oh, no, it was, with everything with COVID, I think he mentioned that she might have had COVID or was exposed to it. I downplayed it bad.
Good. You don't need
I
to.
wasn't going to tell that woman.
No.
That
He murdered her daughter. He just killed her daughter off as a fucking character.
So I said,
I'm sorry. Legion goes coming up and jump you. Oh my god, imagine you think you have a prize and it's Legion. New friend with 2 kind podcast. Reesa Teesa. Okay.
Obviously I'm glad to hear that.
She's good. And alive.
She said, look, whether you stay with him or not.
Oh, wait, it's TikTok time. Let me keep listening while I mute for a second.
She said, this is what he does. She said, you're not the first. You're not going to be the last. She said he did it to me. She was very, very encouraging because she was just like, you do not blame yourself. She said, we both ignored red flags, but it is not your fault. She said, this is on him. And so we, once again, I thanked her for her time, got off the phone. I took the long way home that night. I could not be around him. I could not be around him. I had to figure something out. I had to figure some things out. So I took the long way home. What does that mean? It means that I probably could have taken 75 to 285, but I probably took 20 to 75 to 285 to 675 kind of like I just took the long way home. A couple of days later, because I really my mind was spinning. A couple of days later, at this point, I'm turning into the FBI, CIA, and Homeland Security all in one. Literally. I'm trying to find everything.
I feel so bad for this lady, bro.
Business as usual.
Oh no, because it is normal to him.
He had no idea that I had spoken to the ex-wife. He had no idea I had gone to the court and saw his divorce documents. He had no idea. So, a couple of days later, I decided to look up his mother's obituary.
Oh, she's alive, isn't she?
The mother's obituary. And down at the bottom, where it talks about, she's preceded in death by, and it lists all the people, the family members that died before. And then it says, leaving behind to cherish her memory.
The grandma's alive.
It lists
the grandma's the baby.
His dad.
The grandma's the baby. The grandma is the baby, guys. The grandma is the baby.
Her husband.
Wait, the husband was alive? I thought... Oh, wait, no. Grandma and grandpa are dead. Yeah, okay.
Excuse me.
Dead.
It lists her husband, which is Legion's dad. It lists Legion's brother that lives in Philly and his wife, because again, this is 2000. She passed away in 2015. So it lists Legion, the brother in Philly, and his wife and daughter, granddaughter. It lists Legion and his wife. I think it was like Latoya or La something. It did not list
His grandma.
the ex-wife I just spoke to.
Oh, this is another wife.
It clearly said Legion, his wife, Latoya. Then it listed the brother in Nashville, his wife, Jane, or whatever.
Why did I miss that? First of all, she called the other lady Barbara, so I should have called that. But, sir, go to therapy. We need him locked up. We need him locked up. Usually, I don't advocate for this, but we need him locked up. We need him locked up in a mental unit. This isn't... We need him in a psych ward. We need him locked up. There is women stacking up. We need him locked up. Because... What? And she was in that bitch long enough to be in the obituary. So... And all these women only last 6 months? What is this, like, toilet paper or something? That is not how marriage works. Also, she looked him up, and nothing came up. So what social security number was he using with this lady? How many socials are there, Legion? How many socials are there? When is it enough? Jesus fucking Christ.
So I'm thinking to myself, there's two things I was thinking immediately. Number one,
who's this lady?
Who is
Latoya, Latasha? Yo.
Never heard that name before. So I was thinking, who was Latoya? And then number two, where are the two sisters? Shantae and Kim.
Oh, yeah.
Mary.
He had two sisters.
Kim lives in Augusta, and I believe he told me she worked at like Procter and Gamble. So why aren't they listed on here? Because apparently go back to the video. I posted it on there. I gave y'all background on the family.
I remember, yeah.
He apparently was one of 5.
Yep.
Through both parents. Brother in Philly, older brother, younger brother in Nashville, an older sister in Douglasville, and a baby sister in Augusta. So why is it on his mother's obituary there's only three children named? Where are the 2 sisters? So I'm even more like, what in the hell is going on? And then I started thinking to myself, why wouldn't they list Shantae? Like, they talk all the time, so I know that they're close because he talks to Shantae all the time.
Oh yeah, he does.
So I really was confused.
Let me get on the phone too, like Legion does.
I'm trying to give y'all insight into how I was thinking May of 2021, because I still...
Them getting married in February, and this is only May? This is only May. Like, we're not talking next year. We're talking same year they got married. May. They got married in February. Or January. Whatever the fuck it was. I'm just saying. We're not talking about, like, we're a year in. And she's finding this out 5 years in. No, we're months in. Just months. Couple months. And she said that the 31st that month, she already knew something was up. So, cat's at the bag, by the way. Cat's at the bag. Cat is fully... The cat was out the bag a little bit with the first lie that was obvious. And then it was a little more out. And then it was more out. And now the cat's just out. The cat's walking around the room. The cat is as visible as this. The cat is just out here. The cat is sitting with us, watching this together with us now. The cat's not in the bag no more. The cat's not in a box. The cat is sitting here watching with us. Welcome, cat. Oh, Lord.
Still didn't find out a lot of stuff at that time. I found out enough to figure out, okay, it's not a question of if he's lying.
He's lying. There's no questions anymore.
It's not a question
it's over.
If he's lying. The question now is becoming, what else is he lying?
Yep. How deep does this go?
So we had the phone call with the ex-wife. Now I see an obituary that apparently there's another wife.
Yep.
I know on our marriage certificate,
he said one ex-wife.
It only states he had one previous marriage. I had 0, he had 1. So this is how I'm thinking in my head, which is, okay, what am I missing here? I know we've established that he's lying, but who the fuck is Latoya? Like,
really, who?
I'm really trying to understand who is Latoya. And again, he's hobbling around.
Can't ask him. Yep.
And I'm in our in the bedroom. Just, I mean, I could not get on Google fast enough to try to figure some stuff out.
Hell yeah, who the fuck is Latoya?
So, see the mom's obituary, study it, and at this point, I'm now trying to figure out, okay, what's the game plan?
What we gonna do? Yep.
What is the game plan? And that's where we are about to get into the next part. Okay, part 30 of Who the Fuck Did I Marry? So, I'm going to use this as a clarification video.
Okay,
So
let me get up for 2 seconds and I'll listen.
Let's clarify some things. I've done that before on a previous set of videos, so I think it's just important to do that so that way I can try to address some of the things that I have seen in the comments, both supportive and just downright mean. But let me clarify some stuff. Number 1, it is important to remember that I am telling this entire story of how I met, dated, married, and divorced my pathologically lying ex-husband. I am going in chronological order of events. So what that means is that, ma'am, sir, whoever you are, if you were coming in at part 30, but you have not seen part 11, some stuff is not going to make sense. I know. It is a long playlist. And don't worry about watching the video as soon as it comes out, because everything, I'm trying to do this responsibly, of telling the story in the order of which things happen. So I say that to say, please, if you're able to, start at the introduction disclaimer video. Start with part 1 and then just watch each video, because a lot of the questions people are having that I'm seeing in the comments, and I say this respectfully, is just because you did not go to the other videos and watch them in order. That's just the first thing I want to say. It is important that I get this story out, but that it's done, like I said, responsibly. To me, responsibly is being...
The fact that she has to bring that up, like, you don't watch a Netflix series and start in season 5. There's 10 seasons, you start season 5. You don't do that. So why in the world will you come in the story that's a 30-parter? Let's say at this point she only has 30 videos up. You come in at part 10. How in the world would you know that everything... And I know, like, if you're too impatient... Because there was someone that was like, oh, if you're watching all of Reesa Teesa's story, you're messy. And then someone else was like, oh, I can't watch a 50-part series, someone summarize it. Then you do that. Then you wait for someone to summarize it or something. But, like, you can't just come into part 80 wondering about something, a 100-part series, being like, so I'm confused about the... And ask some dumbass shit that was already answered part 1 to 10. Like, don't have this lady think you guys are dumb. It's probably kids, so it's probably some little kids asking some dumb questions. Go read a book and leave me and my stories alone. Like, what the fuck do you mean? Oh, but this and this. She already said this. It's going chronologically. She's speaking it as good as she can. It's a good story. I'm keeping up. And I don't have the best memory, and I'm keeping up. And we're talking, I'm 30 fucking videos in. And I stopped watching at 10, and then we came back today, and we've watched from 10 to 30. And I'm keeping up. I didn't catch the second wife thing for a second, but I caught back up. But, like, you can't, and I've never done this. I've never went into a Netflix series, or like, there's like, let's say, like, Frozen 1 and Frozen 2, and I watched Frozen 2 first. That's... Obviously, there's more movies that, like, you have to, like, it'll make, like, maybe Frozen isn't the best, like, comparison, but still, there's shit that's gonna happen in Frozen 2 that was addressed in Frozen 1 that you're like, well, who's this random person? Exactly. You can't just come in the middle. You can't just, that doesn't make any sense.
Clear and not ramble all over the place. So I'm trying to take the time to tell you, this is what happened at this time. This is what happened at that time. That's why there's so many parts. And we're not even to the part of the divorce yet. We're almost there, but we're not there yet. Second thing I want to clarify. I cannot stress this enough. My family and my friends did not know what was going on.
The extent. Yeah, she already said this. She said that she didn't know the extent of it. Yep.
My family only knew we've met this guy.
Yep.
He's dating our daughter,
yep.
our niece, our cousin, our granddaughter.
Their life was private. Like, they didn't know the extent of it. Bro, she didn't know the extent of it. How are they supposed to know the extent of it when she didn't even know where she was? She didn't know how deep she was. She was in the Lulu land. You can't be out here being like, oh, how come your family didn't help you? They didn't know. When did you come into the story? Why are you skipping shit? Stop. Like, at least go get I've seen summaries, and I was gonna read one, and I was like, no, I have to watch the videos on stream because I'm nosy, and all the fucking nosy too. But why are you skipping shit? She literally says she likes to keep her shit private in a relationship between her and her partner, whatever the fuck. She said this. She said this. We've been heard this. What?
He's done well for himself. He played football, and he has
she sure did.
6-7 years,
mm-hmm.
and financially he is in a good place.
Yep.
From what we understand, he just moved here from California. That is what they knew.
Yep.
They did not know.
He's a liar. This ex-wife that told her everything. The houses fell through. They don't know none of that.
I did not want
Yep.
I'm fully aware that when I tell this story, I look stupid. I'm aware, and I've made my peace with that. But
at the time,
I
yeah.
did not want to look stupid.
No one wants to look stupid, y'all. No one wants to look dumb.
Put on everything's great. We're really happy. We're looking for a house, and everything's going.
Yep.
Knowing full well that
none of that's happening. Yep.
I couldn't figure out why he wasn't showing me funds. They did not know. So I say that to say, I see the comments about how my aunt gave me horrible advice when I called her.
She didn't know what was happening though.
On Facebook.
She wasn't. She didn't know what was happening.
She did not tell me to stay with him.
No.
She did not tell me to leave him. That's not her place, and that's not what she would do. She simply was in shock that any of this had happened.
Yep.
And did not know what
the extent of it. Yep.
Advice on. The one thing that she did say was, "Look, he's not your boyfriend."
That's yep.
It ain't as simple.
It's not simple.
Just gonna break up.
It's hard now because they married.
Because you married him. The most ride or die shit I've ever met.
Yeah, but like once you marry somebody,
and she's straight Jersey. So
once
and
like
I love her for it, but I need it to. It's not fair for me to.
Because like once you marry someone, it's a different ballpark.
I mean,
it's a literally different ballpark.
And deal with it. No, never in a million years. So I want to clarify that.
No, like anyone that doesn't get that is too young to understand. Like once you marry somebody, it's a whole ass different fucking.
She came to visit in April. We were already married. This is her first time physically meeting.
Yo, she don't know this man.
My mom will tell you she had no idea anything was amiss, but there was something that
off again.
Her a little bit.
Yep, that was off.
She didn't know what it was. And my mom is the type where she's gonna get on her knees in prayer. That's what she is. So for her, it was like I don't know what it is.
But there's something up. Yep.
He seems to love my daughter.
Or something's up.
There was no arguing in the house. The house was peaceful while she was here, even though behind
shit was going up. Yep.
Off of the whole sexting incident.
Yep.
With the women. So for her, it was like I don't know what it is.
Something's
she
up though.
Tell me later on that it seemed as if I wasn't as happy as she thought I would have been. But again, she took it to the Lord.
Yep.
And there was God protecting God.
Yep.
I don't know what's going on.
But something's going on.
That was my mom's response. So she did not know. She did
No.
not pick up or overhear something
No.
that was going on while she was.
She was just a guest. Like they weren't gonna like do all that in front of her.
Candid conversation with Legion, and Legion kind of came across as I miss my mom. He missed his own mother.
Yeah.
And so he called my mom and waited on her. Again, putting on a charade.
A charade, yeah.
And so for her, it was like, bless his heart.
Mm-hmm.
That's what she said. Bless his heart.
Yep.
But no, she did not know the specifics. Nobody knew the specifics. They didn't know the specifics until we're talking May, June of 2021. They knew that we were looking for a house. They knew that the house fell through. They did not know about the
Yes, they didn't know the extent, bro.
Show me the savings account, the offshore account.
That don't exist. Still till today.
To me, it would be irresponsible to not clarify.
Of course.
What family friends.
But still, like she literally said.
People have always been supportive of.
But she literally said that she likes to keep her shit private, and y'all just don't listen. People don't be listening to anything people be saying. Over here, like.
My mindset at the time was I want to be married, and what if he isn't lying? And I was.
What if I'm overreacting and blah 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 blah.
Made excuses to family.
16 carriages.
And I saw the comments on this about how a VP would date someone that looked like me.
Oh, wait a minute.
That wasn't very nice.
Girl, what the fuck?
I need you all to understand the relationship started in 2020. He came into my life as.
And what's wrong with the way she looks? I think she's pretty.
Okay.
People just out here talking out their ass.
Then
That's a
eventually he
reflection.
got
If you ugly, just say that. People have tried to bully me on TikTok too, and it hasn't happened in months because I'm not gonna sit here and let you be. I think it's called a lol cow. Is that that's what they're called? They call people that like you just that you let them get to you. I don't get mad. I just sit there and I'm like, if you're ugly, just say that. Like, I don't understand why you're reflecting your weird little insecurities into me. Like, if you're ugly, just say it. I've been like this my whole fucking life. My mom just found out this is how I am. She was warned many times that they bully a lot in our middle school here where we lived. I don't know if they still do, but apparently they used to. And the high school too, since I had just came in and I knew barely any fucking English. I was taking English in school, but mind you, this was elementary school. So I knew like the basics. We were like English 1 kind of shit. Like maybe English 2. Like we were like it was very surface level. Like I could understand a little bit and I could, but it wasn't anything big. And even with not knowing English, I still didn't let anybody step on me. Mind you, just said I just came to this country. I don't know the language. I don't know what's going on around me. I won't let you play with me. I don't let a bitch play with me. So I like that you brought it up too, because you're not gonna sit on my page, on my phone, and tell me that I'm ugly. Because I know I'm not. And you're probably like, your ego's so big. How could you say I just know I'm not ugly? I just know that. I just know that. I don't know. And if you call me ugly, it's a reflection, babe. And like, you come at me and be like, oh, you're fat. Okay. You think I'm like blind or something? You think I'm blind or some shit? I got eyes. I can see myself. Still not ugly though. Still not ugly. People have said different fucking things about me on TikTok. They always want to fucking put you down. Listen, if you're insecure, just say that. Like, I can't believe they came into this lady's page and tried to bully a grown-ass woman that's pretty. She's very pretty. If anything, Legion is ugly. If anything, Legion looks like a fucking ogre. So I'm gonna need everybody to chill the fuck out and respect people. Also, this is a grown-ass fucking woman. Respect your elders. I know little kids nowadays don't want to respect nobody, but I don't give a fuck. I don't give a shit. Also, anybody that thinks I'm a child, I'm not. You gotta be very fucking confused. You gotta confuse. I literally had to tell a child in DR. I don't even like to speak to children. And I was like, you're very fucking confused. You gotta have to sit the fuck down and act like you have some fucking sense. And that shit shocked me because I sounded like such a mother. It's like, sit the fuck down and act like you have some sense. And that was like, oh, it's giving my mom giving me a fucking lecture. Please get away from me before I break out in hives just thinking about that. Anyway, let's get back into it. People are so fucking rude on TikTok sometimes. But yeah, don't come at anybody with that shit.
Production or operation, some VP of something. That was later on in the relationship. He showed me the paperwork where,
which is crazy.
It was basically a memo from HR. Now your new position title
is Plaza Blase. Yeah.
Production. We'll just say production. Your salary, I don't remember the exact amount because it was a very specific amount, but it was over $200,000. It listed some of the benefits that he would have. He would be getting an executive. That's where we get David from. You don't.
David isn't real, but the reason why I know the job is fake, but I know the job is fake because he's been limping around the house and won't go to the hospital. This means he has no insurance and he can't afford to go to the hospital. Because, babe, if you're making all this money, you're a BP, you're making good fucking money, you're gonna go to the doctor and figure this out. There's no way that you're gonna just limp around and let it get worse. Like, come on now.
Don't know who David is. Please go back. Watch the series in order. He would be getting an executive assistant. He would be getting use of the company helicopter. He would be getting a company car. That is where we're introduced to the fact that he was starting to shop for a company car.
BMW sedan. I don't remember what kind of car it is exactly, but it was a BMW.
The amount of the car that he told me. So that's where you get the car shopping for the Range Rover, the Jaguar, the the BMW. He even test drove a Mercedes GLE, I believe. So I'm just trying to again bring some
Playing in
clarity
all
to
these
this,
people's
so that way
faces.
we all can
Everybody got played with.
understand what's going on, and hopefully this just makes a lot more sense for everyone. Right? Part 31. Part 31. Who the fuck did I marry? So I found his mother's obituary online. It then told me.
No offense to the dead, but at least she's dead. Because I didn't believe it either.
In Philly.
No sisters.
It listed Legion, and then it said his wife. I took the name from the obituary, and I did a Metro Atlanta court search with that name. I found a divorce.
Only one with divorce, though. There's 2 ex-wives.
Found a divorce record with Legion and the same woman's name that was in the obituary. In that divorce,
This has to be a joke.
it's like he's the one that filed for divorce. This would have been around 2016. This was after the mother's death. He filed for divorce. She was the respondent. I think that's the correct terminology. Both had a temporary protection order against each other. He had one against her. She had one against him. The divorce ended up getting granted, finalized. Then it looks like he went on his way. In the course of the search for her name, I discovered that at one point in time, the two of them had lived in Rhode Island. So that's the connection with Rhode Island, because for the longest time I could not figure out who lived in Rhode Island. That's where that came from. The two of them, he and this woman, lived in Rhode Island several years prior, or a few years prior. I could not find the obituary for his dad. I searched and I searched. I could not find
That means alive, isn't he?
the obituary for his father.
That means alive and well, isn't he?
For whatever reason, I knew
He's gonna be alive. I just know it.
I just randomly decided to do a Google search of the grandmother's name.
She's alive. I know it.
Initially, nothing came up because I was looking for the grandmother's name in Philly. Nothing.
Wrong location.
I looked for the grandmother's name down here in Georgia.
It's gotta be Rhode Island again.
Found a record, but it was not. It wasn't quite clear. What was clear was that she had died several years prior.
Mm-hmm.
So what I found was a different website where it was like a legacy.com type thing. So I believe legacy.com holds old obituaries. Did a search for her name, found a match. That is when I discovered that she actually had passed away in July of 2008. Read the caption of the obituary and verified that in fact it was his grandmother.
So she's dead. Okay. No, she's really dead.
Because at the bottom of it, again, obituary.
The wife and yep.
It names who she leaves to cherish her memory. So it lists all the different family members. It lists the brother in Philly. It lists Legion, no spouse, and then a brother in Nashville.
So there's two brothers.
Again, it did not list the two sisters.
They don't exist.
So I'm even more like, okay, clearly
they don't exist.
Something, is up when it comes to Shantae and Kim. But what I do know is that he has talked to them multiple times in front of me. So
let me talk to them too.
Maybe some family feud happened. I don't know. So that is how I discovered that when he told me the grandmother died from COVID, he was crying, boo-hooing, and all that shit. She actually had died in July of 2008. I found this out the same time that I found out about allegedly, and I say allegedly because I'll explain, allegedly the first wife, or at least what I think is the first wife. So while all this is going on, Legion is almost bedridden from what happened with his knee. And I need to take a moment to address this issue with the knee. Again, the story started, he hit his knee.
Yep.
Then it turned into
the football thing.
It was an old football injury.
Mm-hmm.
This has happened before.
Sure.
He's going to the doctor. The doctor's telling him to ice it and to elevate it. He eventually moves into the guest bedroom to be more comfortable. I'm going to make this statement. This is probably the only time I will make this statement. He was not lying about the injury.
Oh, okay.
That he had. I don't know where the injury came from,
but the injury was there.
He was
injured.
And the fact that he was in pain. You could clearly see that he was in pain, and the pain was becoming debilitating. Please understand what I'm saying. The pain was debilitating enough to where he was taking my pain meds from when I had the miscarriage. And then also, it was hard for him to walk. He was not eating. So this is what made me believe this, whatever was going on,
it was true.
There was more to it because he was not eating. When I met this man, he was a size 3X.
Ooh.
At this point in time in May, he's down to a 2X. He is not exercising. He is not doing anything mobile. He's simply not eating. So there definitely was something
wrong.
On,
yeah.
Something concerning. Honestly, I thought it might have been cancer.
Ooh.
But
that kind of weight loss that quick is...
It's from a football injury. I said to him, the next time you have a doctor's appointment, I want to go. It was that bad. And he kept making excuses like, okay, fine, I'll make the appointment. I'll let you know what it is. Cool, I will take off work. I want to be at that doctor's appointment. Because
True.
Whatever is going on with you,
we gotta fix this.
To the point where you are losing weight rapidly within a 2-week span.
Which is insane, yeah.
So now we can go ahead and enter into June. When we enter into June, I have read the divorce documents for not one wife, but 2 wives. I have called San Diego State, verified they have no record of him. He claims he was a private citizen. I don't believe that.
Yep.
They're saying there's no record of him. I have pulled his background. It is showing that you've lived in Pennsylvania, Rhode Island, and Georgia. When I look at the addresses, it is tied to at least 2 women, both of whom I'm showing divorce records on file that you had.
Yep.
I've also verified that your grandmother actually died in
2008
and not in 2020
2020.
from COVID. I know all of this as I'm going into June.
Yep.
His birthday is June 17th.
Also, he says.
So all I've been doing is figure out what is it I'm going to do. I spoke to the pastor and his wife. I believe it was actually the pastor I spoke to because I knew the pastor previously before he did our marriage counseling. And I told him what I found. Mind blown.
Of course. This is literally a book, a show.
No idea.
This is like,
something was up,
but not this big.
That Legion was not really trying to make this marriage work. He had no idea.
It was this deep.
So he asked me, "Are you wanting to stay or do you want to end the marriage?" I said, "Oh, absolutely, I'm ending it." Oh, hell yeah,
oh,
I'm ending
of course. I mean,
I have to. I have to end it. I have no idea who that man is in my guest bedroom.
Nope. Just a stranger. Complete stranger.
Not to mention, on top of all of this, he had lied about the death of the ex-wife.
Which is insane.
Part 32. Part 32. Who the fuck did I marry? Alright. So, we're now in June.
Yes, we are.
By this point in June, I have been offered the new job, accepted it, put in my 2-week notice at my previous job and was going to be starting the new job later on in the month. So when he left.
Wait, Peaches like the bitch? No fucking way, bro. No way. Like the one that like ate her feces and like said she was gonna sell her child and anyway.
And I wanted to get a new job.
Wait a damn minute. Girl, if you don't calm down.
That laughter fueled me to get a new job. So here's what happened at the beginning of June. At this point he's completely bedridden. When I say completely bedridden, what I mean is I'm trying to clarify this so it makes sense. From what I see, he is going to work, but he's calling out a lot more. Okay? So he had already left the condiment company and was working for Apple.
Mm-hmm.
So he's calling out quite a bit
Scample.
because the pain is pretty bad. So he's hardly eating.
Oh. 1 sec.
At this point, hardly. For example, if I were to say, oh, I ordered a 10-piece wings, he's eating 2. And that's it. That's all I would see him eat. I was going to work and coming home, the house was in the exact same place that it was when I left. Nothing in the kitchen had been moved. Nothing in the refrigerator had been moved, which led me to believe that he had not left the bed.
Nope.
From the time I left to go to work until the time I came home. At this point in time, he's drinking Powerades like it's water. I mean, I'm buying cases of Powerades. And that seemed to be the only thing that he was
Able to keep down, yeah.
So, if he was a 3X when I met him, he's probably at a 1X.
Holy
Maybe
shit.
2X depending on the clothes. He's lost a lot of weight.
Jesus Christ.
So that's the reason why I say
No, you gotta go to the hospital, yep.
I think the issue with his knee was a symptom. That was not some football injury. That was not, I hit it at work. It wasn't that. Something else was going on.
100%.
I kept asking him to, let me know when you have a doctor's appointment. I'm going to go with you. And he just kept saying the doctor. So he's calling the doctor, and the doctor told him to just keep icing the knee.
I don't think so.
What was happening was I didn't care.
She's like, I don't go a fuck.
Stuff I was finding out. So, beginning of June, he is in the bed, sleep, and I get his phone.
Ooh.
I ain't gonna lie. I got his phone. He had a work phone and he had a personal phone.
Supposedly, yeah.
It was the work phone that he had from the condiment company that apparently was never turned in.
Oh.
Follow me. It'll all come out. So he still had the work phone. It was deactivated. But
you can still use it with Wi-Fi.
Ooh. If y'all know what I mean. Take all the data off. He did not do that. So I looked through the phone and I see this would have been text messages. Text messages between him and a woman named Peaches. I go back to the beginning of the text messages. This is on the work phone. This is the beginning of June of 2000.
A work phone, y'all.
Go back to the text messages the beginning of the text messages between him and Peaches.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, that was her name, Peaches. I'm reading the thread because he's knocked out sleep. So I'm in the bathroom with the door locked, reading the thread. And what I can tell is that he met Peaches on POF. If you don't know what POF is, it is Plenty of Fish.
Plenty.
He met Peaches.
So you're married, sir.
So he met Peaches around February. Met Peaches from POF. And apparently Peaches was, there's no nice way to say it. Apparently Peaches was a prostitute.
Oh yeah, if it's what I think it is, 100%.
The reason I say that is because in the text messages, she's listing the prices. So he asked for a hand job. This is in the text messages. She told him it would be like $40.
Oh, it's cheap.
How much would it be for oral? She said it would be $60.
60 for oral. Oh.
What was the price with the condom? What was the price without?
Whoa.
So no messages after that. She sent a picture. He sent a picture. No messages after that. So in other words, these messages were not back to back.
No, it was like
there's breaks in between them.
Yeah, because she's gonna work. This is her job.
The next message is in April. Message in April. Next message is like 2 weeks later. So he's asking her the prices. Next message I see would have been from a few weeks prior to the date of this. So this was the beginning of June. The message is from sometime beginning of May.
Oh.
Where he is thanking her.
They did it.
He says to her, thank you so much.
So he blew his knee on fucking her, then
I hope I can see you again.
Or he caught something we'll find out.
Then there's messages where she said, hey, basically she was at a new spot. She must have moved.
Mm-hmm.
So he said, okay, I'm gonna come through. I'm gonna come see you. He's asking her to confirm the address. He was like, is it the house with the brown trash can with a white car in the front? She says yes. So I'm thinking he was actually
in the house. Yeah.
And he's texting
Hell yeah.
messages. Then again, he does whatever he does, and he sends her a message a few hours later saying, thank you. That was great. I'm reading all this. And I
Great, in your own house.
Something that you may or may not understand. Some women may or may not understand it. The cheating didn't even faze me.
Oh no, you were done. It was over.
Didn't even faze me.
I mean, it was over at that
I
point.
didn't cry.
Why would you?
I did not feel like, what did I do wrong? I was relieved.
She was over.
The reason why I was relieved is because up until this point, I kind of struggled a little bit on whether or not, God, I know, Lord, you hate divorce.
Girl.
I can't stay with a guy that lies.
Struggle. You don't even know this man.
I was like, oh shoot, thank you, Jesus. I know my Father in heaven's going to forgive the fact that I'm going to divorce him for infidelity. Go ahead. It's fine. Jesus will forgive me.
No, he got that.
So I was relieved, to be honest with you. Like, oof, okay. I got grounds now, bitch. That's how I felt. So, saw the messages, forwarded the messages to my phone. Or excuse me, I had
screenshots.
to take my phone because the phone was deactivated. So I kind of had to do a little ghetto. Hold the phone up, take my phone.
Yeah, take pictures with it.
Of what I see.
A company phone doing these things is crazy though, by the way.
I would have proof on my phone. Then I put the phone back and continued on. Now, in the next part is the day that he gets kicked out. And
as he should.
Part 33. Who the fuck did I marry?
Y'all, I started getting sleepy. I had to pull up the game. I started getting real. You know.
Ride, you now know exactly
it was getting EP.
The morning of June 17th.
We're 5 hours in, almost 6 hours in. Yeah, it was getting real EP.
Bed as usual. Powerade bottles.
And she was like, "Sir, I'm gonna need you to get up and punch out."
He was awake.
His room was crazy.
On his cell phone. He watched a lot of YouTube, watching these two guys that always were fixing Jeeps on YouTube.
Oh.
And if I saw them, I would know exactly who they are, but I can't remember their name. It's a popular show on YouTube.
Oh, I don't.
Anyway,
I don't know.
so I go in there and I just calmly sit on the edge of the bed, and I was like, "Can we talk?"
Can you go ahead and log out for me?
I said to him, Legion. What's that called? His name? Legion. I said,
I need you to go. Let me need to look out.
I just want you to be honest with me. So he starts, I can already see in his eyes he's about to get defensive.
Yep.
It's like,
Immediately. Oh!
This is the tone I had.
Oh, she loud.
Calm.
Oh.
I said, you never went to San Diego State, did you? He rolls his eyes and he's like, I said, calm down.
Right?
I said, you never went to San Diego State. I said, you never lived in California, did you? And he said, of course I lived in California. He's like, I fucking showed you the house I had in California.
Okay.
He said, I told you about San Diego State. I was a private citizen.
Mm-hmm.
My dad paid for me to be a private citizen. And I said, okay.
He's still going with the lies.
San Diego State. And he looked at me. His eyes were like empty. Like he wasn't shocked.
He was like, oh.
My God. He was just more like, okay.
And what they say, right?
He said they have no record of you. He said they have no record because you never went. You never been to California. So at this point, I'm very calm. And I'm just stating, I said, you never been to California. I said, I bet you've only lived in Georgia, Pennsylvania, and Rhode Island.
Yep.
At this point,
And she knows a lot. He knows. Oh, he knows. She knows.
And I said, I don't think that this is going to work. And he said, what, the marriage? He was like, so what you saying? You don't want to be married?
What you saying? You know what you're saying. Don't be acting dumb.
I don't want to be married to you anymore.
Exactly. What do you think this was?
We need to go our separate ways.
You need to get the fuck out of my house.
But we need to go our separate
You gotta get up out of my
ways.
house.
The way that I am talking to you all is exactly how I was talking.
Oh, she was done. He should have. He knew not to play with her.
So he was like,
She's done.
that's not what marriage is.
Oh, isn't
Marriage
it?
is, you have to fight for what you want.
Fight for what?
And I don't want to fight for it.
Nope.
I said, I don't want you, and I don't want this. And so he was like, I'm not giving up on the two of us. I said, you don't have a choice.
Oh,
I said,
weirdo.
I think that you should call your brother or your sister now. And I think that you need to pack a bag.
And go.
And I think you need to get the fuck out my house. And he was like, I don't really have time for this. I don't feel well. I said, I don't care.
Get the fuck
You
out.
need to get out of my house. Again, the way I know y'all are going to be like, she's so dramatic. And in real, I am actually a very dramatic person.
Same.
But the way...
Nah, once you're done, you're done.
Guys on this video is exactly how I was talking to him in the beginning of how this started. So I said, you need to call your brother.
Get him out. You need to get up out of here.
She's in Douglasville.
Sister,
And
that's
you
funny.
need to go stay there. You need to get out this house today.
He didn't leave, did he?
Was, at first, he refused.
Of course.
He wasn't moving fast enough for me. And so...
He needed to give a step on.
And his aunt was on speakerphone.
Oh,
Let me preface that. She was on
she's real. Okay.
And so she was like, what's going on? And he was like, my wife don't want me no more. She claimed that I be lying to her. I ain't never lied to her. When I heard this,
Oh no.
what's the analogy I can give?
I would have said.
When I heard him say to his aunt, I ain't never lied to her before, something in me snapped.
It has to.
That's the analogy
I
I
mean,
can give.
sir, please. What the?
Y'all remember that movie?
What's wrong with you?
When she was at prom,
I know he's not lying in front of her like this.
everyone was laughing at her. The blood had fallen down on her.
He's playing
There
too
was
much.
a moment where her eyes just went wild, and you knew something was about to happen. You just didn't know what.
I'm gonna even get up out of the house,
Her too far.
cause she's about to lose
Said
it.
to his aunt,
I never lied to her. Oh, never lied.
lied to her. I snapped.
Ooh, as she should.
The calmness left.
Of course it did, as he should.
The amount of rage rage that was in me.
Insane.
I could have fought every member of the Kansas City Chiefs and beat every last one of their asses. I could have fought every member on the Atlanta Falcons and beat every last one of their
Of course, that makes sense.
I'm not a violent person.
But, people can drive you to be violent. People can drive you. Yep. He took her there.
Never lied to her. Took me there.
He took her on a trip that she didn't want to go on.
I went off so bad that first of all, every part of me was shaking. I called my mom. My mom was on speakerphone.
Now she knows. Now she's
in Arkansas. My mom,
she's like, I'm coming. I'm coming. There's no praying. I'm coming. She's like, I'm coming.
Finally said, put him on the phone. So I gave him the phone, and I'm standing there, and I'm looking around the room. Is the scene that I remember is the Angela Bassett scene in Waiting to Exhale, when her eyes are darting around the room right before she grabs everything to put it in the car to set it on fire. I was more so looking at what weapons were in the room.
Ooh.
The lamp, the TV,
Ooh.
the dresser.
She's gone.
I was looking more. While she was talking to him, my eyes were darting around the room.
She's like, you better leave before I do something.
Get his ass up and get his shit.
I'm gonna start hitting. I'm gonna start punching, throwing shit.
It was going to be
ugly.
Bad. If I have never in my life been on TikTok and said, had it not been for the blood, y'all, I know this is gonna sound dramatic. I know
it's not. It doesn't.
Girl,
he drove her somewhere. She didn't want to go.
You don't understand.
Like, she didn't want to go on this trip that she was on.
For the Lord on my side. Had it not been for the fact that I know I got a praying mother.
People would have been in jail right now.
I know I've had a praying grandmother in heaven, because I'm telling you, I clearly saw what was getting ready to happen had he not gotten up, got his shit.
And it makes sense. She was rightfully so angry.
To calmly say this, because I'm trying to calmly tell this story, because the rage
ain't no calm. There was no calm.
The pure, unadulterated rage that I felt when he said to his aunt,
I've never lied to her before.
To her after I had discovered
everything.
Only 2% of the lies
yeah.
at that point. Just 2%. So it was enough for me to
2% is crazy, because we've heard a lot.
So my mother gets on the phone and she says to him, Legion, she called him by name.
You gotta go.
She said, I am
Sir.
there to control my daughter.
I'm not there to help you, so you better get the fuck out.
In the name of Jesus, get your stuff and get out that house, because I think she might kill you.
Hell yeah.
Get out of the house. She's on my phone. His aunt is on his phone. His aunt said, nephew,
get the fuck out. Yep.
Home for her was Philly.
Yep.
She said,
sir, if you don't get your ass out of there.
Right now,
yep.
Said, because I think that woman is about to kill you.
Yep. You better get up and out of the house.
34, so I'll just take a deep breath. Part 34. Who the fuck?
He said, I'm not leaving. Like, he has a choice.
The aunt told him, I'll send you money, come home. I'm yelling in the background, by the way. I'm not standing there calmly. I'm yelling. I said, oh, he got money. Yeah, you got money. You got money in that offshore account, right? You got money in that Chase account. You got money to drive. So, do what you got to do. I told him, and I'm not going to repeat some of the stuff I said.
Yeah, girl, it's okay. We get it. We get it.
But I did tell him, I was like, if you don't get out of this house,
it's gonna be ugly. It's just gonna be ugly.
Actually, what I said was, you have two options. You either gonna leave this house voluntarily,
or in a body bag,
or you're gonna leave this house involuntarily.
Well, you're gonna leave.
He tried to get a little nuck if you buck. He tried, and that's when because he was still on the bed, still laying.
Sir,
like, you ain't gonna do shit.
Why the fuck are you in the bed?
You done lost your fucking mind. And I calmly got close to him.
Why isn't he moving? Why is he moving? Why am I mad that he's not moving and I'm not even there?
Like the bitch you are.
Damn, girl.
To try me.
Damn.
I said, I will literally beat you.
I'm not even in the room, and he's moving too slow for me.
And so,
Ooh.
When I said that, his eyes were like.
He was like,
I'm
ooh.
not even playing. Because at this point, I'm rocking like back and forth.
Ooh, it's over.
Y'all, again,
She's trying to hold herself off.
Hardened type chick.
She's trying to hold it. She's like, I don't want to be his ass. I don't want to be his ass. She's like, I don't want to be his ass. She's like, I don't want to. She's like, I don't want to. She's like, that was telling me to be his ass, but I can't.
I had called my
Anybody, she called everybody. She was like, somebody get this man out of here.
I had called all these.
She was like, get somebody out. Get this man out of here.
That I was in a very dangerous place.
Yep.
Not because I'm scared of him. At this point, I was scared of me. I don't know if this has ever happened to someone where you know your own.
Hell yeah. Hell yeah. Shit was broken. Shit was broken. So, and I knew. Yeah.
I was over that line.
Same.
So
Shit got broken.
Like, okay,
blood was spilled.
Okay. You're probably gonna go to jail today. You're probably gonna go to jail. You probably ain't gonna have that job anymore.
Hell no.
Like I was there. And again, this is not to sound bragging at all. This was a woman who.
She's just enough is enough. Actually, that's what it was. What was going on?
The attempt of me trying to give him one last.
He still was like, I've never lied to her before.
I was at my edge, so I yanked the covers back.
He's still laying there.
I told him, I was like, get up, get the fuck out of my house. Again, I'm saying it calmly on here.
No.
Nothing calm.
Oh, no, it wasn't. I have a feeling. I just know.
So I'm throwing stuff up against the wall. I remember I looked at the lamp. He looked at me looking at the lamp.
Oh, he knew.
And I think something in him
was like, get the fuck up.
Realized.
She's not playing.
Okay. Yeah, I'm in pain, but
I gotta get up and go.
Don't get up. She's gonna do something with that lamp. So he does get up.
He's smart sometimes, isn't he?
He is still on the phone with the aunt because the aunt was pretty much like, keep me on the phone. She did not want him to hang up. He throws some stuff together. Again, keep in mind, he has all his stuff in the house.
Yep.
So he basically packed like 2
overnight bag. Yeah, probably.
And he's limping around, and I'm standing in the hallway watching him like a probation.
You're like, boy, if you don't hurry up.
So he's limping around.
If you don't get your limping ass out of here.
And I'm looking at the condition of the bedroom. This is when I noticed Legion had been semi-bedridden. Remember I told y'all that because the knee and other stuff. I look at these bottles of Powerade because he had been drinking Powerade so much at this point. He was not getting up to go to the bathroom.
Oh.
He was drinking the Powerade.
And pissing in the bottles.
Using the empty bottles.
Oh. Ew. Nah, bro.
6 bottles.
Girl.
Around the bed. And I was like, what is this? Because again, I hadn't really been going in that room. I was busy being CIA.
And getting her shit together, yeah.
For the past 2 weeks. So I was like, what is this? He was like, I'm going to throw it out. He grabbed the trash bag, put the bottles in there. And I said, what are in those bottles? I said, tell me.
That's not piss. Tell me right now that's not piss.
Like, tell me.
That ain't piss.
Piss in those bottles. He was like, I couldn't make it to the bathroom. I was in too much pain. So at this point, I'm even more like, yeah, get the fuck out. Get out. Get out of my house. So I helped him. While he was packing his bags, I went downstairs.
I feel like that help wasn't...
the house key off of his key.
Hell yeah. Don't get back in here.
I went back upstairs. He had his 2 bags. I grabbed the 2 bags.
She was like, sir, get the fuck out.
2 bags. I had opened up the garage. I had already popped the trunk for his car.
He took too long to leave, period.
I did that. Because I was
Man not even scared enough of death.
I can't come back.
He ain't scared enough of death for me.
So it took him about 2 hours from the time of I will beat you like the bitch you are for him to
2 hours is crazy, bro.
I'm calm.
A crazier person would have done something. He took too long to get up for me.
In the house. So he eventually puts on some sweatpants. Now I can really see how much weight he's lost. But he puts on some sweatpants. He puts on a shirt. He's limping down. He's like, "You really gonna kick me out on my?"
I would have been like, "Yo." I would have been like, "Are you speaking to me? I just know you're not talking." I would have been like, "I just know you're not talking to me. I just know you're not talking to me right now. I just know you're not speaking to me."
The door. He went through the garage.
I would have been like, "I just know he's not talking to me." That's crazy.
His aunt was still on the phone, and she was like, "I'm gonna send you some money." And that's the part I was like, clearly he has the money. Like, you ain't got to send him money. He doesn't even have to go to Philly. He can just go get a hotel.
Exactly.
He does. He just gotta leave his house. So he ends up getting in the car, driving off. My mom calls and she's just like,
what's going on? Yep.
No. I had not told her
what was going on, the extent
what all
this was about. Yep.
Even in the midst of me being angry and me going off, I never told him that I spoke to the ex-wife. I never told him I knew he was lying about the stepdaughter.
Good.
Because then he would have asked how
you know, yeah.
Why did you say that? So I did keep my word. I never told him.
Thank God.
Told him
well, now he knows, but.
So he eventually left. I text a friend of mine. I text my landlord. I said, I have an emergency. I need to know if it is okay to get the locks changed.
Immediately. Like, fast.
My landlord was super cool. Shout
Good.
out to Mr. Patel. I went to Home Depot. Bought brand new locks.
Immediately.
Text a friend of mine. Asked him, when you get off work, can you please come by my house? I need the locks changed
immediately.
Today. So he was like, oh, okay, what's going on? I said, I'll explain it later. So, to give you a timeline of June 17th, when I asked him about San Diego State, and I told him that I know you've never even been to California.
Lying to her face was crazy. Like, bro, she already knows. Stop lying to her face.
By the time he left the house, it was maybe going on noon, 1 o'clock. So this happened pretty
quickly, yeah.
If you're wondering, why did you even ask him?
Just to see.
I already knew that I wanted out. I knew that. But for some reason, a part of me was like, let's just see if he'll be honest. Just
yeah, sure he will. Of course he will. Why not?
And it sent me into a rage. And then he lied to his aunt, saying,
"Yep, I'll never lie to her."
And that sent me over the edge.
Of course it did. I mean,
so by 1 o'clock, by 1:30.
Doesn't he like reactions? He should have liked that.
2:30, I had done a pretty good job of cleaning up
the piss.
The bedroom. He had thrown away the Powerade bottles.
Thank God.
So I didn't have to touch those. I stripped the sheets. Anything that he touched
thrown away.
In the bedroom,
away.
Sheets,
ain't no. Yep.
Threw them out in the trash can. And so most of this was adrenaline. Adrenaline was pushed because I hate packing. I hate doing all that stuff. I went on Amazon. I ordered.
She was just like
large tote bags because I was packing.
Put his shit. Yep.
Shit. Part 35. Who the fuck did I marry? So I packed up all his stuff. Okay.
Hello. Yep.
The
Goodbye.
reason I packed up all his stuff is because I had a 3-bedroom, 2.5-bath townhome. One room was the guest room. Obviously, there was a master bedroom.
In an office, probably. TV room.
Like his Philadelphia Eagles man cave. I was going to put everything
away
that belonged to him, pack it up, and put it in the TV room. Because the plan should have been that he's going to come back and get all his stuff.
Yep.
Okay, so that's why I did it. And honestly, it just felt good to pack up
all his shit. Yep. And get rid of his ass.
It freely, because when he packed in a hurry, he left
his stuff behind.
Obviously, really important things. He left all his Invicta watches. He left all his WWE Championship belts. And if you know anything about WWE Championship belts, you know those things are expensive. He left all his Jordans. He left suits. He left.
It was an overnight bag.
Shoes. He left all that because it was such a hurry for him to leave. So all that was still
in her house.
So around 2:30, I think I wasn't even at a place where I could start crying. I was just too angry.
Yeah.
Still shaking.
Just
packing everything up. Packing everything up.
just focused.
One of the things that he left is a photo album with all the pictures of his mom and dad.
Comes back up later.
And his
Okay.
siblings growing up.
No sister, by the way. And he has a twin. I already know
I had
this.
the thought of I was going to have a burn party.
Ooh.
And I was going to put it on Facebook. I was going to burn it. With
I mean, that's not funny. I mean,
drink and dance and play music. But it's
this how you know too.
I do have a heart. So I put that somewhere special, meaning I put it up in the closet. He had told me that he was going to come back and get his stuff, and so I just did not. I didn't throw anything out unless it was like
Trash. Yeah.
Was trash. Other than that, I put everything
Like
out
him. I mean, what?
and kept it, you know, in the TV room. So that's June 17th. Also on June 17th, I had already ordered his birthday cake. I had ordered the
Oh my
birthday
God.
cake, like the end of May, because it was like a special.
I would have ate it anyway. I would have ate it anyway.
Get the birthday cake
Fuck it.
from the bakery in East Point,
I would have just ate it anyway.
and I took it to my family's house and we ate it.
Thank God.
Yes, I had left the house, went to my family's house, filled them in. My aunt,
Ooh, they were probably like,
my cousin, and my grandfather, because my mom was in Arkansas. So went over to their house.
they're probably
and
shocked,
everyone,
shook.
They could not believe it. Although my grandfather then told me, he said he ain't look like he was a football player. He was like, I didn't want to say nothing, but he ain't look like he was a football player. Gotta love grandparents. So we ate his birthday cake. Went back home. The friend that I had called came, changed all the locks.
Let's go.
I changed the security code.
Perfect.
Effectively, he would not have been able to get in that house.
Perfect.
So
That's what we Jover.
that is what happened on June 17th. So now we can fast forward. He would text me and he would call me that he got to Philly. Apparently, he left Georgia and immediately went to Philly.
Okay. Good for him.
So he immediately went to Philly, and he did text me and said
He got
that
there.
he made it to Philly, and he was staying at his aunt's.
I mean, I don't believe that, but
I
sure.
know
I don't
that
believe a
this
single
is
thing.
A short part. That's okay, because what we're doing now is I went through how we met. I went through how we dated.
Yep.
I went through how we got
Yep.
married. Now I'm taking you all to June 17th. The week after June 17th, he's in Philly.
Mm-hmm.
He still would call me. He still would text me. The conversations we were having the week after June 17th, so this would be June 18th up to the 24th. The conversations we are having had to do with divorce. So
of course.
who's going to file?
Mm-hmm.
And he was like, well, I don't want a divorce, so I'm going to fight you on it.
That's not how that works. Okay.
Really? Are you going to fight me on the divorce?
Mm.
I didn't know anything about filing for divorce. So, but I refused to stay in a place of ignorance. So
We gonna learn.
Went online. There's a website that you can go to where you pay like a $200, $239 fee, and you fill out basic information, and you choose your state.
Oh.
You choose your state, and they will but they will make all your documents. All you have to
Okay.
do is print it out and take it to the court. And
Cool.
it is step-by-step directions. We didn't have any property with each other.
Perfect.
We didn't have any kids with each other.
Amazing. It was
So
pretty quick then.
by the state of Georgia's standards, this should be an uncontested divorce.
Yeah, pretty quickly. Pretty quick.
So the conversation that last week, the week of June 18th to the 24th, was about divorce. What stuff do you want to keep? Well, I'm going to get all my stuff. I just don't understand why you couldn't talk to me about it. I said, there's no room for talking.
There's no speaking.
You've been lying to me since day one. But
Talking.
still, keep in mind, as of June 17th, June 18th, June 19th, I did not know what I know now. So the lies were really only like 5%
Yeah.
of the whole story.
Now she knows everything, but
June 24th or 25th is when I had printed my documents. And I'm laughing because at this point in time, I've read y'all's comments about how that man will print out stuff. But I used the website, typed all my stuff in, got my documents, and then I went
on her Legion arc and printing stuff.
Because I was getting ready to transition into the new job. So I left work early, went to the courthouse, and filed for divorce. I filed. I paid.
Y'all, this might be the last video because a girl is tired. I've been streaming since 4 o'clock. We're going into hour 6. Oh God. You know what? Let's leave it here. Let's leave it here.